From a cafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. England versus Australia. The Ashes on SEN Cricket.
Good morning and welcome to SEN Test Cricket live from Lord's from a cafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. With some notable exceptions, for almost a century, Australian teams have loved playing at the home of cricket, and Steve Smith fits perfectly into that tradition. In 2015, this was the scene of his first Test double. 4 years ago, his battle with Jofra Archer was one for the ages. Then yesterday, from the second he crossed the rope, after taking a moment to take in his surrounds, he was on. To 25 in just 14 balls, the quickest start of his Test career, the vice-captain then settled into his familiar rhythm. It wasn't long before the England quicks were looking lifeless. That's what Smith can do to an attack, even in favourable bowling conditions. 100-plus stands with Labuschagne then head ensured honours were taken by the visitors, set to resume at 5 for 339 this morning. And with the in-form Alex Carey for company, it's Smith again within striking distance of three figures, 15 away from Test ton number 32. As for England, never has their baseball methodology been under more pressure than it is this morning. Already 1-0 down in the series, they need a huge start today with the second new ball and to knock over Australia inside a session. On another gloomy morning, can Anderson and Broad find a way through? So much will hinge on that question. I'm Adam Collins, and with me to begin our broadcast, as always, Damien, Fleming, a man who won the Ashes twice, Bharat Sundaresan, vice-captain on the coverage. Flem, to start with you, much as it was 24 hours ago, they'll have a new ball, it'll be gloomy, it'll be a bit drizzly, but Anderson and Broad couldn't find the wickets yesterday, and I wouldn't say they're bowled poorly, but they feel like they're under a bit of pressure in ways they're not used to.
Yeah, definitely. Morning, gentlemen. Morning, listeners. The intent or the lack of intensity yesterday from the English was amazing. When you win the toss and decide to bowl, you're doing that to actually get the 10 wickets and be batting later in that day. But they just went through some different periods where they were going through the motions. Then one bowler might step up like Tongue did to get those two big wickets with amazing deliveries. But they've got to get some bowling partnerships going. They've got to be able to build from both ends. And for me, Anderson and Broad, I think it's a big hour for Jimmy Anderson and for the rest of the series and potentially for his career, isn't he? That he needs to show that there's plenty of zip back in his bowling. He can get out the Australians and have an impact in this series.
Doesn't it feel weird that we're even having this conversation about Anderson? Because he hasn't actually bowled poorly, I don't think, yet in the series, in terms of hasn't gone around, hasn't given a lot away, but he's taken one wicket. He's bowled over 50 overs so far, Bharat, and we know what it's like over here in an Ashes series when it's not going well for England. The pressure builds on one or two players, and the fact that he turns 41 in July will start to become a talking point.
You just have to look at his body language, and that tells you everything about how he thinks he's gone so far in this series. We saw him in Edgbaston feel frustrated with the pitch. He spoke about it as well. But just looking at him yesterday, he got the outside edge early of Usman Khawaja, nearly carried to Joe Root, or maybe Joe Root should have grabbed that. But after that, he just didn't look like himself. Even when he took that catch of Cameron Green, he wasn't very chuffed about life at that point. And to your point, Flan, I think it's the most insipid bowling performance I've seen by any bowling attack in such favourable conditions. And for me, it's just a question of baseball. Do the bowlers get taken for granted? They look tired. Ollie Robinson towards the end, the youngest of the three main seamers, was barely getting to his bowling mark or to the bowling crease and not even completing his action. But having said all that, the one antidote to baseball was always going to be Steve Smith and Marnus Labuschagne to an extent. And Steve Smith has done it again. I spoke about it with you, Adam, before the test. I just saw it in his eyes. There were 2 days out. He looked at me and he said, "Hey, Bharat, I'm useless. I'm not batting really well." And I said, "Look, you're Steve Smith. You can never be useless. It's just going to take a few balls that you time and you're back on." And he's back on, and he's hungry for more.
We've got Pete Lalor also jumping in for a quick chat in our pre-game. Pete Lalor, good morning to you. Steve Smith on this ground, the storyline's running through it. We spoke about it in the intro this morning. I liked yesterday when he was about to walk out that he just stopped, looked up at the ground, looked up at the sky before crossing the rope. It's like it was foretold that he was going to have a day like that.
It's interesting you note that, because Gideon was saying exactly the same thing last night and in his copy today. And what do we read into that? All sorts of things, wasn't there? Particularly, I wonder if it was almost an existential moment. You know, this is where his cricket began. This is where he made that first double century in 2015. This is where, you know, he became part of history in that sort of heavyweight clash, you know, Ali Fraser, him and Jofra Archer last time. And while I'm sure it was, he loves batting here, he gets that this is what the, you know, one of the ultimate platforms in the game. If you succeed at Lord's, it's the place to succeed. But also, he probably won't be back here. He probably won't bat here again.
He's been pretty honest about this, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Like, he's actually been quite upfront about his cricketing mortality, Smith. Flem, I mean, you've been through this. So we often talk about sportsmen dying twice and all that kind of thing. And it's a bit of a cliche these days, but someone who loves Test cricket and batting like Steve Smith, this will become an increasingly big thing. But he's actually been unusually open about the fact that he doesn't think he'll tour England again as a Test cricketer.
Yeah, and I listened to the pod, and Gideon mentioned, you know, that was a significant moment.
Yeah.
You know, he was soaking it all in because, I mean, the Australians will be hoping they don't bat again. So he'll be thinking this might be my only innings. If he can go on and get 100, 150, we're getting 450, 500, and they'll back themselves in these conditions to bowl Bazball out twice. And not many retiring sportsmen get to call time themselves. It's normally enforced on you. Dave Warner's gone early, but signs are that I think you'll get there. But for Stephen Smith, he hasn't indicated. It's a general, I won't get back, and that gives him a 4-year buffer, doesn't it? But, you know, England's been so significant for him. Some of his great innings have been over here. And once again, it's just a bit of an ode to the Ashes. For the English players and Australian players, this is just 10 times bigger than any other Test series. And he's been a significant member.
Do you think, you know, England play here every year? Maybe, you know, it felt extra, you know, it has had extra significance for Australia, isn't it? Because you only get here every 4 years. How often is a batter going to get a chance to play at Lord's?
Well, generally once in your career, if you're lucky to actually get on tour. It's like World Cups. You lose a World Cup and you go, well, am I going to be in 4 years' time? So, no, that makes it more significant.
Yeah. And for me, Steve Smith's back more than anything. And I've been watching him in the nets for years now. Just how honest he is about his batting and how he's okay to talk about his batting, even in interviews. There was a time in his career, if you asked him about batting, he would shut shop. Now he's just honest about whether he's feeling good, he's not feeling good, not just in the nets, but just in press conferences. But I think it's a question of how long that back can last. And he struggles at times. Even he has to take a break during his lengthy net sessions just to give his back a break.
As for England, Bharat, we were at the World Test Championship final a couple of weeks ago when India rocked up on morning 2. And they needed a big first session, and they did halfway okay. They didn't bowl Australia out in the first stretch, but they did not long after that. And they felt like they were in the game because they took momentum into their batting innings. It'll be the same for England here. Now, they've come from behind in Test matches last year against New Zealand, where they were bowling first, conceding 400, 500 plus and dragging it back. But these conditions won't be easy when they're facing Cummins, Hazelwood and Stark.
And the last time they played here, when the conditions were in favour of the bowlers, it didn't work out. Ball didn't work out. It failed. And this is the brilliant bowling attack who will make the most of the cloudy conditions and the bowling friendly conditions. And look, Joe Root, when he took the wicket off Travis Head, ran towards the English balcony and said, I told you it'll work. But right now there are a lot of people around English cricket pointing their fingers at the English team and saying, I told you this won't work. And this morning they have to fix it. Otherwise this can slip away from them very quickly.
Oh, believe you me, the culture war in English cricket. I live over here. It's about to kick off again. and I hate that sound through the effects mic. I know what that means without even turning around. It's raining at Lord's. The hover cover is making its way back out to the middle. I do a lot of cricket here at Lord's, paid domestic cricket as well. And that sound through the effects mic means one thing. So the lights will be on in a second. In all probability, our start time will be delayed for it's only 20 minutes until the first ball. But yeah, just quickly before we go, Flem, Alex Carey, boy, he looked good last night. It feels like he's a guy at the peak of his powers at the right time.
Yeah, he just looks so crisp. He looks like he belongs. His footwork, whether going forward or back, are assured. The bowler knows who his bat sponsor is because he just provides a full face. He runs between the wickets. And that helps Stephen Smith. He's at his best when there's the aggressor at the other end. When Travis Head's going nuts, Smithy's just hitting ones and twos, puts the bad ball away. Alex Carey doesn't get dotted up early. No, I'm going to rotate. I'm going to get it going. a great occasion, his first Test match at Lords. Geez, he wouldn't mind raising the bat for 100.
Thanks, Flem. Thanks, Pete. Thanks, Bharat. We're going to take a break on our coverage. Our pre-game is for Drinkwise. Remember, if you're drinking, to Drinkwise. On the other side of the break, we'll have Daniel Norcross in conversation with Phil Walker, Jeremy Coney and Phil Long.
And Test cricket, and it's our pre-game. Our pre-game is for Drinkwise. Remember, if drinking, Drinkwise. And we welcome New South Wales audiences for the very first time have just joined us. I'm Daniel Norcross. Alongside me is Phil Walker. Yesterday we were described as Jeremy Clarkson and Jamie Oliver. I think you're Oliver.
I would imagine so.
You would imagine that. Yeah, you'd hate to be Clarkson.
Indeed,
I'm not too chuffed about being Clarkson myself.
No, I don't personally see that. You're a sort of punkish leftist activist, and Clarkson's
the opposite.
Quite literally the opposite. Yeah. Okay, fine.
Alongside me is Phil Long. It's an all-English panel, and so let's begin our autopsy of this Ashes. How England have lost it already at the end of day one of the second day. Or is that a massive exaggeration? I've got some good news, by the way, folks. There were some covers brought out during the break. They've gone away again. If I'd never told you that, you wouldn't have known that the covers had come on, would you? But in the interests of facts and balance, there were some covers come on. They have gone off. It's rainy in the air. It's moist. It's not lovely. But the hover cover is still on the middle of the pitch and will be being removed. We hope in time. There's a bunch of red balloons everywhere. People are wearing red because it's red for Ruth Strauss. Ruth Strauss Foundation has a day at Lords, very much like the Pink Day at the Sydney Test for Glenn McGrath. But to go back to the original question, England's hopes are somewhat on a gossamer thin thread here, aren't they? Because somehow they've got to get 5 Australian wickets quickly and hope that Australia's bowlers don't extract more from the pitch than England did. And the fear they'll have is that Josh Tongue was the bowler that did them, well, looked the most dangerous yesterday, and Australia have got people of a similar height and a similar pace.
Yeah, look, absolutely. Yesterday felt like a throwback day, didn't it? It felt like a throwback to our earlier years, Daniel, where you'd turn up at Lords full of a kind of flimsy hope, and within 3 or 4 hours it had just been completely punctured by a sort of remorseless light and shade Australian batting lineup. A sort of litany of drop catches, of half chances, of misfields, of bowlers not turning up inexplicably, of a kind of like a pall of flatness around the place,
of near LBWs,
of near LBs,
given,
of overturned decisions, and for all that Test cricket apparently in the hands of the English is hurtling along and changing shape and being reborn and revitalised and all of that, it felt almost comfortingly atavistic, right, yesterday, I found, and
took you back to your nostalgia.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. You know, for 90s children like myself, you know, it's felt almost sort of eerily comforting, and
you're sort of suckling at the teat of previous existence,
right,
of your youthful experience.
That's it. And you know, Smith was masterful, remains masterful, ominously not out, of course. Travis Head changed the tempo and the direction of the game, but again, you know, the light and shade of the opening partnership, Warner fighting for his life, brilliant for 66, defiant and cussed for his 66. The one thing I would say is that the conditions are again ideal for swing bowling, and I think it might brighten up a little bit more in the afternoon, so England could be looking at it and thinking, okay, if we have one good session, keep them to 420, 450, maybe even slightly below that, and then go out and play some shots, as they will. They don't leave it, as we know. I feel like I've seen this story before, though, and just as Australia's half chances went to ground, I can see the first cover drive Crawley playing, going straight into second slip and all of that.
But
we shall see.
One thing that surprised me, though, yesterday is because, you know, Bazball, if you like, is mostly about how England approached the batting. You know, it reached its, I would say, it reached its apotheosis at Rawalpindi, but we saw hints of it at Trent Bridge when New Zealand scored 553 and England decided that the only way they could win the game was by going very hard, very fast, which they did. With the ball, though, Bazball has a certain idiom which wasn't yesterday followed, I thought. You know, Stokes in the first innings of Test matches tends to be extremely inventive, mix things up, plans only last for, you know, 8 to 9 balls. If it doesn't work, something happens. Yesterday, the reason why it felt flat for me was that Stokes wasn't being funky, and he was just thinking, I've got the bowlers, I've got the ball, I've got the pitch, we're going to do normal Test cricket, And strangely, it didn't work. Almost like they need to be funky in order to find their mojo. Because let's not forget, they nearly won at Edgbaston. I mean, these two teams are toe-to-toe.
Yeah, just on the point about draw cricket and the elimination of draw cricket, it's still a tough concept to get your head round. And you used the Trent Bridge example from last year against New Zealand, but that was a flat one. That was flat as you can get. And so there was absolute logic and justification to try and go past their big score in first innings, do it quickly, and then see where you end up in the final 2 days of the game. But here at Lord's, where it's going to be a bit overcast for the next 2 or 3 days, and England have declared that they do not do draws. And so when you start thinking already about damage limitation from an English perspective, that option doesn't appear to be there. You know, you can lose half a day to rain here. It could be a 4.5 day game, could even be slightly less than that. And you think, OK, well, that's a way to get out of the game potentially. And you scurry up the road, just 1-0 down and see where you get to in the third. But England don't do it like that. They're facing a scorecard that says 339 for 5, and the greatest player of the modern age is 85 not out. So this is the biggest test of the philosophy in the here and now. What can they find from this cricket match? I have my concerns, let's put it that way.
Jeremy Coney has joined us. I'm delighted to say.
Hello, what a lovely jacket.
Thank you very much.
Elvis would have worn that.
Yeah, he's looking irresistible this morning.
I sort of feel more like a bingo caller, but, you know, I'll take Elvis.
Yeah, strong.
I'll take Elvis. We've just been talking about how England were yesterday with the ball, and really how unlike Stokes they were, unlike a Stokes team in the field. Now, you know, because there are two distinct parts to the philosophy that England employ in cricket, because there are two distinct things. One does, one bats and one bowls. And their batting, we've discussed to death. We know what they're going to do. They'll go hard, they'll ride their luck. They may get bundled out as they were against South Africa here, wasn't it? Last year when first time Bazball came unstuck. But they don't mind that. But yesterday, it just felt a little lifeless, which was strange. I mean, the atmosphere was lifeless as well. Lord's can be. It's a place, it's not exactly a cauldron, is it? I mean, you invite overseas teams to come here and you've got a whole bunch of yarpies, you know, doing champagne corks everywhere. I mean, it's not exactly an intimidating environment to bring your opponents, and it all felt a little bit generous.
It did a little, yes. I think the catches were important, Daniel. Somehow, you know, certain bowlers, one brings two.
Right.
I think with Broad in particular, one brings 2.5. And there's the crowd is suddenly up behind him, and he involves, and he's running in hard. It would be lovely for England today if with this second new ball they could perhaps take a few early wickets, and particularly also from the main bowlers, who haven't quite done it for them yesterday.
Because they're streaky bowlers, aren't they? Broad in particular, and those half chances that didn't go to hand or were grass in the first hour or so, it changes the momentum of the morning.
And that's the way the fielders, I think, have to start to think. They say, I'm going to make a wee bit of a difference. If I get a half chance today, I'm going to nab it. And those catches, I think, meant a great deal for England yesterday. So, yeah, look, covers coming off. You can hear that probably.
Yes, the covers are coming off, and the Ruth Strauss Foundation people are holding up these sort of flags. There's a lot about that today. I mean, Lord's is a place where people wear their red trousers with pride. You're wearing your red lanyard.
Yes, I am.
I'm wearing my shiny red jacket. There's red all around. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we will be on the very cusp of the first ball of what could be a crucial day on SEN Test Cricket.
Preparing for our first session for Drinkwise. Remember, if you're drinking to Drinkwise, the president of the MCC, Stephen Fry, is out in the middle of Lord's in front of the pavilion, addressing the crowd in relation to Ruth Strauss Day that Daniel Norcross was talking about then. Andrew Strauss there with members of the foundation ringing the 5-minute bell a couple of minutes ago, and we're about 90 seconds from the resumption. Australia 5 for 339, Smith on 85, Alex Carey on 11, and the good news is we won't be missing any time due to rain off the top because they've got the covers off quickly, and indeed the sun's come out as well, Bharat.
Yeah, but still clouds up in the sky. I almost broke into Pink Floyd there. But yeah, the sun is breaking out, but the lights are on. Still very bowler-friendly conditions. Steve Smith was out having a hit in the back. I saw at a wide posted a pitcher. No surprises there. Even if there was a drizzle, that's what he does. And Alex Carey, like David Fleming said, looks like he's hit that next level. 22 test matches in, that's a good place to be, right? And 22 consecutive test matches as well, Flem, where you start feeling confident like you're part of the side.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he's keeping, as we said, it's a big strength of the Australians over England. Johnny Bairstow, more a backstop, but, you know, he's a brilliant batter who epitomises baseball probably as much as anyone, but Carey, just straight away, they'd lost a couple of wickets. England a chance, can they get another couple and get into our tail? And Carey was so good in defence. When he gets an opportunity to score, he takes that option. And just rotating the strike so that Stephen Smith doesn't get bogged down one end. And just such a big partnership. If they can get through this big first hour, you know, 450 beckons on a pitch that we got sent in on.
Exactly. And that pressure that'll build on England as well. We touched on it in our opening segment, Flem, but I mean the sense that baseball has brought them such an enormous amount of joy. They've turned the fortunes of this test side around in so many different ways, but under the pump, second test in a row, teams don't come back from 2-0 down in Ashes series. Of course, it happened in 1936-37, but that's nearly a century ago. If they go down 2-0 here, they're in a world of pain.
Yeah, there's no Sir Donald Bradman or Bill O'Reilly for the English, unfortunately. But, no, certainly that would be tough to come back with. But, you know, Stokes and McCullum have committed. They're just going to keep going. So I'm so excited about the day. You know, I want to see Stephen Smith get another 100 at Lords, get his test batting average back over 60. You know, can Alex, you know, get to 50, get to 100. But I'm looking forward to Baz Ball against our... an attack that's got some of our greatest bowlers of all time. You know, Cummins, Stark, Hazelwood, Lyon, and the guy who might be the scariest on this pitch, Cam Green, our number 6 batter. So, you know, I'm really looking forward to today, Colo, and each time you go, well, what's going to be happening at the end of day 2?
The England side got the red numbers on their back as well today. I assume the Australians will as well, but Carey and Smith batting in the short sleeve jumpers.
And just another little thing, I was at a brekkie with Glenn McGuire and John Agnew, and he brought it up. It is different, isn't it? Each cricket ground, it's so quiet here. Yeah. And I think Bazball needs a bit more, you know, energy from the crowd. When they needed a wicket late on day 5 at Edgbaston, they went to the Holly stand. You know, Stokes, Broad, Root, get him up, and it was almost like an extra fielder, and they got Carey. They manufactured some positive momentum for them against the Australians, but you can't do that at Lords, and I reckon they really lacked that yesterday.
I mean, it's a small sample size, but I was talking to a couple of gentlemen in the MCC yesterday before doing some post-game work, and they were clearly members of the club, and they were, you know, enthusiastic about the day, but they had no idea who Marnus Labuschagne was. They had no idea who the presenter was doing television for Sky. They're like, guys, that Nick Knight, no, it's Ian Ward. I mean, like they oh wow. I wouldn't say there's. I mean, they're dedicated cricket people. I'm not.
Did you ask their name? Did they know their own name? Yeah. Like and where they were? It's a concussion test constantly for the members.
I guess my point here is that there isn't that sort of. It is an event.
Yep.
It's an event coming here. When Jofra Archer was working Stephen Smith over here 4 years ago, they were calling for Joffrey. Hit him, Joffrey. They didn't really even know his name. I mean, it is a, as you say, it's a different kind of event coming to the Lord's Test match, and thus there is no Holly stand to call upon. There's none of that. If you want to fire up the crowd, it's hard yakka with all the champagne corks around.
It's got to come from within.
Yes. But enough sledging Lords. We've got James Anderson with the ball at the nursery end. Not usually the end that Anderson likes to bowl from at this ground. He started his career bowling a lot from the nursery end, but ended up becoming a pavilion end bowler. That's quite a funny thing here at Lords, isn't it, Flem? You become known for being one end or the other.
Yeah, and the more you can bowl from one end, you can get into a routine. Because you know, even in the few games I played here, you feel I was nursery end and McGrath was from the other. You feel like you're running on an angle.
Yeah.
And you bowl out swingers anyway. What James used to do. You know, maybe the slope will help him, because he generally goes in, but he can get it to nip away towards those 3 slips. New ball, overcast conditions. One of the greatest fast bowlers we've been lucky enough to see, James Anderson. It's all there for him right now, isn't it?
So still a delay, and I'll tell you why there's a delay. Behind the bowler's arm at the nursery end, acknowledging we're a few minutes late because of the rain delay, they have got to get the little, what would you call it, the little tractor off the ground, but they've already closed the sight screen off, and he can't find, they have to reopen the sight screen, let him back through. Now James Anderson's got a smile on his face, a wry one at that. They've been called to attention by umpire Gaffney, officiating in his 50th Test match. So from the nursery end, 3 slips. Starting day 2, bowling to Stephen Smith, leaving alone outside the off stump, back of a length. But you're right, Flem, about Anderson having not really found his outswinger in this series as yet. Maybe the slope might help him. Typically here, you want to be almost a counter-cyclical bowler. By that I mean, if you're good at getting the ball to go one way, you try and go the other way up the slope and can be a real handful, as Anderson's done from.
Oh, definitely. To make the ball like... the 2 wickets from Tongue.
Yeah.
His natural action is away from the lefties, and he used the slope beautifully with 2 absolute cracking deliveries.
Yeah, balls of the day so far, balls of the match, I should say. Anderson, second delivery of the day to Smith, who works it off his hip, up to 86. He's faced 151 balls for that. First run moves Australia to 5 for 340. Our first session is for drink wise. Remember, if you're drinking, to drink wise.
And I've also heard people going, oh, it didn't do as much as expected yesterday. And I'm going, that swung significantly, and CricViz backed that up. But we're going through a wobbled seam error. And I've said, but, in the first, I wish I'd bowled it, because it nibbles and all that sort of stuff. So all these bowlers bowl with the wobbled seam now, but you've got to make sure you're an all-rounder, that when it is a classic swing bowling day, you've got to be able to revert back to getting your wrist and fingers behind the ball, stable seam, and bowling full and bowling the right line.
So Anderson will start round the wicket straight away to Carey. 3 slips remain, 2 back for the short ball. Carey's well forward in defence. My apologies, 1 back for the short ball. Not a fine leg, though. It's at a deep backward square in front of the old tavern stand. I'm glad you're a believer in the wobble seam, Flem.
Definitely.
You talk to some former fast bowlers and wobble seam. We bowled off cutters and leg cutters too. But
that's
it's
cutting
not, is
the
it?
ball. No.
It's very different.
See, when you bowl cutters, and we all bowl cutters, you lose pace. Seam bowling doesn't lose pace. And the bowler might not always know what it's going to do, but it's doing something.
Anderson to Carey, clipping in front of square. Well played. Down the slope it goes. Won't quite reach the rope. Ollie Robinson in pursuit. Does the fielding. They rotate for a couple. Carey up to 13. Australia 5 for 342.
Yeah, and that's, cutters are like fast spinners. Whereas wobble seam is, you still got your wrist and fingers behind the ball, but instead of angling the seam where you want the ball to go, it goes the opposite way.
I'll tell you what, we're getting a replay here for tyre power. Clean bowled savings. Replace your divot, Ollie. He's taken a massive chunk out of the turf with that piece of fielding.
Oh, geez.
It's almost gone the whole way to the rope. Anderson again delivers to Carey. Wide of the crease, Carey leaves alone on length over the top of the off stump. It's trending down the slope as well, Bharat.
Is that what Lenny Pascoe was supposed to do in the famous song?
You're going to have to clear that. Every lyric will be on your citizenship test.
Oh, I'll nail
You've got
it.
it.
Yeah, of course I have.
I wonder whether that got a run in the... I'm giving myself a little treat after this test match. As we know, I've been pretty busy. This wedding and all the rest of it. My little treat is going to be watching the Chappelli Botham documentary that Channel 9 have published a couple of days ago. Those 2 old rivals. Anderson to finish the first over of the day. Carey driving right at the middle of the blade. We've got a single for the misfield. That was Josh Tongue moving to his right.
Face of the batting end collar.
Indeed it is. Going to come back to that. Being the end of the over, it's 5 for 343. Carey 14. Smith 86 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now. Tongue did replace his divot after taking one up there. And just as you pointed out in the pre-game, it was an encapsulation of that. Out the full face of the bat, you can see the stickers of it. He's already looking in good nick.
Yeah, and we talked about last night. He's a different player than Usman Khawaja. Usman doesn't want to get lured into going hard at the ball. So that ball there, Usman would have played later, and he might have just angled up the face a little bit and hit it square of the wicket. Whereas Alex Carey sees it full. He gets a full stride at it, head over the ball, full face of the bat, and just hit. Well, they're more check drives, but if that didn't go to the fielder, that's 4 runs, isn't it? Like he's hit it that hard.
He bats like someone who's batted a lot at the Adelaide Oval, doesn't he? Flem? Like and for the longest time in his career, the offside has never been a problem. But even in limited overs cricket, bowlers would come around the wicket and close him off. And then he worked a lot with Greg Blewett. I think when Greg Blewett was SA batting coach a few years ago. And now he just has more scoring options on both sides. But yeah, through the offside is always a good to watch.
So Broad to start from the pavilion end with 3 slips. Conceded 72 runs in 18 overs yesterday. Bowled better than that, but went around at 4 and over. To Carey, he goes round the wicket, bowls here. Carey, leg stump, clips away for 4. Gets it fine, hits the rope in front of our commentary position. Started well. First boundary of the day. Carey up to 18. Australia 5 for 347. Exactly what Broad didn't want to do to begin.
No, he did. But I thought he bowled. He charged it in. Stuart Broad, and he's tried a few things, but that's the type of delivery you hate most as a fast bowler. You release it, you can see it going towards leg stump. As soon as it goes fine, you just walk back to your mark because you know that's 4 runs.
So Broad pauses and races in again. In that headband of his, bowls here. Carey on leg stump once more, same result. Back-to-back boundaries. 2 balls tucked fine. Both down to the rope, and Carey moves from 11 to 22 in the space of 4 deliveries this morning. Doubled his score. Australia beyond 350 as well. 5 for 351. The Aussie fans on our screen for Tyre Power. Clean bowled savings are up on their feet applauding already.
Well, it's Alex Carey Day early.
Yeah.
Just with that shot, though, you need to be in a good position to play that shot fine. And if you fall across the crease, you're going to hit in the air and it's going to go square it. But that's just a tick to how assured Alex Carey is with his footwork.
So Carey, 2 boundaries to start Broad's day. They need to make this second new ball count. How does he respond?
Ooh, yeah.
Full on off stump and just trending away. Played with soft hands into the offside by Carey. No run.
Misfield and those 2 balls, the last 3 balls before this one. England has started off where they left off yesterday. Not looking very good. And Phil Long just pointed out no Ollie Pope on the field either. So we still don't know what the update is, right? Yeah. There is no update.
Well, that's a good point. The fact that he's not out there this morning.
That's not good.
And we discussed yesterday, for those who weren't listening, on day 1 that Ollie Pope has got history with that right shoulder. I was there when he did it against Essex a couple of years ago. Missed the whole season. Did it, I think, in May. Didn't play again until the following year. So that's worth considering for not only this test match, but the series as well for England's number 3.
Especially with the way the openers go. They are hit or miss, both Ben Duckett and Zach Crawley. And he's been a vital cog in this whole baseball wheel for England. So without him, big challenge.
Carey thumping the bat into the turf as he does. Broad arrives and bowls, and Carey plays out the middle of the bat again. Out to cover. Looks so at ease. We were, Fleming, in the pre-game talking about the importance of the second new ball, only 3 overs old when we got back here to start the day, and I don't think there's been any delivery that's bothered the Australians so far.
No, it's just solid, and there's been runs straight away. You know, England need wickets. You know, Australia now 351 with 5 wickets in the hand. Smith and Carey well set.
Need something here. They need some oomph early on. Can't let these 2 get set again. Carey facing up, Broad to him here, and he hits him on the pad. There's a shout for leg before. A decision for umpire Raza. Looked high to me from our position up high. Ben Stokes makes
Broad,
a similar.
He just thinks it's plum.
Well, Ben Stokes walks up to him. Oh, he's reviewed it anyway.
Oh.
So Stokes' the body language there, Flem. Stokes walked up to Broad and said hi, and made that signal with his hand moving up and down. Broad said, no, you're reviewing that, and up we go. So
no, he's not confident, Broad.
So
his appeal was.
Our third umpire is for IMAR Insurance, the tradies mate. Call 13 IMAR.
They're the tradies mate. That's IMAR.
Centimetre perfect. Now, the first replay we're getting, it doesn't look a bad shout. Back leg.
Definitely.
Back leg. No inside edge. We'll have that confirmed momentarily by Snicko.
A side on.
Ooh, yeah, back pad.
Still quite high.
Might be just. Imagine if it's just clipping the bails again.
So umpire Erasmus goes to the technology, and it's hitting. Alex Carey's leg before wicket for 22. That's an excellent review.
Ah.
We give Broad a lot of grief about the reviews he blows, but he's insisted on going upstairs there, and umpire Raza has to change his decision. In the second over of the day, Australia have lost a wicket. They're 6 for 351. Carey Beaten by Broad on the inside edge, walking off for 22. Well bowled.
And that was the wobbled seam. So it was angled towards the slips, but guess what? It's hit the seam and come in. It was fast. It was that uncomfortable length that it wasn't quite half volley, but it drew Carey forward. He's not quite to the pitch of the ball because of that extra little bit of movement in. Good shout from Stuart Broad. As you said, Colo, we get into him a lot, and then once they went up, all of a sudden he got a bit insecure. Oh, I don't know about that one. Got it right. And England, how big a wicket now? Starts the Australian tail.
It's taken them, sort of 11 balls to get it right this morning, it feels like. But now they get an opportunity to see Mitchell Starc get to bat in the series. And we know how well Australia's lower order contributed last week, but that's not likely on balance of probability, is it?
And Steve Smith will have to, for now with Starc in Cummins, he can continue batting the way he is, but he'll start thinking about how he has to build his innings at the other end as well. With Carey, he could just be in his zone, but now he is batting with the tail. Yeah, it was the length, wasn't it, Flem? I think the length, he wasn't fully forward. We've been praising his footwork and how confident he is coming onto the front foot, just stayed back a little. He was bowled similarly with that between the bat and bat, the gap between bat and pad in the first innings at Edgbaston. And Jimmy Anderson with the second new ball.
Our new batter for Australia, for Red Energy, awarded Australia's most trusted electricity provider by CanStart. Has 4 half-centuries in England, Mitchell Starc.
They needed that wicket desperately.
I know it's weird to say after 2 overs, but it did already feel like there was some concerns. But a 4th man in the cordon. Sun's out again. Broad bowls to Starc. First delivery. Clipped through the onside. What a shot that is. Had almost no room to work with. Up the slope towards the Warner stand. Anderson in hot pursuit. Puts in the dive, but won't get there in time. Anderson hits the deck. Ball hits the rope. Anderson laying flat on his back. And just gesturing to his shoulder as well, but I think he's okay. It completes a successful over for England. Australia losing Carey for 22. They're 6 for 355 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
Our first session for Drinkwise, remember, if drinking to Drinkwise, and our coverage from Lords throughout the week is for Macca's. He's the 30 years of the McCafe. Starc off the mark, first ball with a boundary. It's no gap to work with. We saw it back on telly then for tyre power. Clean bowled savings. He threw the eye of a needle.
Sublime. Talk about the start of the tail. It's part of a strong middle order, isn't it? One thing I'll give credit for, Jamie Anderson really chased that hard.
Yes.
For nearly 41 years of age.
Do you know, I think
dived.
I think he was making a point there.
Yeah.
You know, because that was never getting dragged in, right?
He chased that to the end.
I heard some commentary
and
last
he is
night.
bowling too.
He is. I heard some observations after players. Anderson starts his second over of the day. Bowls here to Smith, leaving alone outside the off stump, saying that Anderson looked a little bit ragged in the field. I didn't pick up on that, but he would have heard it because Jimmy takes it all in.
Yeah, I saw a chase last night and he really put in, but I read the same thing.
I think it's an easy trope to fall into when the bowlers aren't going as well as they would like, to say that they're not as active in the field. But I think that's a tough criticism to level at Jimmy Anderson, who's bowling to Smith at the moment. There's a man back at deep point and 2 back, I suppose, for the short ball. A deep square leg in front of the grandstand and a fine leg in front of the Warner stand. Anderson up and driving is Smith, but straight to cover. No run. Ben Stokes wearing the short sleeve jumper.
And that was up the slope as well, Flem. I think we were on together late in the day. He pulled one back and kept it to just 3 runs. He put in the hard yards. He was going full tilt after having bowled 4 spells during the day.
Speaking of coverage, I saw a beautiful story in the News Corp papers this morning, written by our mate Robert Craddock, Crash, and Ben Horn's on the yarn as well, about Steve Smith and Bluey. I'll try and give you the praise here through the over as Anderson arrives from our end, nursery end, bowls to Smith and leaves alone. So Crash has got hold of the creators of Bluey, and you'll all be familiar with the extraordinarily emotional episode that was released last week called Cricket. that my daughter Winifred's watched about 500 times by now, where we see Rusty as a cricketer in the middle. They can't get him out. There's little nods to Bradman and all the rest of it in the episode. Seeing, having a look at the ball here, they're going to try and pass it through the rings. It's only 5.5 overs old. We'll keep an eye on that. Phil Long with us throughout the course of the series. But yes, the shots that Smith plays, or rather the shot that Rusty plays, the pull shot, emphatic pull shot, the writer of Bluey says that was based on a shot he saw Steve Smith play. Oh, which is quite nice. Joe Brum's the creator of the show. Anderson bowls and Smith defends. Quick single to where short leg might have otherwise been. Bairstow does the fielding. Smith to 87. 6 for 356. But yes, it's a nice piece for it kind of explains why we all watched it and thought, gee, this is bang on with the cricket. There are so many bits of this episode that ring true, and he's clearly a cricket nut, which is why he's nailed it so well. And the creator Brum has
created a lot of positivity around cricket, hasn't it?
Well, how's
that
this
episode?
This show has been seen in America last month for 737 million minutes. It's the most downloaded show in the world.
Wow.
Now, I get that, having a toddler, and she wants to watch it all the time, but it's actually aimed at adults. That's why it's so successful. You're watching it, and it's pulls on the heartstrings at the right times and all the rest of it. I was just so chuffed that cricket was featured.
Yeah, definitely.
Now, over the wicket to Stark, Anderson goes 3 slips, playing with soft hands, just behind point, gets another single. He's 5 from 2 balls, 6 for 357 Australia in the 86th over. But yes, the square cut piece where the first time Rusty cuts the ball, it goes through the kitchen window and hits his mum doing the washing up, and he has to correct it. So he sits at the back next to a water tank, a la Bradman, and hits the cut shot over and over again till he perfects it and can not hit his mum.
Yeah.
It's a nice piece. And at the very end, he spoons up a catch so his little sister, Dusty, can be part of it and takes a catch.
Okay.
And the final scene, he walks off onto the Gabba, and you see older Rusty playing for Australia. Anderson to finish, defended into the onside by Stephen Smith, the man who Rusty was modelled on. End of the over, 6 for 357 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now.
It's City Mazda's Big 5 sale. Grab 5 big offers and unbeatable drive-away deals on BT50 and CX-9. 5-year scheduled servicing, 5-year Schmick membership, $500 in genuine Mazda accessories, 5-year new car warranty and 5 years roadside assistance. Take your pick from over 55 BT50s or run out CX-9s. In stock now, ready for immediate delivery. Hurry, stock won't last. So don't delay. Swing by City Mazda for a deal today. Love my city, love my City Mazda. Conditions apply, LMCT 11621.
SEN Test Cricket for Maccas. Here's the 30 years of the Mick Cafe. We've got Jeremy Coney jumping onto commentary for the first time today. Mitchell Stark started well. He's 5 from 2. Back on strike to Broad, who has a man back at fine leg, but a pretty conventional field. 3 slips, a backward point. He gets on the cut. Broad up, round the wicket, bowls into the sawdust, and Stark defends or drives out to cover no run. Jeremy, your impressions of the first quarter of an hour?
Flem, hello everybody. Well, early strike. That's what England wanted, wasn't it? I mean, ideally they'd have had Smith, but, he's still there. Carey will have to do. Scrambled seam from Broad. Struggled with the front foot just a little bit. You'd tell us how important that is, Flem, to get that.
A bit of sawdust down there.
Exactly. But it must be uncomfortable to just be uncertain about the placement.
Broad in that sawdust again. Bowls to Stark, who defends.
Got it right, didn't he? A little bit leg side for a start, and then just nipped and beat the bat. Coming back, and he's so good round a wicket, isn't he? It's so different when we wouldn't really consider bowling around a wicket early on to a left-hander. You'd bowl across, and then bring one back in if you could. Well, you would.
Yes. Rodney Hogg was probably the only former player that I know who just, because he didn't bother swinging it or seaming it, but a lot of bouncers just come around the wicket. Yes.
Quicker than you thought.
Here's Broad bowling again wide of the crease, and Stark defends out to the offside. Our experts, I should say, of Red Energy for 100% Australian electricity and gas.
The steely blue eyes. Hoggy, stare. Played a bit of golf with Hoggy. Took that same sort of mentality into his golf.
Never short of an opinion.
No.
This is an interesting...
Always short when he was bowling.
Kind of time, though, isn't it? I mean...
Well, Stark's come out and he's provided a full face. His footwork looks very assured.
Standing deep in the crease he was for a start. Very deep.
Broad passes umpire. Raza bowls here. Stark. He's hit on the inside edge of the bat onto the pad. I suspect we're behind Stark from our commentary position. We'll need a second look. It did spill out into the offside. Wasn't far away from sneaking underneath the bat. It was a fuller delivery. A replay here for tyre power. Clean bolt savings. What happened here, Flem?
Well, that's the away swinger, not the wobbled seam that you were talking about, Jeremy, that dismissed Alex Carey. And as much as I was rating his composure, he's tried to hit it back over Stuart Broad's head for six.
He's come out and he's playing some shots. He's letting the bowlers know, if you're going to bowl full to me, I'm going to have a little crack here, a little nibble at it.
And to confirm, he was saved by the inside edge. Otherwise, that was going on to middle stump. Again to Stark, Broad, with soft hands down towards deep backward point. I don't know why that fielder went back. Now, after one ball, he went from backward point out to the rope as a sweeper. Stark to 6 with a single, 6 for 358 Australia.
Yeah, Stokes starting with an attacking and a defensive field, isn't it? He's got the 3 slips, and he's also got the deep point and the deep backward square. He's aware of the runs, isn't he, as well? But he wants the wickets.
Yeah.
And if he wants Smith particularly, I mean, if Smith is here later on, 3 o'clock, not good.
I mean, if you bowl really well, you can bowl them out for under 400.
I was going to say...
But then they get to 450, and that's starting to become a, well, can we win the game? And
if he books in for a bed in a full English...
Yes.
Oh, dear.
I reckon
he's had his Continental yesterday.
If he's there at 1 o'clock, they're in strife, I think. Broad bowls here. Smith plays and misses. And he's gesticulating to his right, saying, that went up the slope, Broady. That went up the slope. It sure did. 6 for 358 at the end of the over. Smith 87, Stark on 6 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles. Huge sale on now.
Beaumont Tiles is proudly sponsoring the Ashes by hitting a 6 with your massive bathroom wear catalogue sale.
How's this? Vanities, basins, baths, loos, and even tapware are all slashed by up to 25% off. Plus, yes, plus, get up to 25% off all tiles. That's another 6 for Beaumont. Head into one of over 110 stores around the country and save up to 25% on bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1, Beaumont Tiles.
England have had the chance to celebrate 1 wicket this morning for Tobin Brothers Funeral, celebrating lives out of Alex Carey, leg before wicket for 22. Stark on strike, he's 6. Anderson to him here, first ball of the over the wicket, defended to cover, no run.
Well, Stuart Broad started well. Those couple of ones down the leg side, apart from that, but I like his ability to wobble seam and swinging the ball. So he seems to be wobbled seaming the ball against the slope and then bowling away swingers with the slope.
That's been his change, hasn't it, on this series so far, swinging it, conventionally.
Anderson up, bowls to Stark, who leaves alone. A good match-up as well. A graphic just popped up on telly saying that Anderson's got Stark out 5 times in Test cricket, an average of 7. So he's had some success over the series they've played against each other.
Well, that ball there sums up Jimmy Anderson's bowling this series. The Australians aren't worried about the ball coming, but the left-handers, so they're just letting it go. And he'll straighten. Now, he's got the slope to work with here, but, at this stage, he just keeps pushing the ball across the Aussie left-handers.
Anderson still with the 3 slips and backward point configuration. Bowls here to Stark, who swings, he edges, and he's gone. Caught behind by Bairstow, jumping across in front of the cordon. Anderson gets himself in the book at long last in his 18th over. And Stark, after getting off to a bit of a flyer, is caught behind for 6. Australia have lost 2 wickets inside the first 25 minutes this morning. They're now 7 for 358, and that will certainly have to change the way that Steve Smith sees this morning. Well taken, Bairstow.
He started so well, Mitchell Stark. He was 5 off 2 balls, not trying to be aggressive, just putting the bad ball away, and then he just lost his way. I mean, that was a wide full ball from Jimmy Anderson. He'd let the previous one go. So that's a bit of a bizarre dismissal for Mitchell Stark. We know he's got the long levers, but, he's got a very pure technique. He was scoring quite quickly. And if you're going to go back over his head, you just wait for the one that's a little bit straighter.
Yeah, it's... we'd have to say, going to his left, quite a decent catch again from Bairstow. That'll make him feel a little bit better. Got 2 hands to it. It wasn't just in the one hand. So that was good. Nice height for him, you'd have to say as well. So that's good. That's done nicely. And Anderson particularly will feel a lot better.
Oh, he needed that.
This just lifts you from sort of 78, 79 Ks, up miles an hour, up into sort of 81, and the crowd are with you and the teammates are with you. You get more energy, maybe a bit more rhythm, but that's what you want early.
3 more tail end wickets.
Well, possibly.
Maybe a little forfeit. I
Yeah.
could get a forfeit here.
Yeah. Well, the tail enders have got to bat a wee bit for Smith, don't they?
Yeah,
as well. You can play your shots, certainly, but that's just a wee bit too wide for Mitchell Stark to go hard at like that.
You would probably say, Flem, that's in his swinging arc. You can understand why Stark would play that.
I reckon it's too wide.
Too wide to play it. He did swing
wide.
prodigiously, and after the ball passed the outside edge and clipped it, it went a long way too. Bairstow did nicely.
No, I just like when they bowl at him.
Yeah.
He hits in the V.
So Anderson now to Cummins, the hero last week at Birmingham. Bowls here and leaves alone in that channel outside the off stump. They've celebrated 2 wickets this morning now, England, for Tobin Brothers funerals. Celebrating lives. Carey for 22, Stark for 6.
I think he could have gone Stark also. If he's going to play a big shot like that, you just open the blade a little bit and hit it instead of just straight back down the ground to open it up to extra cover. You got more chance of getting more on it.
Yeah, definitely.
Right about the relief of Anderson too. Just getting his name in the book. Just opening up Australia's lower order. Bowling to Cummins, a beauty. Moves away down the slope. Cummins had to play. Passes the edge. Anderson finding some rhythm.
Well, I think is he halved his average for the series, Longy?
I guess by definition, by definition,
or did he get 2 wickets?
He got 1 wicket.
1 wicket last week.
Yeah, 1 wicket. 38 overs.
Hard, Mo.
Yeah.
Let's get it by a third now. Oh, jeez. Now, he snaffled a Bairstow, but, geez, it hit his left hand hard.
I would say this much. He wouldn't have wanted to put that down. As they all say, it's hard to keep in England. Tim Payne was talking about that on SEN last night. Anderson finishes here. It's the in-swinger. Change of approach. Cummins across his stumps. It spills out into the onside. They take 1. It'll be a leg by. No, off the bat. So Cummins off the mark. He retains the strike. Another successful over for England. 7 for 359. And that's on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now. Cummins 1, Smith 87.
People call me the world's best bargain hunter. I call them with my Kogan Mobile monthly plan. Unlimited talk, text, and 10 gigs for $15. Talk about a bargain. KoganMobile.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Stay on the ball while you're on the road. The SEN app is now available on Apple CarPlay, so you can keep up with all the big moments, expert commentary, and the latest news. When it happens in sport, SEN has you covered. Find the SEN app on Apple CarPlay.
Our first session for Drinkwise. Remember, if you're drinking to Drinkwise. 2 wickets and 20 runs for the session. Damien Fleming jumps out. Phil Walker jumps in for Red Energy. 100% Australian electricity and gas. G'day, Phil.
Morning, Adam. Good start this for English. Very good start.
Fun start. So it was a leg by for Cummins. You had to get off the mark. Broad to him here, pushing into the offside. No run. If they can get a third in a hurry here, and if they can win this hour, win this session comprehensively, then, well, suddenly a lot of the criticism from overnight will become redundant. The nature of cricket.
Sure. 359 for 7, still one hell of a first innings score on a pitch which is going to be juicy and a little bit interesting to bat on throughout the game. It's not going to get any easier. The overheads are going to play their part as well. Nonetheless, they absolutely desperately needed that.
Broad and Anderson as well, I reckon. Bowls here. Cummins inside edge. Not far away. He'll be off the mark with it to find leg. 1 for him. 7 for 360 Australia. The fact that both of them are wicketless overnight, Jeremy, the two veterans that would have played on a little bit.
They wanted the wickets from these bowlers, didn't they?
Yeah.
So they're making a greater contribution. I can't emphasise enough to the listeners back in Oz and New Zealand just how tricky it can be as a right-hander with a bowler bowling from the old pavilion end. With the slope in operation, you start to worry about the position of your off stump. Is it going to come back down the slope? Always you worry, and you end up playing at more deliveries than you really want to, thinking it's going to come down and the slips come into play.
Broad got one to go back up the slope in his previous over to Smith, but he whips this through the onside. Out towards the tavern stand, down the slope, 4 runs. Into position early. Smith into the 90s again at this ground at here doors. 7 for 364.
I guess that's one way to play it, Jeremy.
Well, it was full, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That was the length that allowed him to. Sure, it was a wee bit at the leg stump as well, but it was the length that allowed that sort of free, full strike. You know, he got the full arc going, didn't he, Smith?
He's been very full across the game so far, Stuart Broad. 20 overs, 1 for 90, going at a fair lick. I mean, I'd rather he's too full than too short. That's been a criticism of him and Anderson in the past, that they bowl that kind of pretty length, but it can be a little bit ineffectual. It's been a bit too full here and there, though.
Holding the ball for an in-swinger, we can see on our screen as he approaches and bowls again to Smith, and it's on leg stump and turned into the onside. It's interesting hearing them both speak about their lengths in the post when this current Stokes-McCullum era. They don't care if they go for 4 and over, so long as they're bowling wicket-taking deliveries, and typically they've got a packed cordon for that. Leg slips often too.
Yeah.
So it's a different dynamic to when Broad and Anderson were known at going for kind of 2 and over.
Yeah, and when Aussie audiences saw them last time out, down under, you know, they didn't play in the West Indies 2 months later because Joe Root, who was still captain at the time, was so fed up with them, having refused to heed his advice to pitch it up a little bit, that he dropped them. Rather pointedly backfired. Joe lost his job, and the rest is very much Stokesian history.
Yeah, we thought they were both finished, didn't we? 2 slips now for Smith. It's full and straight and pushed out to the offside. That's around the same length that Smith was beaten up the slope in the previous over by Broad, which seemed to rattle him. Smith, after being beaten, kept pointing down the pitch. That moved. That went away, as if to tell his dressing room, I'm still good at cricket. He just bowled a good ball to me.
I love watching him play. He's compulsive. And he averages what? Must be came up to about 150 now in first innings at Lord's.
So that bit of byplay, that last delivery, went out to Anderson, and Smith pretended he was going to take the single, and Anderson kept running back saying, go on, take me on. Last ball here, Broad to Smith, who leaves it alone. Outside the off stump, there'll be a change in commentary after the break. Daniel Norcross in for me with Australia 7 for 364, Smith 91, Cummins 1. That's on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
SEN Test Cricket with Maccas. Here's the 30 years of McCafe as Anderson starts a new over from the nursery end. He's into Pat Cummins, and Cummins defends on the front foot, pushes up to Broad at mid-off, and there's no run. 25 runs, 2 wickets, 1 for Broad, 1 for Anderson. They look a bit different today to England, but Smith doesn't. He marches on, 91 not out. He's only added 6 runs to his overnight score, but if England can chip away at the other end, Smith won't matter quite so much. After Cummins, they're down to Lyon and Hazelwood, and you'd imagine we might see a bit of tongue once Lyon comes in. They'll just bump him, no doubt about that. 3 slips in place. Cummins faces up and edges down through third, and it's going to be just half fumbled by Ben Duckett as he sprawls to his tiny left to stop the ball.
Be good to see how Smith goes.
The arc.
As you say, Dan, good to see how Smith goes here. I'm put in mind of the Edgbaston 2019 knock, where he was very Smith-like, playing within himself.
Playing with Siddle.
Yeah, reading the game. And then he went berserk, didn't he, for the last half an hour?
Yep. Anderson is into Smith, and that's, dug out. Yorker length, flies through second slip. 2 hands on it. It rolls down to the boundary. I don't think it's a catch. I think it's a bump ball. It's run down to the boundary for 4 in front of the pavilion. We'll need to take a look at this on the replay screen with tyre power, clean, bold savings, and it's coming up now. It was Yorker length. It's right in the block hole, and well, I think that's been jabbed into the ground, but Lurch, Crawley, it went straight through his bewildered hands and runs down to the boundary.
A full toss played into the ground.
Yep, very low full toss, very low. 4 more to Smith. He moves to 95, and he lets this go by outside the off stump, 2 wide from Anderson. Anderson yesterday, we were all a bit baffled by how he bowled. But the CricViz database says that he got more swing yesterday than any other bowler at this ground in the last 4 years.
Right.
2.3 degrees, a really considerable amount more. The likes of Janssen and Rabada were like 1.8, 1.9 in very helpful conditions against England when they rattled through them.
Which means I think he should have bowled a sort of a leg stump line and used that swing a little bit more and later.
He's in now to Smith outside the off stump, wide again, left alone.
Yeah, exactly that. There was no doubt that he was getting considerable in-duck to the right-hander.
Wasn't threatening.
But it wasn't holding its line and going the other way, which...
Well, we had doubts, actually. Can he now bowl an outswinger to come back into the left-handers?
Flem was imploring him.
Yeah.
Where's it gone? Where's it gone? I haven't seen too much of it so far today, but he has tidy enough figures of 1 for 40. Coming to the end of his 19th over. Smith on strike, gets an edge down past third slip, down to the boundary for 4. It's a controlled edge, played with soft hands very late, bat and pad close together, but it wasn't out of the middle of the bat. And Smith with that advances to 99 at the end of the over on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale. Australia 7 for 373.
Real adventures with Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Everything fishing, boating and outdoors.
So a gentleman has launched his boat and his winch strap has snapped.
Yes.
And he's lost his boat and it's now on the ramp. So what I recommend to do is you've got the strap on your winch, just cut a bit off if it's starting to get wear and tear and start again. Pull it on and it's going to save you a heap of dramas when your boat falls off at the ramp.
Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Subscribe and listen today wherever you get your podcasts.
Coffee fit for an Aussie. And that's Broad. To the top of his mark. It's just been Broad and Anderson so far for England. Broad from the pavilion end. He's got Cummins to bowl at. He's only just got there. He has 2 from 7. 2 slips and a leg slip in place. As Broad rushes in, wide of the off stump, goes through low to Bairstow. Takes it 2 hands, and there's no run. Just starting to fill up now, Lords. It's familiar, friendly hum. It is really the opposite of a cauldron, isn't it? This is not the Colosseum. This is like...
Started again.
Yeah.
We're into it.
Well into double figures.
Well, it's a futile place. But...
It's a futile place. Oh, Daniel, you really do have to let this...
I can't let it
regional parochialism go, you know.
Broad is in, and it beats the outside edge of Cummins' forward push through to Bairstow, and there's no run. Well, I was watching yesterday. I nipped out to see a friend, and the concourse was just full of people not watching cricket, quaffing champagne. You know, when you go to Australian grounds, I know they go in and out to find the bars, but there's a general rule. They're watching the cricket.
Yeah. Also applies at the Oval as well, in fairness. You know, there's a certain clientele down in the south, but when the cricket is on, everyone is glued.
Broad into Cummins, who drives slightly airily up towards mid-off. Sprawling stop prevents a run. 7 for 373.
I don't fancy England's slip cordon very much, Daniel.
Well, it's the number of the beast, isn't it? 666.
Indeed. Routes are tidy enough for slip. I don't have an issue there, but Crawley at second, Pope at third. Pope grasped one yesterday. Crawley barely saw that bump ball from the previous over that flew right past his face.
He took a corker against South Africa, didn't he?
He takes good catches and drops easy ones.
Broad in, and that's flicked in the air down through deep square leg. Fielder in pursuit will cut it off. They come back for a second. 7 for 375. Cummins moves to 4. You know, I think that's true of Ben Stokes as well. It's true of a lot of England catchers. They're takers of great catches, but they're not great catchers.
Well, you've got to be getting between 8 and 10 out of 10. Otherwise you're not a slipper, really. I wonder who's in charge of this slip cord. Normally it's the keeper, but I think Bairstow's got enough to think about actually after the first test. You know, and then I think probably Root should be the one to set things about depth and so on.
Broad into Cummins, and works this again off his pads down to long leg. It's been a bit leg-sidey on occasion today, Broad. Josh Tongue tidies up. 1 more to the total. 7 for 376.
Bairstow's had a better game. Sorry, Dan. Bairstow's had a better game at least. You know, and it was a good catch earlier as well. I mean, you'd expect him to take it, of course, but...
A stumping. He had to bring it back from quite a long way wide. That turned, didn't it?
Yeah.
That would interest Lyon.
Well, what's going to interest this crowd now is that Steve Smith is on 99 and the field has been brought up. Square leg is up inside the circle, so is mid-wicket. Mid-on, mid-off cover, backward point, 2 slips. Here's Broad into Smith, who advances and plays at one in the channel outside the off stump and so nearly got an edge. So nearly departed for 99. He survives on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sail, Australia 7 for 376.
Just going to grab some more beers. Pause it for me?
No way, mate. We're not pausing live sport. He's about to get his ton.
Nah, it'll be all right. Oh, what? Oh, no. Did I miss it? Come on, mate. You got to rewind it, please.
Oh, not a chance, mate. You can catch it on the highlights reel. You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
Anderson is going to start a new over. From the nursery end, 3 slips in place, Cummins on strike. He's in, and Cummins comes forward, pushes into the offside, gets a single that gets Smith onto strike. And what will this field be? A ring field, you'd imagine, trying to cut off the single? Well, no, someone's going out a deep square leg. That seems somewhat an unnecessary position for someone on 99. I don't understand that at all. He's not going to bowl a bouncer to him. Yes, that's right. He's on 99. In you can't. It's incredible, isn't it? These people actually play cricket for a living. I mean, you should just, your instinct should tell you this.
Under 11 stuff, then.
Well, it is a bit. 2 slips and a gully. Smith on strike. Hanson into him. And he pushes into the offside. He's on the walk a bit. It goes up to Broad, mid-off. There's no run. He's looking a little skittish here on 99. He's got nothing to fear.
3 slips have become 2 and 1. To see the gully's now gone in to stop that run down there that he got the boundary from last over.
The lights are on unnecessarily because the sun is sort of peeking through these milky clouds. Anderson into the knee-flexing Smith. And Smith digs out a Yorker. Played it really well. Just lands at his feet, and Ben Duckett goes to collect. Now the crowd are up for it. It's almost like the crowd has just worked out he's on 99. Well done, everyone.
Why are the lights on, Daniel? It's not like we don't have an energy crisis in this country.
I don't know. It's an attempt to take us all to our fossil fuel burned dooms as quickly as possible.
Meanwhile,
Anderson runs in. Smith on strike, pushes into the covers, and there it is. Another Test century for Stephen Smith. His 8th on English soil, his 7th against England in England. It has been a terrific knock from the moment he walked out yesterday, with Australia just in a potential spot of bother. He has been in complete control. The ball has come off the middle of his bat pretty much continuously throughout this fantastic knock. He is the scourge of the English. He is the modern-day Bradman. He is a truly wonderful player. And he raises his bat, he takes off his helmet, and this crowd that booed him when he walked out are forced to quite correctly cheer him on his merry way. His 32nd Test 100. Really, wow, what a player.
14 boundaries, and with that grip, with the bottom hand right around the bottom of the handle, hard to drive, but what a good stroke it was to take him from 99.
Second time on the honours board at Lord's after that double 100 as Anderson's into him. It's whipped through mid-wicket. It's going to be another boundary. It'll get there more slowly on this occasion, up the hill. But I wonder, is he going to unfurl now? Is this the Edgbaston Smith of which you spoke, Phil Walker?
Could well be. The Stephen Smith cover drive always looks like an afterthought, and yet his average against it is far and away better than anyone else in the world game.
Is that right?
The CricViz figures are off the charts.
Yeah. Right.
He's the master of the cover drive, and yet it looks like the last shot he wants to play.
Yeah, I mean, you would think Gower, Sangakkara, Ian Bell, you know.
Yeah.
And he plays it like a horrible shovel, but he's terrifically effective.
He likes it through the onside, though. That suits that grip.
He's on 107, and he reaches for one outside the off stump, pushes it up to Stuart Broad.
Puts his hand up, wants to ask a question.
It's the end of the over on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale. Australia 7 for 385.
For
Polaris Ranger has been the #1 selling utility side by side for over 20 years. With over 15 models to choose from, petrol, diesel or electric, from 2-seat single cab to 6-seat dual cab. Introducing the all-new mid-size Ranger SP530, replacing the popular Ranger 500. New chassis, improved engine performance and deeper tub. And the new 2023 Ranger Northstar, featuring a full sealed cab, heater, aircon and defrost. See the new Rangers online now or visit your local Polaris expert today. Polaris. Think outside.
SEN Test Cricket with McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. Well, Bharat Sundaresan predicted this 2 days ago at the nets. We all predicted it after he hit the first ball out of the middle of his bat. It was the most inevitable 100 in the history of Test cricket. But it's been a great one. As Broad is into Cummins, starting a new over, thick inside half of the bat, squirts to short square leg and gets Cummins off strike, the worst possible result. But I'd love to see Broad's wagon wheel today, because how many balls have gone to the leg side of his bowling? Whether he's bowled to left-hander or right-hander, he began to Carey with 2 wayward balls down the leg side, flicked away, and now to Cummins. If he's got to try to keep him on strike, and he's just letting him get away with that little nudge into the onside, which will bring Smith in. Two slips, deep backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Broad into him, and he tucks it into the onside, out towards deep backward square leg, and strolls through for a single. In no trouble whatsoever, Smith. England haven't really tried different plans to him in this game, it seems to me. Sorry, Phil, you're about to tell me something.
Yeah, well,
of import.
Well, hundreds for Australia now. Top of that list, Ricky Ponting, 41. Steve Smith joins Steve Waugh in second place on 32. As far as Ashes hundreds goes, Bradman leads that list, 19. Steve Smith joins Sir Jack Hobbs on 12. And as you mentioned, Ashes tests in hundreds in England, Bradman on 11. Steve Smith joins Steve Waugh on 7.
Here's Broad into Cummins, who squirts a Greeble down through deep third. He's going to pick up 4 for it. That was outside the off stump. Again, played with soft enough hands off a thick outside edge, along the ground, down to the boundary. These are very painful runs for England. 52 have now come up in 9.3 overs this morning.
Not a bad number 9, Patrick Cummins.
Well, he's got his mojo back, hasn't he?
Yeah. Well, 38 and 44 not out.
Yeah.
Edgbaston.
It's struggled in England hitherto with the bat. I don't know if England have really bowled that well at him, but he's batted well. He's gone to 11 into double figures with that squirted 4. Or Greeble. I love the term Greeble. It really suits that shot. As Broad is in, and that's played and missed out. That's a better length and a better line. Just a little bit back of a length, and Cummins just pushed at it, and it flew through to best around that shoulder.
Well, variable bounce again. We saw a lot of it yesterday. That last ball, the Greeble that was played, that kept low, if anything. It was just run away off the edge. That one's bounced above the stumps as it goes past the batsman.
Cummins looks bewildered, but I imagine quite happy. Seemed quite scrambled as it flew through to Bairstow.
Getting to that point where, when it happens to a tail ender, in inverted commas, who also happens to be the best seamer in the world, he starts to think, oh, that's not too bad a thing after all.
Broad is into him, and he comes forward in defence, plays it quite solidly out to the covers, goes along the ground, it's picked up, there's no run. 7 for 391 Australia. They're getting into unassailable territory afore long, you'd imagine.
Just trying to place Smith in the pantheon again, and that stat from yesterday, the quickest in terms of test matches to 9,000 runs, that really does speak out, doesn't it?
It does.
That puts him squarely in the conversation. Well, post-war, one of the all-time greats.
We ran through
Perhaps
all those players, didn't we?
Yeah,
and
we did.
They were all pretty good.
You peeled them all off, Dan. It was impressive.
Broad is driven into the offside, and it's going to... Well, has it been stopped?
Yep.
It was Stokes.
Short extra cover. That's a great effort from Stokes to hunt that down at the end of the over. Australia is 7 for 391.
Just going to grab some more beers. Pause it for me?
No way, mate. We're not pausing live sport. He's about to get his ton.
Nah, it'll be all right. What? Oh, no! Did I miss it? Come on, mate. You got to rewind it, please.
Oh, not a chance, mate. You can catch it on the highlights reel. You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
SEN Test Cricket with McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee. Fit for an Aussie. No sign of Pope, are you saying?
No sign of Pope all morning. Can still bat 3, of course, if deemed fit, because it's an external injury, but has to be a big concern for England, really. He's their fulcrum at number 3, and if that shoulder is too troublesome, then it further unhinges their plans.
First bowling change of the morning. Josh Tongue into the attack at the nursery end. Josh Tongue is it's a sort of 1940s villain, it seems to me, as he runs in with his moustache. I'll explain what I mean in a moment. Outside the off-stump, through to the keeper, no run. And in no way do I believe his politics veer in this direction. He has a slight hint of Oswald Mosley to him.
Good shout, yeah.
Yeah?
He could be in SAS Rogue Heroes. I don't know if you caught that.
Yes, I did. I loved it.
Yeah, it was good fun.
Really good fun. Yeah.
I could see
Other
him.
programmes are available.
I could see him as one of those, yeah.
Yeah.
Slightly unhinged lunatics on the
Slightly
periphery.
unhinged lunatic, absolutely.
But he also, he seems quite sweet-natured, though, to me. He's not got a kind of malign-looking face. He wouldn't mind a tear-up.
He's in again. Why does the off-stump through to the keeper? No run. Yes, I think he's temperamentally nothing like Oswald Mosley.
Does he work alone, or is he part of a gang?
I think other people would try to recruit him into their gang, but he's a rather gentle, mustachioed rogue.
I think he's comfortable in his own skin.
Comfortable, very much so.
David Warner doing the Sun's crossword puzzle book. The newspapers are out there, and I suggest you read them ahead of that one.
Here is Tongue into Smith, who lets this one go and is closer to off stump this time. Tongue bowling up the hill, if you like, if his stumps are up the hill from him. On the nursery end, slope going from right to left as we watch.
He bowled some good deliveries, didn't he, yesterday?
Oh.
He leans to the offside slightly. The left leg is braced nicely. He actually goes past the perpendicular. In other words, he lets the ball go after 12 o'clock, going sort of to 1 or 2, which is quite late. You'd think that we'd be dragging it down a bit more, but he doesn't.
He bustles in, jutting elbows, and his briskish delivery outside the off stump goes through to the keeper. 87 miles an hour, that one.
The delivery to Warner was an absolute stunner, because it threatened to go, and then it took the seam, flew through him, cut him in half.
It was the most unequivocal Macca's delivery of the day I think we have had so far this
It could be today's one as well.
Yes, I think we might as well let it be nominated. Yeah. The Tongue has 2 slips and a gully for Smith, and Smith plays a defensive shot to this, sort of slightly fidgety one. It pushes ball up to mid-off, where Broad does the fielding in his sun hat. There's no run.
Important little spell, this, isn't it? That they carry on and try and claim, particularly Smith. I guess yesterday, what would you rate it? 2.5 half in terms of the points scored percent. Would you say Australia 2.5? But those last 2 wickets bring it back a bit of an even session at the end of the day. New ball because of the delays in the game.
Tongue in to complete the over, and is imperiously driven and very well half stopped by Broad, diving at mid-off to his right. And at the end of the over, that single for Smith takes him to 109, Cummins to 11, and Australia 7 for 392.
If you've got to build it, lift it, power it, floodlight it, do it right with Oz Equipment Rentals. They're helping Aussie industries go higher by supplying access equipment, lighting towers, and materials handling equipment to the construction, mining, and roadwork industries. If you are building a new runway, a new road, a new warehouse, a new highway, the name you want is Oz Equipment Rentals. They also support community sporting clubs like Lara Cats, Werribee Centrals, and the Ultima Kangaroos. Visit ozequipment.com.
SEN Test Cricket with Macca's. Here's the 30 years of McCafe. Phil Long, you have something for us.
Yeah, the shot that took Steve Smith to 99 meant he brought up 2,000 runs as an overseas batter in Test cricket in England. Became the 4th player to join that illustrious club.
Bradman.
Yes.
Viv Richards.
Yes.
as Robinson is into the attack, replacing Broad. First ball's tucked into the onside, and there is no run. It's going to be someone that England play a lot against. Steve Waugh.
No.
Ooh.
You were halfway there with you, and then you plumped for the wrong name. I think.
Steve, you mean is correct?
No. He played a lot.
Played a lot against England. Well, West Indians, Indians, and Australians have played a lot against England in England. The ones that have been around a long time.
Australia.
Yeah, Ponting. Didn't have the best time in England, did he? As Robinson is in, pushed into the offside, fielded it. Short extra cover, there's no point.
Started so well, Dan. Bradman, you were straight in.
Bradman and Richards. Yeah, I like the Richards one.
The player you're missing's got 2,082 runs in England with a top score of 200 not out.
Oh. 200 not out. Okay. Exactly 200 not out. That rules out Tendulkar, doesn't it? So I don't think he ever got a test double 100, did he? One. Did he got one? Thank you, Bharat.
Oh, it's Alan Border.
Next delivery from Robinson is full, pushed out to the offside, and there's no run.
Yeah, Philip's stolen your thunder there. It's Alan Border, yes.
Yes, because he'd have played
Headingley, 93.
He'd have played in 81, 85, 89, and 93.
Yeah, so that club, Bradman, Border, Richards, and Steve Smith.
It's quite an illustrious old club, that, isn't it?
I knew I had it bad for this game. I was 12 years old and I watched all of that. 600 for 3-ish.
And you enjoyed it?
Yeah. I think we had Bicknell in our attack, Mark Eilert.
Oh, yeah.
And Steve Waugh got 150 not out. Border 200 not out. We lost by an innings and plenty.
Robinson in. This is defended at the offside and going through for a quick single. They'll get there. Cummins was quick to take on the call from Smith. It's just a little dab, just square of the wicket. It went no real distance. 7-4-3-9-3. Yeah, that wasn't the most penetrating bowling attack England's ever put out.
No. It was a rather shambolic series, I remember, from the English perspective.
Oh, it was, yeah.
Gooch jacked it in halfway through.
Yes.
Atherton took over.
Here we go. McCaig, Eilert, Caddick, Bicknell, Gooch and Thorpe did the bowl.
Yeah, there you go.
Thorpe? Oh, dear. when poor old Graham Thorpe's having to bowl, things aren't great. Robinson into Cummins, who pushes up to mid-on, and there's no run. Just keeping an eye on his speeds at 81 miles an hour. He was down as low as 76 at one point yesterday.
Yeah, Flem pointed it out. He was so laboured in his run-up in the first session. It was bizarre, really. And then when stung into action, really, mid-session, mid-afternoon, bowled much better. Still, you feel like he's wrestling with himself.
It felt almost sulky.
Yeah.
On occasion, you know what I mean? I mean, obviously he's not sulking, but something about the set of his face that can do that, I think. He's into Cummins. Last ball of the over is pushed into the offside off the back foot. Shorter delivery. There's no run. At the end of the over, Australia going nicely. 7-4-3-9-3. And, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like it's going to be the drinks break. So, on the other side, Adam Collins will be joined by Bharat Sundaresan.
Beaumont Styles is proudly sponsoring the Ashes, and I'd like to bowl you over with these Beaumont bargains.
Coming at us at top speed is their monster bathroom wear catalog sale, packed with everything at up to 25% off. Vanities, baths, shower screens, even the kitchen sink. And yes, up to 25% off Australia's biggest tile range. Well, that's bowled me over. Up to 25% of all bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1, Beaumont Tiles.
So my boy Adam, he come home with all these bags of shopping. I said, what are you, millionaire? He says it was good bargain. Good bargain? Kogan mobile prepaid plan is bargain. Unlimited talk, text, and 10 gigs of data for $15 a month. My boy wouldn't know bargain if it called him on phone and said, hello, I'm bargain. Talk about a bargain? Get one at koganmobile.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. call 131 806.
Smith on strike, pushes into the covers, and there it is. Another Test century for Stephen Smith. His 8th on English soil, his 7th against England in England. It has been a terrific knock from the moment he walked out yesterday, with Australia just in a potential spot of bother. He has been in complete control. The ball has come off the middle of his bat pretty much continuously throughout.
From 5 for 339 to 7 for 393 across the first hour of morning two. Australia losing Carey in the second over of play for 22. Leg before wicket to Broad, and Stark was caught behind by Bairstow from the bowling of Anderson for 6. At that point, they were 7 for 358 rather. But in the middle of all that, Stephen Smith posting his 32nd Test ton, born to play cricket in England, Bradman-esque when he plays Test cricket in this country. Such deep reserves of concentration, a process all of his own. Facing up here again, Tongue over the wicket from the nursery end, leaves alone to the gloves of Bairstow. He's a machine who's hardwired to making Test tons, Bharat.
And there was bliss on his face when he got to 100. There are times we've seen when Steve Smith gets to a milestone in cricket, he looks a little angry. He'll swing his bat and hold that bat always the other way, turn the other way, and have a scowl on his face. Today he was just smiling. He was blissful. His dad is in the crowd.
Facing Tongue here. 2 wickets yesterday. Bowls to Smith. Edging and taken. Lovely snaffle from Duckett at fourth slip. Diving across to his left. Smith gone for 110. Sharp piece of fielding. Gets Tongue a third. And importantly for England, gets them a third of the morning. And it's Stephen Smith. There's still a chance of bowling them out for inside 400. The end of a magnificent performance. His 32nd Test 100. His 7th in this country. But complete now, driving away from his body and Duckett away to his left.
For the first time in his innings, he lost his shape. Steve Smith tried to give it everything. He threw his bat at that ball well away from his body. The break, just finished celebrating his 100. The drinks break, just a little bit of put it down to loss of concentration, but a special innings. He's looked in complete command, in complete control since he walked out to bat yesterday. Pretty much from the time he left the net a couple of days before this test. And you just knew it was coming. There was inevitability about this century, but a crucial wicket for England. 393. Play started today. There have been fears of England conceding 450 or more. Steve Smith just walking through the long room, still shaking his head. He knew there was a bigger score up for grabs.
So a job well done, as you say, the long room all giving him an ovation, considering that he walked out to some performative boos from those who know nothing about cricket yesterday, that there's none of that now. 110 to his name. Kept Australia at a run rate of about 4 and over as well, all the way through. He was batting at a decent clip, forming important partnerships worth 102 with Labuschagne, 118 with Travis Head through the middle portion of yesterday to lay this foundation. 8 for 393 now the score. You're right, that the probability of them reaching 450 and having a monster first innings is far less now that Smith's gone. And it was a combination of celebration, raising his bat to the crowd one more time, and frustration, pointing to the non-existent pitch and so on when he was going through the gates and through the long room. But absolutely a job well done. And Nathan Lyon, who was one of the heroes last week with Cummins, joins his captain. With still some work to do. We said off the top, Bharat, that England needed to win the first session comprehensively. Well, 3 wickets have helped considerably in that pursuit. Nathan Lyon averaging 13 in Test cricket, but 18 not out last week when it batted most. Extra slip in, Tongue. He's got 3 wickets. Bowls to Lyon off the back foot, punching into the point region. Won't get a run there. Phil Long.
And I'm sure you were going to get round to mention it, Colo. His 100th successive Test appearance. An amazing achievement.
Certainly is the first bowler to do it. Just getting another look at that wicket. A replay for tyre power, clean bowled savings. I mean, Duckett, you watch it back and it doesn't look as impressive, but because it was such hard hands from Smith, it really did fly off the blades. The slow-mo doesn't do justice to how challenging that was. Tongue bowls here in line, defends out towards mid-on, no run. So Duckett playing his role after spending a lot of time boundary riding at deep backward point. Longy again.
Steve Smith's scores at Lords are fascinating, aren't they? From the top, 1-12-2-1. He was finished. 215, 58, 92 and 110.
Beautiful. I've written those down. Thank you, Longy. Was making his debut here all those years ago. Tongue up to line, off his hip, gets one to fine leg in front of the Warner stand. It'll be collected. He's off the mark. 6 for 394. I say he's off the mark. I'm looking at Chris Gaffney to leg by. His 50th test match this week, so line stays on naught.
His first 4 scores you spoke about, Longy, Steve Smith at Lords. This is when he was a slightly chubby leg spinner who could bat a little. Don't forget.
Although I think in 2013 he was sort of more in the side.
Oh, that was the second test.
Yeah, it was his second test here. He made a really impressive 50 at Nottingham to start the series against Anderson. He was doing everything with it. Tongue up, bowls here. Cummins driving, finds a gap through cover. Sort of checked the shot, so it won't quite make it out to the rope. Robinson does the fielding. They add 2. Cummins up to 13. 8 for 396 at the end of the successful over for England. That's on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now.
This month at Lobster Cave Seafood and Steak Restaurant, we've got an excellent end of fin year deal. Buy a voucher and get double the value. Buy now, use later, but still double your value. Think catering, gifting, hospitality and more. BYO wine, no corkage, valid 3 years, lobstercave.com.au.
Right now with Bupa, get up to 10 weeks free when you join on eligible products. Plus, 300 everyday rewards dollars. T's and C's apply. But hurry, offer ends June 30, so search Bupa 10 weeks free today.
Adam Collins with you, Bharat Sundaresan with me. For Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas. Phil Long, give us more on Smithy, will you?
Well, that test debut against Pakistan here, in the first innings he batted at 8. In the second innings he batted at 9.
Yeah. Chubby leg spinner who could bat a little.
The little chubby leg spinner, yeah.
Made his test debut, of course, out here with Tim Payne.
Yeah, indeed.
Who has been announced is rejoining SEN. That announcement came through overnight. SEN Tassie leading up the operation down there.
About time. Welcome back, Tim.
Great to have him as part of the network. As Ollie Robinson arrives at the crease pavilion, end line, edging to Duckett on the bounce. Duckett does well to his right to cut it off. No run. Tim was talking with Ian Healy on the Queensland SENQ program this morning about how difficult it is to wicket keep in this country, and we've seen Johnny Bairstow take a really nice catch this morning to get rid of Mitchell Stark, who started well.
He's taken a couple of really good catches, but he's also dropped a few very straightforward ones, hasn't he, Johnny Bairstow?
Brilliant. Seeing this shot on our screen between overs, I'll talk you through it as Robinson arrives and bowls, and it's an off-cutter. It's down the slope and it's defended by line. They've got the box of dukes out on the balcony. Now, let's get the binoculars on the Australian team, shall we? It's Andrew McDonald, and it won't surprise you to learn Marnus Labuschagne looking through the box of balls, presumably to pick out the one they're going to use.
But Travis
I didn't realise. I didn't realise they got given, I guess, that longer perusal. I would have thought the umpires or the fourth official walks out and says, "Here's your box, pick your ball." But they've, well, they've still got 2 wickets to get. They shouldn't get ahead of themselves. Not them getting ahead of themselves, I suppose. Here we go, defending. Line is down the pitch. Yet to get off the mark from 6 balls. England, they can still bat for another half an hour, 45 minutes here. Who's today? So it's, yes, the fourth official.
He sat in the Australian dressing room.
Sat up there with them.
He just sat. It's like he's part of the team all of a sudden.
Having a chin wag to Andrew McDonald.
Wonder what happens if one of the umpires on the field need a drink now. Who brings it out?
Michael Divinito is also up there looking at these balls. So experienced men with the box in hand. Here's Robinson. Cloud cover returns. Line takes on the hook shot, as he always does, down towards fine leg of fielder back for it. Just 124 kilometres an hour that bounce. The line is 1. Australia 8 for 397.
Yeah, I mean, we said 450 might be slightly out of reach, but don't forget, Nathan Lyon was showing us glimpses of all the greats during his innings, match-winning innings at Edgbaston. He cut like Boone, he flicked like Richards, he flicked like Mark Waugh. Wonder what he has in store for us here. He does work so much on his batting with his brother Brendan.
Yes, he does.
During every off-season.
Oh, absolutely. Brendan's got a tour out here with the Lion Academy at the moment. Robinson up and bowls here, and Cummins defends, soft hands, that's a backward point. Gully region, no run. When I first played club cricket in Canberra, it was with the Lion brothers. Well, I think Brendan was moving to Subiaco at the time, but Nathan was the club captain at Westies before he was actually working at Manuka as the curator at that point, one of the apprentice curators, but he was a 21-year-old captain in the first team, and Brendan was the star bat who just moved over to Perth, the pro over there. But yeah, absolutely, they've had a strong bond, and his batting's improved accordingly. He's done his level 4, Brendan, as well, that top flight coaching course. Robinson bowls, and Cummins drives and beats Smith off. Got it straight of Anderson. It'll trend up the hill towards the visiting dressing room. Anderson collects, and they turn for 3. So nicely played by Cummins, taking him to 16. And Australia to 400. 8 for 400 even at the end of the 97th over. Applause from the Australian fans in. That's on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now. Cummins 16, Lion 1.
Just going to grab some more beers. Pause it for me?
No way, mate. We're not pausing live sport. He's about to get his ton.
Nah, it'll be all right. Oh, what? Oh, no. Did I miss it? Come on, mate. You got to rewind it, please.
Oh, not a chance, mate. You can catch it on the highlights reel. You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
SEN Test cricket for Maccas. Here's the 30 years of the McCafe. It's Tongue with 3 wickets. 1 this morning. That was Smith. Bowls here. Cummins leaves alone. Well wide of the off stump. It's been a nice little acceleration after they reached 200 Australia. Their second 200 far quicker than their first. They were able to build nicely through the middle session yesterday.
It's a big score for the conditions in which they've put into bat. 400 is a lot of runs. You might be watching this at home and wondering if the ball's done enough. Yes, England haven't bowled too well overall. This has been a great batting effort.
2 slips of Gully, trying to get it down the slope. Bowls here, does so, beats the bat of Cummins. Bairstow dives away and takes it on the bounce in front of first slip.
The English openers in the top order would be looking upstairs and take some confidence from the fact that it's not as cloudy, the lights are off. It's not as gloomy as it was throughout the day yesterday or even maybe half an hour ago. Will their style work? As excited as I am for Australia to push on, make a bigger total, can't wait for England's innings.
Sun back out, Tongue bowls, Cummins soft hands. Doesn't quite beat backward point, but they still have time to get down for 1.
Yeah,
Cummins 17, Australia rather, 8 for 400, 1 furlong.
I wonder if England will think they've arrived at the party 24 hours too late.
Yes.
I still think that, I think part of the Bazball philosophy that's lost is the reason they attack hard on sporting wickets is to create doubt in the bowlers' minds, to knock them off their rhythm and create more boundary balls. So I don't anticipate them batting any different. In fact, I think they'll play more aggressively than they did in Birmingham.
Because
in Birmingham it was so flat, so dead. That's the worst Ashes pitch I can remember in England last week. I can't remember a surface being that bad. In here is Tongue, and driving in the short sleeve jumper is Lion out to cover, no run.
But I'll just wonder if they think if we'd bowled like this yesterday morning with the conditions, would it be 401 for 8?
Oh, no, quite.
Yeah, absolutely.
When we get into the second innings of the Test match, I just think that even if it is Cummins and Stark and Hazelwood all over them, they'll be viewing this as an opportunity to try and open up an end. Can they take one of them down?
Yeah.
I think Stark might be the one they target as well, given...
And Stark would enjoy it.
Promises to be a very exciting afternoon. Short ball, Lion takes it on but doesn't make contact. There's extra movement down the slope, in the air as well. Bairstow ends up taking the bouncer in front of first slip.
I asked Pat Cummins in the press conference because I noticed that some of the all the English batters in fact, in training, they were batting with a virtual field which included a deep point. I said, Bazball cricket seems to be all about doing the unexpected. What if you take the deep point out? And Pat Cummins looked at me and said, no, I don't believe in surprises for just the sake of surprises.
So here to finish is Tongue, and Lion, return catch dropped into the right hand, out of the right hand. It was hit with some force. Reflex effort. They'll get back for 2. Lion has 3. End of 98 overs. Australia 8 for 403. Our coverage is for the McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie.
Tradies and lawn enthusiasts, power up your arsenal with Greenworks' range of battery-powered lawn and garden equipment. The Greenworks Pro 60V product range packs a serious punch with petrol-like performance without the noise and fumes. With over 20 products in the range, including lawnmowers, blowers, chainsaws, string trimmers, ride-on and zero-turn mowers, they're powered by an interchangeable 60V ultra-power battery and backed by a 4-year tour warranty. For more information, including dealer locations, visit greenworksaustralia.com.
Our first session is for Drinkwise. Remember, if drinking to Drinkwise, Australia have lost Carey for 22, Stark for 6, and Smith for 110 in this session. His 32nd Test century. Up to the crease is Robinson on leg stump. Cummins, nice clip in front of square. Sweeper is Ryan Ahmed, the sub, around from deep square leg. They get a single. Cummins 18, 8 for 404. I've got Bharat Sundaresan with me.
Tell you what, Pat Cummins is batting as well as I have seen him bat in Test cricket in a long, long time. We saw him even at the Oval. He got some runs against India. They peppered him with short balls. He got through that challenge. Of course, the match-winning knock last week in Birmingham, but just the way he's setting up. He's looking to score runs. That's always the best form of Pat Cummins you see with the bat.
There was a time, wasn't there, when he returned to the Test side at Ranchi in 2017. All the way through to when India toured in 18-19, as Robinson gets to the crease and bowls to line. He digs out a Yorker length delivery out to point, no run. Longy might be able to crunch these numbers, but in that run of time, there was a streak where he was averaging about 30 in Test cricket, and it wasn't a small sample size either. It was maybe 12 or 15 Test matches, and that's where the decline started in England in 19, and it's been a while. It has been a while, but now 38 in the first innings last week when they really needed it to drag that first innings out as deep as they could. They ended up surrendering a very modest first innings deficit, but it could have been a lot worse without Cummins, and the match winner with the bat on day 5. Line facing and pulling Robinson. Half tracker gets the treatment. No venom in it. 129 kilometres an hour, but ignore the radar. That just sat up and said, hit me, and Lyon said, I will. He's 7 with the boundary, 8 for 408.
I mean, Nathan Lyon fancies himself against the short ball, but that was a terrible delivery. Halfway down the pitch, and he's just sat up. He had so much time to hit it in front of square. Generally, Nathan Lyon plays the hook shot really well. He uses the pace.
How about that? It prompts the field change straight away. We're seeing our screen here for tyre power, clean bolt savings, that they're going to make a couple of adjustments. This is ball chasing. So we're going to get a fly slip and a deep square leg. There's already a deep backward screw and a deep fine leg. Sure, they're going to bump him, but will it work at that pace? Robinson bowls line, short ball, takes it on again, out to deep fine leg, and he's caught. It will work. Stokes knows. Stokes gets it right. Lyon holds out for 7. After having the field changed, Lyon couldn't help himself and couldn't keep it down either. Josh Tongue takes the catch. Australia lose their 9th wicket with the score on 408.
Yeah, bent his back a little more with that delivery, Ollie Robinson. It came quicker onto Nathan Lyon, and he can't help himself. He fancies himself with that. Got a little big on him. The top edge, and a good catch down on the boundary.
It was a much better ball, wasn't it? The previous short ball just sat up, and that got quicker off the surface and down the slope as well, and Lyon was into position early enough, but couldn't keep it down to the finest of the 3-men set back for that very shot. So 7 from 13. Australia lose a 4th wicket in the morning. Carey, Stark, Smith, and now Nathan Lyon, and we've still got 38 minutes till lunch with Josh Hazlewood walking out at number 11.
What England were desperate to see happen last week, to see Josh Hazlewood walk out to bat. Pat Cummins and Nathan Lyon never allowed them to have a look at him. But this might free up Pat Cummins even more at the other end.
Pat Cummins last week, you'll like this one, became the first Australian captain to hit 2 scores of 38 or more in an away Ashes Test since Mark Taylor at Trent Bridge in 1997.
Wow.
No War, no Ponting, no Clark.
Wow. No, Smith, nothing. Oh, that's a great stat. And just going back to Pat Cummins' batting, he made an interesting point the other day about his batting. He felt that his test batting was in a good place, but he was struggling in T20 cricket. So he started focusing a lot on T20 cricket. Had 2 really good IPL seasons with the bat, not so much with the ball.
Hit a 16-ball 50, didn't he?
He did. Hit 4 sixes of Jasprit Bumrah, but that apparently impacted his test batting. He lost his shape, he lost his flow in test cricket, but he's worked really hard on getting it back.
So Hazelwood at 11, a high score of 39. Dominica in 2015 got Voges to a ton on debut. Bowls here, swing and a miss from Hazelwood, no footwork there. Robinson's got a couple of wickets now. He's got 2 for 96 in his 24th over, 1 ball left in it.
Honestly, if you're a Bazball fan, we couldn't ask for a better time for Bazball to come on board. For the first time, really, in the last day and a bit, the sun's really beating down. The lights are off. English openers will be desperate that this wicket falls very quickly before the clouds return.
And we know the Lord's track gets so much better for batting on days 2 and 3. That was the case when Ireland were here at no more than 3 or 4 weeks ago. Robinson to finish his 24th here to Hazelwood, who gets into position early to shoulder arms. So a wicket falling in the Robinson over. He has 2 for 96. Australia 9 for 408. Hazelwood yet to score. Cummins 18. And our coverage is for Macca's, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie.
When it comes to cricket, like Imar, the tradies mate, who doesn't have awesome memories of watching over after over with their mates or playing backyard cricket? Chippies, builders, spikies, cleaners, landscapers, painters and more. Imar tradies love cricket. That's why Imar is the 3rd umpire partner this year on SEN Cricket, reviewing the umpiring calls and helping you review your insurance. Call 13-IMAR today, the tradies mate for over 35 years Australia-wide.
That's Imar. The Macca's I'm loving it moment of the first session, a new season for the McSpicy range at Macca's, with Stephen Smith advancing to a 32nd test ton. But for England's part, the fact they got rid of him 10 runs later is more instructive, shall we say, in the state of the scoreboard right now at 9 for 408. It's given them the chance to finish them off and really win the session.
Oh, very much so. They needed those early wickets. Just the way the first 8 or 9 balls went, we looked at each other. Adam Fleming was with us and said, oh, not going very well for England. And then the wicket came from nowhere.
Tongue has a wicket this morning. Got Smith. First ball here too wide and Cummins can let it go. It felt like first 2 overs that it was flat. And the point Jeremy Coney made, if they wanted any 2 bowlers to get the first 2 wickets this morning, it was Broad and Anderson to get them in the game. I know Broad was very much in the game last week, but Anderson said himself that he never felt like he was in complete control. The surface a big part of that story. Up to 687 test wickets, James Anderson. Tongue here too, slips the gully, leaving alone Cummins again. Needs to make him play here.
But Australia will look at the 70-odd runs that they've scored this morning, and they would obviously have preferred to be in a better position, closer to 450 than 400. It's not the worst session either. They still got some runs. Steve Smith got to his 100. He would be very disappointed to have left a lot of runs out there. And he was, as he walked through the long room, reluctantly acknowledging the cheers from the crowd.
2 back for the short ball. Tongue beats the edge of Cummins. It's a little bit short of a length, but no footwork, and just trending down the slope, as Tongue's done pretty consistently across both days.
The ball's still doing quite a bit, isn't it?
Yeah.
In the air, we saw a 63 over ball swinging conventionally yesterday.
Yep, they're bowled much better with the second Newey. Well, in saying that underplays just how well I think Broad bowled at times yesterday morning.
His first spell, the second spell was...
it's more that the results didn't marry up, isn't it? We're in the 100th over. Tongue bowls and beats the edge again of Cummins, who just prodded at that. So a couple of times in the over, he's been caught on the crease. Cummins nods down the pitch as if to say it's a good ball, and it is. But if he's going to play it, then he'd want to get those feet going.
Pat Cummins defeated by a very Pat Cummins delivery.
Yes, well said.
That's what we'll see him do later on today. Josh Tongue, just another one of those fast bowlers England seem to produce, but can they hang on to him? We've seen Mark Wood, a different kind of fast bowler. The last few years, Ollie Stone, who I thought bowled impressively in India a couple of years back in extremely hot conditions. Matthew Potts, obviously a different kind of bowler, but how much can they get out of Tongue in the next few years?
Well, he's really burst onto the scene, hasn't he? Arrives here and bowls again at Cummins. It comes back towards the right-hander off the inside part of the bat. trying to beat Broad at mid-wicket, but can't, stays on 18. I mean, the fact that you would have thought that's 87 mile an hour, that delivery as well, so again, that extra yard that he enjoys. But, yeah, that he was a bit of a bolter for the squad. I mean, he's not when you look at it objectively. He was in the England Lions side over the winter, took a 5-wicket bag in an unofficial test match. He's been in the England system, but he wasn't someone who was banging the door down with his county results. Tongue finishes here, and Cummins slays it out towards deep cover. Stand and deliver stuff. Few bounces into the rope in front of Father Time. Cummins up to 22 to complete the 100th over. Australia 9 for 412. Our first session is for Drinkwise. Remember, if you're drinking, to Drinkwise.
Hello, it's Bargain calling. Get Kogan Mobile monthly plan. Unlimited talk, text, and 10 gigs for $15 with first month free. Talk about a bargain. KoganMobile.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Stay on the ball while you're on the road. The SEN app is now available on Apple CarPlay, so you can keep up with all the big moments, expert commentary, and the latest news. When it happens in sport, SEN has you covered. Find the SEN app on Apple CarPlay.
SEN Test cricket for Macca's. Here's the 30 years of the McCafe. Phil Long.
Yeah, Pat Cummins on to 22, now averaging 104 in this Ashes series.
We've dropped the Bradman word once already this morning with Smith. 2 slips, 2 gullies. Hazelwood facing Robinson round the wicket pavilion end on the drive. Lovely square drive to the shorter boundary, gets 4. 2 fours in 2 balls to the identical part of the ground, out in front of Father Time. That takes Hazelwood to 4. He's off the mark with it. 9 for 416. These are annoying runs for England.
But it's a beautiful shot. On the up, Josh Hazelwood. He's got a decent defensive technique. Not known to play too many shots, but there was a little bit of width. Just went with the flow. That shot from Pat Cummins. Of all those runs he's already scored on this tour, the most authoritative shot so far. Just flayed it away.
In again, bowls here, and he's defended by Hazelwood. Jeremy Coney here with us as well. Welcome back.
Yep, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, better morning for England, isn't it? But over 400 gives Aussie a chance. Taller bowlers. I think the pitch has quickened up a little bit today. Still doing something, still a bit of variable bounce. Not going to be easy for England.
They've scored at a pretty decent clip this morning as well.
Have.
Phil Long, what's the runs and overs and run rate today? Give you a ball to figure that out. But not 2 balls. You better have it next ball. Robinson in. He's got 2 for 100. Bouncer. And Hazelwood gets underneath it pretty easily. Not his first rodeo on that front. Remember Hazelwood at Dominica in his highest test score, that 39 in 2015. Coming in with Adam Voges about 20 away from a ton on debut. Wore one right in the grill from Shannon Gabriel. Hazelwood had a concussion test, stuck out there and played his role in an important Aussie victory. Phil Long?
Yeah, just under 4.3. Yesterday, the Aussies went along at 4.08 all day.
They call it drawn ball.
When was the last time a team lost making 400 at Lords in the first innings?
Robinson bowls, making room, and caught a first slip. Australia's innings is complete. Hazelwood backed away and edged Robinson into the waiting hands of Joe Root. Took it right in front of his eyes. So Hazelwood caught for 4. Australia are all out for 416, having lost 5 wickets across 90-odd minutes this morning. Steve Smith top scoring with 110, so they haven't been able to completely press home the advantage they had overnight at 5 for 339, but nevertheless, as you pointed out before, Bharat, Sundaresan, 400 plus on a surface like this in conditions that England enjoyed on both mornings is a fine effort.
It's more than fine. It's a big total. Yes, they would have liked going past 450, but 416 in these conditions. And the England openers, we know how they bat. They have 20 minutes or so to, I mean, England don't survive these days, do they? Come and throw their bat around. But in a way, it works out well. The rate at which, I mean, Australia have scored 80 runs, but they wouldn't mind having the 20-minute burst at the England openers, and they'll be looking to go into lunch, maybe have England two wickets down, Jeremy.
Well, that would be very pleasing for Australia. But it's a nice little double hit, isn't it? You know, you're nice to have a few overs at the opposition and then have a second burst, if you like, straight after lunch as well. So, yep, It's, I don't know who's chosen the ball. I thought I was watching the batsman choosing the ball. I would never do that. I mean, Hadley, if it doesn't swing or anything like that, I wouldn't be forgiven, so it was always the bowlers who chose the ball, not the batsman.
5 for 77 from 17.4 this morning. A quick call of the card on what happened on day 2. Then we'll take a break and we'll reset with Daniel Norcross calling the 20 or so minutes playing minutes between now and lunch. First wicket was Alex Carey's second over of the day. Leg before wicket to Broad, an excellent review where Broad said to Stokes, it's out, it's out, it's out, it's out, it's out, and finally got into review, rightly so. And Carey and Smith put on 36. Stark was caught by Bairstow. Nice snaffle off Anderson for 6. Smith was caught by Duckett in the gully, or fourth slip from the bowling of Tongue for 110. Nathan Lyon on the hook, caught for 7 by Josh Tongue from the bowling of Robinson. Robinson picked up a third as well. Josh Hazlewood, the last man to fall, caught it slip by Root. Hazlewood dismissed for 4, all out for 416, adding 77 runs for their 5 wickets today. For England, Josh Tongue, comfortably the best of the bowlers, 3 for 98 from 22. Yesterday, getting Khawaja and Warner, and today Smith. Ollie Robinson gets a couple at the end to finish with 3 for 100 from 24.4. 2 for 19 for Root yesterday, coming in the space of 4 deliveries, and a wicket apiece for Broad and Anderson this morning to both get in the book. OK, we'll take a break here at Lords. It's about 7 minutes until the resumption. Australia 416 runs on the board. England's response to come. Our coverage is for Macca's. Here's to 30 years of the McCafe.
Just going to grab some more beers. Pause it for me?
No way, mate. We're not pausing live sport. He's about to get his ton.
Nah, it'll be all right. Oh, what? Oh, no. Did I miss it? Come on, mate. You got to rewind it, please.
Oh, not a chance, mate. You can catch it on the highlights reel. You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
I tell you, kids these days, they don't know the meaning of bargain hunting. Back in my day, I would sleep outside the store all night, no tent. And then once you got in, I still have a scar from a stock take sale back in 91. But these days, with Kogan Mobile, you can sign up for the best value gigs per buck while sitting on the toilet. Talk about a bargain. Get one at koganmobile.com.au.
With 400 metres left to go in the Say It Now Stakes. What a race it is. I wish I did. Was going to say it. I should have. Ahead of I Never Told You I Love You. A length away is Regret, Remorse, followed by In the Living Years. But here comes Tobin Brothers, Say It Now. Tobin Brothers, Say It Now. What a champion.
Thanks, Brian. So don't wait till it's too late to tell loved ones how much they mean to you. Say it now. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
The supercars are on track, and SEN are right behind them. This is a Supercars Championship season like no other, and SEN is keeping you right on pace with our exclusive coverage. Join me, Aaron Noonan, for up-to-the-minute news, interviews and analysis from the best in the business. It's a huge season ahead with racing right through the year, so make sure you're up to speed by downloading the SEN app today. SEN Supercars, right here on SEN, your home of sport.
Beaumont Tiles is proudly sponsoring the Ashes by hitting a 6 with your massive bathroom wear catalogue sale.
How's this? Vanities, basins, baths, loos, and even tapware are all slashed by up to 25% off. Plus, yes, plus, get up to 25% off all tiles. That's another 6 for Beaumont. Head into one of over 110 stores around the country and save up to 25% on bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1, Beaumont Tiles.
It's tax time at Bunnings Trade. Get in for amazing tax time deals on tool storage, like an AEG 3-piece quick stack toolbox for $269, or a DeWalt Tough System 3-in-1 toolbox for just $385. Get more tax time deals at Bunnings Trade.
Bring, bring. Hello, it's Bargain calling. Get Kogan Mobile monthly plan. Unlimited talk, text, and 40 gigs for $25 a month with first month free. Talk about a bargain. KoganMobile.com.au. T's and C's apply.
For McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. Live from England, the Ashes on SEN Cricket.
SEN Test Cricket with Maccas. It's the 30 years of McCafe, and we're coming towards the end of the first session of the second day's play here at Lord's, and we've got some numbers for you. Numbers that will warm the hearts of Australians, from Perth to Cairns to Warrnambool to Hobart to Darwin and beyond, I've no doubt.
Brook.
Yes, if you like.
Yeah. Kangaroo Island.
Kangaroo Island, yes, yes. Is it so named because they have kangaroos on it?
Yeah, but also an island.
This is what I love about Australians. There's an absolute...
Quokka.
Yeah, that you don't mess them out.
What island are they on? What's the island just off Perth where they...
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Quokka, it's Quokka Island.
No.
Because the Quokkas are on it. Yeah. Rottnest. I'm going to give you this stat.
That's an island.
It's going to make Aussies happy. No side that has scored 400 in the first innings at Lord's has lost a test match here since 1930, when England scored 425 and Australia replied with a Bradman-inspired 729 for 6.
And indeed, that's the only time a team has scored 400 here in the first innings.
Who got the wickets there, Lonnie?
Let's have a look up.
I'm saying Grimmett.
Oh, yeah.
I think it turned
a New Zealander.
Yeah, probably would have to be a New Zealander, wouldn't it?
You always go there. He played for South Melbourne nightclub.
If you will mention a New Zealand-born Australian spinner in front of a New Zealander, Flem, this will happen. Yeah. I can guarantee it every time.
What about Ben Stokes?
Yeah. What about him?
Another one.
What about him?
Another one we've lost.
Andy Kelly.
Yeah.
Another one we've lost.
Actually, you can make a very good New Zealand team out of players who never...
Australian rock bands with ends.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, but they stole some
John
as well.
Clark.
They stole Roger Twos, didn't they?
Roger Clark. Yeah.
Roger Twos, remember him?
Dragon.
Yes.
Crowded House.
Yes.
A couple for Grimmett in the first innings, but in the second innings, 53 overs, 13 made and 6 for 167.
Ironmonger.
The bowlers in that second is Tim Wall, Alan Fairfax, Clary Grimmett, Percy Hornibrook, Stan McCabe, and Donald Bradman had an over as well.
Yeah, he didn't fare
Two test wickets, I think, for Sir Donald.
He didn't fare so well when he bowled, did he, at the Oval in 1938? Broke his leg doing it. Yeah. And that's what invalidated him out of the war, apparently.
Score?
He was injured for 6 years.
They got 900,
from 1939 to 1945.
Okay.
And then miraculously rediscovered his fitness in time for the 46-47
That's a long fitness test.
It is, isn't it? But, you know, well done, Donald, well done.
To be fair to Donald, he'd had scored 254 in the first inning, so he'd done his job.
Yeah.
He'd done his job. The players are making their way out. This is a horrible session for England's openers. It may be for England's
nice
number 3
conditions,
and
though,
England
Dan.
number 4 as well.
Isn't it? It's been very
sunnier,
cloudy and dark, but this is as bright as it's been, I think, for the whole Test match.
Lights are off now, Dan.
Well, I'm delighted.
Pleased.
Yes, I am pleased. I was in a slightly cantankerous mood, wasn't I?
Yes.
Well, I was incensed by a man going back to deep square leg off Jimmy Anderson with Smith on 99. I mean, that sort of suggested to me that their head wasn't in the game. Is that fair?
No, and they brought him in before the ball was bowled.
Yeah, but
why did he go out?
The fielder himself should know, shouldn't he? You know, I mean, captain. Part of being a good captain is that the other 10 players actually do understand the game of cricket as well,
and are looking at you constantly.
Yes.
Otherwise,
yeah, I think it's a bit tricky.
Oh, I'm looking forward to this. Are they going to try and be 50 in 20 minutes?
Well, I wouldn't be surprised. They do, as we say, run at the danger. Mitchell Starc has got ball in hand. He's going to bowl from the pavilion end. We think that's probably right, isn't it?
Yeah.
Swing it back
big
down
swinger. It's just whether how early the Duke swings. We've been talking about after 7 or 8 overs, they've got a deep point again. And also 2 men out on the boundary on the leg side.
Yeah, there's a deep square leg. There's a long leg and a deep point. 3 slips, a gully, mid-off, mid-on. And it was here, of course, that Mitchell Starc blew away England in the 2019 World Cup, didn't he? Picked up a number of wickets with his vicious in-swing for the pavilion end.
He's back in. He wants to stay in. So he'll be pumped up to set the tone in the first session, his first spell.
Well, Tim has got in touch. He's sitting in Padron, Spain, España. Having walked today's section of the Camino Trail. Come on, Oz! Well, this is your chance here. There's a lovely, vicious 18 minutes or so where Australia's bowlers can slip a handbrake and put everything into making early inroads. Here's Crawley facing up, 3 slips and a gully. Stark runs into him, left arm over the wickets. First ball dabbed into the onside. England underway straight away. He gets a single, it'll be no more. Now, this is a fascinating contest to me. Ben Duckett against Mitchell Stark. Bharat Sundaresan is watching. He's such a fan of Ben Duckett and his unwillingness to leave the ball. He's been quite scathing off air. He's been quite scathing on air.
Well, his 2 dismissals in the first test, he could have left.
Well, he really could. And possibly might argue...
Just trying to running him.
With an enormous rain-bearing cloud about 8 balls away from depositing its load on the outfield. He might have thought of leaving that one. Yeah,
Ben, there's 3 slips in place of the gully.
And the gully is
he can hit it
2
in front of
gullies,
square.
isn't he?
Hit it in front of square.
Yeah.
The gully is your mate Cameron Green, who catches everything. Here's Stark. He's into Duckett, who waits and covers up in defence to a fullish ball.
Bit boring.
Back to the bowler, no run. Now, part of the reason we're fascinated by Duckett is that there was a stat doing the rounds before the start of this series that he had left only 8 balls out of 730 odd that he's faced since his return to the England team. Now, yes, when you're playing in Pakistan, they tend to bowl fairly straight. There's fewer balls to leave, but he's played quite a bit in England. He's played quite a bit in New Zealand.
Okay.
He'd left 8 balls.
He's blocked one. I reckon there could be a lead coming up.
Well, let's see, shall we? Will he get the chance to leave? And Stark is into him, and he doesn't leave this one. He pushes at a ball in the channel outside the off stump, but he's underway straight away. Feels bad on ball to a ball he could leave, and England 2 without loss. They're none for 2. Each batter now off the mark.
Pretty good fielding from Cummins and Lyon there, though. There's a thought of maybe 2, but no, nice little slides, cut it off, single.
Yeah.
Well, that was Warner on that occasion.
Warner's first slip, is it? Is that Warner first slip?
Who is that? Oh, no, it's Gazza, is it?
I think Warner first,
Smith, Khawaja. Yes.
Yeah. Lyons at a deep point. Stark is into Crawley, who drives weirdly off a thick edge straight back past the bowler up towards the pavilion. There'll only be a couple of runs, but for all the world I was looking for that around about mid-on, and it seemed to go through mid-off. Did that come off a thick outside edge?
Yeah, he did shape to hit it that way, but maybe just in his hand he's squared up a little bit.
Take a look on the replay screen with tyre power. Yes, it did. It came off.
That went a long way for like a block, where you got squared up. Yeah. Baseball.
He's a truly extraordinary player, isn't he, Zach Crawley? He moves to 3. England none for 4. 3 slips and a gully still in place. The Stark is in. And Crawley is front to the pad. Looks really close. Oh, surely.
Jeez.
Not out, says the umpire. My goodness, I'm referring this. I'm going up straight away. Well, there's going to be now a papal conclave. Cummins, Carey, Stark are all chatting.
Where did it pitch?
No.
Oh, they don't like it.
They don't like it.
That was a big appeal.
It was a lovely shape back into the batter.
If you don't appeal, the thing doesn't go up, but...
Let's take a look at our replay screen with tyre power. Well, it's not pitched outside. It swung too much.
Swung too much.
Going down.
The sign's there for me, though. The ball is swinging.
Yes.
So... I mean, that started. It was being shaped outside off stump. It's pitched on around middle and off with the swing. And it was going back to, I think, missed leg stump. A very difficult delivery for anyone to play.
Good signs.
Very tricky for Lurch there. 89. Good pace. 88, 99,
wow,
89.
just different ball speed from the Australians.
Isn't it? Different gravy. You have gravy in Australia? The Stark is in wide outside the off stump. Through to the keeper. End of the first over of England's innings. Not without alarms. They are none for 4.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
SEN Test Cricket for Maccas. Here's the 30 years of McCafe. And Pat Cummins is going to come on to bowl. I'm going to ask our experts here, experts for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas. This is the right move, isn't it? Cummins from the nursery end, start from the pavilion end. The firepower is there.
Yeah, there was a period where Pat Cummins was permanently their first change, and they rotated other bowlers with the new ball. But the last 12 months or so, the skipper's grabbed it. And he's always a good option with the new ball. Hits the seam hard. This will be interesting as whether the slope comes into play, because he generally pushes the ball away from left-handers.
Here's his first delivery. Right arm around the wicket to Duckett, who pushes in defence into space through straightish mid-on. It's being pursued eagerly.
Yeah, good fielding again, Marnus.
For a single, none for 5.
He's saved 2 runs in the field so far, chasing hard. Not only just getting there, but also turning very quickly once he's picked the ball up to threaten the throw.
He's eager, isn't he?
Yeah.
You would be, wouldn't you, playing for your country at Lord's?
Yeah, but he loves it, doesn't he? He's the modern-day Mr. Cricket in the Australian team. You know, he'd love a bowl. He'd have a bowl now.
Oh, give him half a chance.
Bowl some leggies. Bowl some medium pace. And that's a big area, isn't it, for Marnus? The slips are 40 metres away, backward points, Miles, Pat Cummins, another 40 metres.
I'm going to put it out there. I think
he'll want to run it.
Marnus is going to be an umpire. I'm just saying that now. You heard it here first. Cummins into Crawley, who tucks this ball up towards mid-on. There's no run. Don't you think, Bharat, you think, temperamentally, he's got umpire written all over. He just wants to be out there with the cricket happening.
He'd have some funny mannerisms.
Yeah.
Maybe a hybrid.
No, mate, not out. I don't think
Dickie Bird. Maybe a little bit of Dickie Bird about him.
Yeah, there'd be a bit of Dickie Bird.
Yeah. There'd be a lot of that. Not giving you bowling mark.
Do you think he would be a giver or a not giver? You think he's a giver? Bharat thinks he's a giver. Cummins into Crawley. 3 slips and a gully. Crawley defends on the front foot to a ball. Just comes back into him a little, and it's picked up by Lyon and short mid-wicket.
We've certainly started to produce some ex-Test players, first-class players from Australia, because in England there's been a long tradition
of it.
You know, Rod Tucker was an excellent player for Tasmania. Paul Wilson played a Test and a few one-days. Big blocker. It's good to see.
Rifle,
yeah. Rifle.
Pistol.
I think umpire Labuschagne.
Yeah.
That feels perfect. 10 years, he'll be back here umpiring. Well, 12 maybe. Here's Cummins. In once more. Clipped away by Crawley. But
wow.
Brilliantly fielded by Nathan Lyon. Quite brilliant. Diving away to his left. This has been a feature of Australian sides, both the men's team and the women's team, mustered in the field. You're nodding your head there. You know what I mean, Phil, don't you?
It's a little bit different to England, isn't it, in the field? The catching, the ground fielding.
There's a couple of weak links. There's Travis Head.
He'd be England's best fielder.
There's Hazelwood.
He would be England's best fielder. Travis Head.
Cummins into Crawley, who comes in slightly tentative defence forward to a foolish ball. And there is no run.
I just wonder why haven't Bharat might be able to answer it, watching both teams train and field. I'd like to see the fielding drills from England compared to Australia. England seems to be, you know, just do what you need to do.
England's fielding drills involve going to the driving range.
Oh, okay.
And hitting
the golf
a ball.
driving range.
I think you do say don't hit it one. You've got to fade and draw. Don't just do it go one way.
I don't want the 4-letter word used on this broadcast. As Cummins is in, this is defended up towards mid-on, and there is no run. End of the over, England none for 5. Crawley 3. Duckett has 2. You've seen them, Bharat. Do they field hard? Not really. No. There's an optional fielding session.
And you know who didn't field with a lot of intensity? The English team of 1930. And you know what happened in that game.
Well, I do.
They thought they had the game won with 425 on the board, didn't they?
Feel like a bit of fielding that. We're home.
And it wouldn't even have been a timeless test, that one, because they didn't play timeless tests.
Who was the English captain?
The Oval. Oh, let's have a go. Let's have a go.
It wasn't Walter Hammond, was it?
A bit too young for that. His first series was really 28.9. I want to say Percy Chapman. APF Chapman.
He was pretty laid back, Perce.
He was a big lad, yeah. As Stark is into the left-handed Duckett, who cuts at a ball he could have left, and it flashes away through backward point for 4. That is precisely what we mean. You're coming up to lunch. There's 7 minutes to go. Stark has bowled a ball that's not really wide to flay at, but it's certainly wide enough to leave. And Duckett is compelled to hit the ball not a million miles from green in the gully and send it flashing through deep backward point.
He's got a 4, but that's not a million miles away from his dismissals in the first Test match.
That's a ball you leave, isn't it?
It's
It was in the air.
You know, Stark into him again. Be ready, Slips. And Duckett defends into the slip region, just as I say that. Slightly along the ground. It's in the air for a while. And a good diving stop at third by Khwaja. Prevents any runs, but you have got to be very much on your mettle there. Because something's coming, isn't it? Quite soon.
Well, that's going nicely. Just see how square Duckett gets. And when you square up, you follow the ball.
And again, I'm going to labour the point. Stark is predominantly swinging it away from you. And when it's got to that line and it's moving away, you just can leave it, can't you? Or is the pace just the thing that's drawing him to it, like a moth to a flame, as Cummins is in again, and he goes after another one in the channel outside on stump, pushes it to backward point, and meanders through for a single. England get a double figures and none for 10.
A little bit in the air, but there hasn't been too many concerns for England so far, Jeremy.
No, I think I'd have an extra one in the cordon, though, say a second gully, the way he plays out there, the way Stark is actually moving the ball. I don't know whether he needs a mid-on. If you want him to play across the ball slightly, brings the pads into play, especially before lunch. You know, the little sort of semi-session, if you like.
So this is interesting. There's the in-swinger, but then the straight ball will go towards the slips.
Here's Stark into Crawley, who works this nicely, crisply, but it's well fielded at mid-on by Cummins, and there is no run.
Just because of that angle of the slope. They both like to get bat on ball, don't they?
They really do. Yeah.
That's quite full.
2 years ago at this ground, Jeremy and I had the misfortune of watching Dominic Sibley and Rory Burns bat against New Zealand when England had set 270 on to win in 70 overs. A generous declaration from Kane Williamson. At tea, they were 52 without loss after 36 overs. Stark is in. Cummins, I beg your pardon, Crawley drives with a thick inside edge up to mid-on. There's no run. So we were rendered insensible with tedium and rage that day, and yet this is you can't give a cricket fan anything. Here we are watching the complete antithesis of that, and I'm enraged by the fact they can't leave the ball. These poor guys cannot win.
Who were the two batsmen that day? Burns and who?
Burns and Sibley.
Or maybe you need to rotate them with one of these guys, and you get a bit of both.
Yeah, a bit of both. Why not? Stark into Crawley. Last ball of the over. 3 slips and a gully. And Crawley drives firmly back past the bowler. Didn't time it perfectly, but the eager Marnus Labuschagne rushes after it like a man after a very desperate bust that he must get, the last one of the month. And they get through for 3 at the end of the over. England on the Beaumont scoreboard, a none for 13.
Real adventures with Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Everything fishing, boating and outdoors.
So a gentleman has launched his boat and his winch strap has snapped.
Yes.
And he's lost his boat and it's now on the ramp. So what I recommend to do is you've got the strap on your winch, just cut a bit off if it's starting to get wear and tear and start again. Pull it on and it's going to save you a heap of dramas when your boat falls off at the ramp.
Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Subscribe and listen today wherever you get your podcasts.
SEN Test Cricket from a cafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee, fit for an Aussie. And I have beside me Damien Fleming, one of our experts for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas. As As Cummins is in with 3 slips and a gully into Crawley. Possibly the last over before lunch. Crawley's beaten on the outside edge. Just pushing at thin air. The ball maybe going down the slope ever so slightly.
Great length, isn't it? It's bringing Crawley forward. We've talked about how much Crawley and Duckett love to get bat on ball, and it's just straightened a little bit. Yeah, but not a half volley. Angling in, straightening. Whoa, that is close. And very close.
What's beautiful is it's not straight, it's not whooping.
No.
So it has the chance of just hissing that
He doesn't bowl an outswinger, Pat. It's got a big innie, though. That might come this over.
He's into Crawley, who defends into the onside, playing around that front pad, rather tentatively on the front foot. Hazelwood Fields has no run at mid-on. So well, I said it's the last over before lunch. It'll be the last over before lunch. If a wicket falls, then we'll all troop off. It was around about this time yesterday, wasn't it, when Usman Khawaja was bowled by Josh Tongue.
Yeah.
And we all trooped off, and then we had this extraordinary thing. We had lunch at 12:57. It's very confusing. For some reason, the English don't like taking their lunch before 1. As Cummins is in, and Crawley lets this go by. Outside the off stump. Ben Duckett shakes his head.
That may have been the in-swinger I was calling for. You know, he generally tries to hit the seam. You bowl some cross-seamers and try and get it to go away from the right-hand batsman. But the last 3 or 4 years, we saw it famously up at this SCG test. I think it was Butler and then Wood first ball. Big in-swingers.
We put that beauty to Pope, didn't he?
And just with that...
At Edgbaston.
Yeah, it's the in-swinger. Just because of his action, he goes past the vertical. The in-swinger's a lot easier. For him to bowl an outswinger, it'd be a very wide one.
Cummins into the right-handed Crawley, who drives up to Hazelwood at mid-on, and there's no run. We've had a text come in from somebody anonymous who's driving through the Turkish countryside on our honeymoon, waiting for Norcross to bust out the World War II trivia. Go the Aussies. I think that's a reference to the fact that I've created an analogy between the English close season, which is October to March, and the Second World War. So each month of the Second World War corresponds to a year. Each month of the close season corresponds to a year of the Second World War. October equals 1939 through to 40, for example. As Cummins is in and Crawley defends on the front foot, there's no run. And it kind of works, because in that first year of the war, it's kind of phony war. Not much happened, and similarly in October it's still quite warm. It's okay. You're quite happy that cricket's over because you're exhausted. But then November comes, the Blitz occurs. That's 1940 to 1941. The firecrackers go off. It all becomes terrible. I can bore you with that if you like, because I've written it all up in about 3,500 words. During a rain break, I'm happy to read.
Can I book you in for about 10:30 tonight?
If you want. Yeah.
I really need some
I'd love to be around your place at 10:30.
No, but read it to me.
I can do it.
You can do it over the phone.
My soothing voice. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. 10:30. Book it in.
It's done.
Sleep by 10:35.
It should be.
5 minutes.
We won't have finished October by then. Right. Last ball before lunch, we think. Crawley lets it go through to the keeper, turns on his heels and makes for the pavilion. So Crawley and Duckett have survived that rather awkward 4-over mini spell. You would say that perhaps for the first time in this test match, a session that has gone England's way, not unequivocally, because Australia did manage to amass 77 runs for 5 wickets, as we welcome audiences joining us from New South Wales and Queensland for the very first time. And what has happened this morning? Well, Australia began at 339 for 5. They were looking to kick on to 450 and beyond, but England had other ideas. Alex Carey fell early. There was some biffing. There was some notable biffing.
Yep.
Steve Smith completed his 32nd Test match century, his 8th in England, his 7th against England, because don't forget he got that one in the World Test Championship final. It was a knock of absolute supremacy. He looked in complete control from the very first ball until his penultimate ball. And then his last ball, he was out of control, driving in a wide one, caught by Duckett at gully. Pat Cummins again thrived with the bat. He's had trouble in England, but he got some useful runs at the back end. But you would say it was England's morning. They would have been happy enough to have dismissed Australia for the addition of just a further 77 runs. Smith departed for 110. Carey, 22 when he was out early. LBW to Broad on review. Mitchell Stark made 6, caught behind of the bowling of Anderson. That was his only wicket. Pat Cummins, 22 not out of 33. Nathan Lyon was caught on the hook by Tongue off the bowling of Robinson, and then Hazelwood was out caught by Root of Robinson. Robinson somehow, as he always does, finished with 3 for 100 on this occasion, but he looked quite toothless, whereas poor old Jimmy Anderson, who did actually get the ball to hook a bit, 20 overs, 1 for 53. Broad, 1 for 99 in 23. Josh Tongue, the most dangerous, 3 for 98, and the big ones as well, Dwaja, Warner and Steve Smith. 3 overs for Stokes and 2 for 19 from Joe Root yesterday that started the rod. But you might say that Australia from 316 to 3 for 316 would be disappointed to have amassed only another 100 runs with their last 7 wickets. Flem.
Yeah, but the first 3 were pretty significant.
They were.
They were. So 416, they would have taken that when they got sent in yesterday morning. Stephen Smith, that was just brilliant. Brilliant Test match batting. Very similar to what he did to India in the World Test Championship. I thought Carey looked really good, and it took another good ball to knock him over. Cummins, another not out. So tail end runs are going to play a part here. And England got through this little session. It may be a good time to bat, but the sun's out, so it might bake the pitch a bit. Less swinging conditions for the Australians. But I'm excited to see Bazball. Like Australians' batting run rate was 4.13.
Yeah.
England's only 3.2 at this stage.
That is absolutely correct.
Come on, Bazball.
This is going to be a very, very interesting.
Let's see if they can take on this Australian attack.
Because let's be clear before we go off for the lunch break. England were more than toe-to-toe with Australia in the first test. You would argue that they let the game go in the end. Each side lost the same number of wickets. It was a brilliant game. It was nip and tuck all the way. But yesterday felt so flat for England that suddenly the Boo Boys were in town. Everything was wrong. The whole system was rubbish. You've got to tear it all up and throw it away. Well, if England get through today 2 or 3 down with 250 on the board, then we're back to isn't Bazball great? If they do what they did against South Africa last year and get blown away, then the Ashes will almost be gone with it, and there will be critiques left, right and centre. Before we take you to Paul Sebastiani, though, for the lunch break, Flem, the Macca's delivery of the day.
Broad to Carey. And it was the most significant, because we're worried that, well, England would have been worried if Carey and Smith had gone big, and then 450 plus was on the cards.
Yep, I couldn't agree with you all. That is our Macca's delivery of the day. Order via Delivery on the My Macca's app. We're going to take a break here in the studio and grab a little bit of lunch. Players will be back out in around about 35 minutes. But to take you through the lunch break, it's Paul Sebastiani.
From a cafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee, fit for an Aussie. Live from England, the Ashes on SEN Cricket.
Smith on strike, pushes into the covers, and there it is. Another Test century for Stephen Smith. His 8th on English soil, his 7th against England in England. It has been a terrific knock from the moment he walked out yesterday, with Australia just in a potential spot of bother. He has been in complete control. The ball has come off the middle of his bat pretty much continuously throughout this fantastic knock. He is the scourge of the English. He is the modern-day Bradman. He is a truly wonderful player.
SEN Test Cricket at Lords for Macca's. Here's the 30 years of them at Cafe. And as Daniel Norcross called there, Steve Smith, 32nd Test century, his 7th in England. He was out for 110 shortly thereafter. Australia losing 5 for 77 this morning, all out for 416. Josh Tongue, the best of the bowlers for England, with 3 for 98. Robertson picked up a couple at the end to finish with 3 for 100. England in reply, and none for 13. Crawley's on 6, Duckett's on 7. Our session is for Drinkwise. Remember, if you're drinking, to Drinkwise. And we welcome to Lords for the first time today. Audiences joining from the AFL coverage across Victoria, South Australia, Western Australia and Tasmania. Brisbane defeating Richmond by 81 points. Brisbane 2014-134. The Tigers 7-11-53. Joe Danaher with 5 goals for the Victors. And we also have audiences that have joined us in New South Wales and Queensland after the NRL coverage where the Sharks smashed the Dragons 52-16. Adam Collins with you and our experts for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas, Phil Walker from Wisdom Cricket Monthly and Jeremy Coney, the former New Zealand skipper. Looking forward to this, Phil. The Aussie seamers against the England openers on a surface that's given plenty.
Yeah, and is meant to suit both. The Aussies need a little bit more pace in the track than what they got in Birmingham, and England have been very vocal and very bolshy about wanting exactly the same thing. They want to play their shots, they want to play through the line. There was a bit of movement for Mitchell Starc just before lunch. There's a kind of a big break back into Zach Crawley's pads. Yeah, strap yourselves in, folks.
It's going to be Starc to start the session, bowling to Duckett, left arm over the wicket, pavilion end defended into the offside, no run. So 3 slips of gully. There'll be Warner, Smith, Kawaja, Green respectively. Man at fine leg, forward square leg, mid on, mid off, and yes, a deep backward point round the corner. Hello, Jeremy Coney.
Hello, Adam. Hello, everybody. Yeah, a good session, wasn't it, for England? Really pulling themselves back into the game a little, as they had to do. Obviously, getting the early wicket of Carey and then the one of Smith that you just mentioned. Good catch from Duckett in the gully, got his head in line with the ball. That was the key to the catch.
Starc on the way from that old pavilion end. Passes umpire Raza, delivers to Duckett. Inside part of the bat, driving down to mid-on. Gets a single, defeats Cummins, just diving to his right. Took some pace off the new Dukes. They return for a couple. Duckett up to 9. England none for 15. Looking forward to seeing how they go about bowling to Duckett. Will they, do you think, just try and tempt him well outside the off-stump, Jeremy, knowing what they know about his play for England in this return to the side?
Well, I think you have to, don't you? I mean, he just plays at anything. We've seen him play down already to sort of that third man area and just go wide of maybe a second gully, and I wonder whether it's worth having a second gully in. You might bring him perhaps from square leg at the moment and put him beside Green, maybe Green on the outside, don't know.
So Starc trying to generate some movement. Down the slope away from the left-handed Duckett, waiting for him here, delivers, and Duckett plays and misses, as you foreshadowed, Jeremy. That's way outside the off-stump. What's he doing there, Phil?
Well, it's what he does perpetually. It's mad how little he leaves, considering he's an opening batsman in Test cricket. This was always going to be the case. What he actually was guilty of at Birmingham was being a little bit in between, pushing without any real conviction. That's another example. The bat flops outside the eye line. There's no real meaning behind the shot. And you're asking for trouble. Jeremy's absolutely right, by the way. Definitely get in a second gully. He steered one, as he said, in the first over from Starc through that gap next to Green. I know Green covers about 3 men's spaces, but still get another one in there without a doubt.
Starc up, delivers. Duckett presses from the crease. No footwork to speak of. Little edge down into the turf, out to Green at gully, no run.
You see, that one doesn't actually move quite so much, and so he's had to just readjust his cut. And it's actually, he's almost closed the face on it, hasn't he? That's the one that can come back and then go into the off stump. So he's got to be a wee bit careful.
Found it interesting around the Duckett conversation, Phil. After the Ireland Test match, that stat came out where he left 8 deliveries in 600 since returning to the. They made a real virtue of that, didn't they? The Baz ballers, if you like. Oh, no, that's who we are. Lead into it, rainbow rhythms and all the rest.
Sure, but there's got to be a bit of light and shade, right? And
exactly.
Again, though, respectfully, Ireland is one thing, Mitchell Starc is another here.
Quite. He's up here, and Duckett from the leg stump. There's half a shout from Starc for leg before, but it's most ambitious, and around to collect is the wicketkeeper Carey, no run.
He's also not traditionally an opener. He's been reformed, reframed as an opening bat. He was a dasher, really. He was a coloured clothing cricketer, full of funky reverse chips and sweeps and scoops and paddles and all the rest of it, and kind of moved into first-class cricket almost as a sideline, really, and was a number 4-5 for Northants, and then moved up to Notts, batted 3 for Notts, did pretty well, but in the slipstream of other more prominent players. But since he's moved up to open for Notts, he's been pretty solid, pretty irresistible, actually, averaging around 70-odd.
Starc to finish, bowls to Duckett on the leg stump again, turns into the onside, right at the middle of the bat, lands just in front of Nathan Lyon. End of the over, none for 15 the score. That's on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Huge sail on. Now Duckett 9, Crawley 6, so they're 401 runs in arrears. Australia all out for 416 earlier today. If you're heading home, and listening to the radio. Pop the TV on when you get back and turn the sound down. Flick on the SEN app and sync it up. What better way to absorb all the noises of Lords through the course of the afternoon and evening sessions? Not as loud as it otherwise might be, because so many people at Lords have a long lunch. There are 2 bays of empty seats. I learnt more about that yesterday, Jeremy. They go to lunch at the Ivy in town. They get taken. There's a marquee at the back, and there's another group of hospitality seats in the grandstand where they're taken into town for a long lunch before getting back about tea.
Yeah, let's say it has its own economy, this place. Its own micro-economy. It's not reflective of the wider world, let's say.
Indeed. So Cummins to continue. Got a couple of overs at pace before lunch from our nursery end. Into Crawley here, hits him on the pad but high on the thigh pad, down for a leg by, spills out into the offside, none for 16, trail by an even 400.
I thought it was a stunning opening session, by the way, and that 20 minutes with Stark bowling the speed of light from the top end as we look at it from the pavilion end, and Cummins doing what he does, and these two sort of exquisitely fragile openers, and you can't hang your hat on either of them. As an English fan, you're willing them to get through these moments, and it was intense and it was fast. It was faster than anything else we've seen in this game for sure. And you can see the two of them just trying to find some sort of identity here, really, in this side.
Cummins round the wicket to Duckett on the hip, forced into the onside where there won't be a single. Interested by this angle, Jeremy, with Duckett wanting to play at everything. Maybe over the wicket would create more doubt.
Well, if there's movement for Cummins, he could start it perhaps on sort of middle and leg and draw the stroke. I'm just wondering whether Cummins might like that top end as well, to come back and come down the slope with his in-swingers and so on, especially, well, to both really. And that would leave, of course, Hazelwood to bowl at this end and nibble it.
As he did so well in 19. Cummins bowls here and Duckett defends from the inside edge. Nowhere near the woodwork. They get a single, but not a convincing stroke. Duckett into double figures with the single. None for 17 England. 4 years ago, they opened with Hazelwood from the nursery end and Cummins from the pavilion end, and they were all over England in that first hour.
I don't mind Duckett's approach here. The waft, for me, is asking for trouble, no doubt. Get rid of that, certainly now. But trying to play with the inside half of the bat, I like that. He's trying to smother whatever swing there is out there. He's trying to get over onto off stump and punch it up to mid-on. First shot he played at the start of this session. You want to see that with an opening bat. Just got to try and eradicate that silly thing outside off. 3
slips in the gully behind Crawley. Cummins to him here, and he drives off the front foot. Nicely played. Checked his shot. Gets one wide of mid-off, or well wide of mid-off. That's where Labuschagne races around from. Crawley up to 6. Make that 7. None for 18. Halfway through the over. As that's a variable to come into it soon enough. It'll be Hazelwood. Picked up Duckett in the first innings last week at Edgbaston, and they love him here at Lords on the basis of the natural volatility with the slope and all the rest of it.
Yeah, his pedigree bowler, he looked good as well, warming up. At lunch I was checking him out. He looks fit, looks ready. It was his first blow back, wasn't it, last week?
Yeah. So back round the wicket for Duckett, and he forces him from the crease out to Labuschagne at the middle of the bat again. So Duckett's going okay. 88 miles an hour, that delivery.
Not so much swing for Cummins, actually. It looks pretty gun barrel at the moment. So therefore he's got to do something from the surface of this pitch if it's not there for him. A little bit of cloud cover around. Not quite sure why at the moment. It's whether he's got the, any breeze you can see is coming actually almost against it.
So Cummins to finish his first over after lunch. To Duckett again, he's well behind it in defence. Over complete, none for 18 England on the Beaumont Tail scoreboard. Huge sail on now. Duckett 10, Crawley 7.
The Cheese and Bacon McSpicy is back. Juicy chicken covered in a crispy, spicy coating, plus cheese and sizzling bacon. Order the Cheese and Bacon McSpicy at Macca's today. Available after 10:30am for a limited time.
Join almost 4 million Australians and prepare for life with Bupa, CanStar's outstanding value health insurance for 2022. Search Bupa Health Insurance today. Bupa, because life happens.
SEN Test Cricket for Macca's. Here's to 30 years of the McCafe. And our middle session is for Drinkwise. Remember, if drinking to Drinkwise, the ball gets passed through the rings for the first time. I say the first time, it was fairly routine yesterday. England trying to get the ball changed, and Australia spent quite a lot of time deliberating on what ball they would pick out of the box. They were sat on the balcony during their batting innings, the coach and a couple of the batters, but they're unsuccessful. Stark will have the same weapon to send down from that pavilion end again.
Only 6 overs old. Perhaps it will start doing a little bit more 10 overs in. A little bit more variety on that surface.
That's the part of the story, isn't it, with the jigs? Takes a little bit longer to go. So it's the orthodoxy. Stark holding it right down the middle of the seam as he takes off. Long approach, gets to Crawley, bowls here. Crawley defends from the crease, gets one. Out to cover. Nice soft hands. Moves to 8, none for 19. Crawley made a half-century here against Ireland, but a double failure against Middlesex. Tim Murtagh, age 42, picked him up twice in the county game that he played here for Kent earlier in the season. Phil Long's with us as well.
Yeah, that's Zach Crawley, 50 you mentioned against Ireland. His highest score here in 9 test innings. 150.
It looked a little lucky too, if I remember. Inside edges, outside edges.
Yeah.
It's just... In fact, in those 9 test innings, his third highest score is 13.
Sure, they'll be making him know that he's under some pressure. Duckett back on strike here. Stark with 3 slips in the gully, delivers, and Duckett plays from the crease. Out to point, gets one. They've done that pretty well since lunch, just placing the ball in front of square on the offside. He's up to 11, none for 20.
Ben Duckett, on the other hand, 182 versus Ireland here and 177 in the county championship for Nottinghamshire.
Yeah, I thought he'd made a big one earlier this year.
That was a weird game, wasn't it? It's where Middlesex gave Nottinghamshire gave Middlesex a chase at 240 in 2 sessions, and they got there with an over to spare.
Exactly that, yeah.
A very Bazball declaration. Stuart Broad was involved in that Nottinghamshire side. I wonder how influential he was in the dressing room that week. So back to Crawley is on 8. Stark trying to bring it back down the slope and towards his middle stump. Bowls here down the leg side. This is well taken by Carey. Movement after it passed the stumps. We heard Tim Payne talk a lot about that on SEN overnight when doing an interview with Ian Healy. They both reflected on just how difficult keeping at this ground can be.
Yeah, look, it goes late. And again, we saw it with the Bairstow catch, which was a fine catch, I thought, in the opening session. It went late off the edge and it continues going. You've got to be nimble. You've got to be on your feet constantly. Carey's a fine cricketer, though, isn't he? Cricketer absolutely in his prime. It was a big wicket, really, for England to get rid of him, because I thought he was completely at ease last night.
Stark, who's enjoyed a lot of white ball success here at Lord's. Played here as well in 2015 in a victory. Up to Duckett. Make that Crawley. Defends. Out to the offside. Another single. Similar part of the ground. They're accessing just in front of point. So he moves to 9 with a single, none for 21.
This is why they stay with Zach Crawley, almost in the face of overwhelming evidence, right? And if you look at it purely statistically, then it's hard to make a case for him. But they've seen the way he plays the quicks, the real quicks, the proper quicks, and he has a natural affinity for it. He moves into the ball. There's a proper stride there. He can play it under his eyes with relative calm, and you can't teach that. You can teach various other things. You can graft a lot more onto his game that he hasn't yet managed to begin to master. But as a reactor, they like him.
Stark to Duckett. Bowls here. Duckett from the leg stump. Doesn't beat Nathan Lyon. Again out the middle of the bat. So well played and well fielded. Yeah, there was that innings he played at Sydney against Australia in the last Ashes.
Which went down really well, didn't it?
Well, they were chasing too many. It ended up being a drawn game and 9 wickets down, men around the bat. But earlier on, Crawley's first 50 was in about as many balls. And yes, those who might not have seen him quite so much were purring, saying, well, how well does he deal with the short ball? How good is he off the front foot?
Exactly. And because of his height, it can be a hindrance, of course, but because of his height, he can hit good length balls for 4. He's very strong through straight mid-wicket. So he's a hard man to bowl to, as long as he hangs around for long enough.
Sun's back out for Stark's last delivery. Bowls it now. Duckett defends.
Again, inside of the bat. Inside of the bat, it's good.
Been a good restart for England since lunch. They're number 21 on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. Huge sail on now. Crawley 9, Duckett 11.
Hi, it's Shelley Craft. Keep warm this winter with Australian made. Look for genuine Aussie products carrying the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. There's thousands to choose from. Whether you're looking for authentic Aussie skincare, merino wool blankets or locally crafted homewares, Australian made has something for everyone. There's even quality Australian made fire pits for those brave enough to head outside. Visit australianmade.com.au/winter to find genuine Aussie products.
In addition to listeners across Australia, Jeremy, your country folk as well in New Zealand, all with us throughout the night. It's nearing 1 a.m. Good morning or good evening, depending on what you're up to. They're here thanks to Resine, New Zealand's most trusted paint brand. Text us if you're listening, 8833.
8833.
The Jeremy Coney TikTok videos have started again this week. You can follow them in all the SENZ places. As Cummins takes off from beneath us, nursery end. Up to Crawley, wide of the crease, bowls here. On drive, lovely on drive as well. He'll get 4 for that. Out the middle of the bat, check the stroke. Down to the rope it goes. Crawley joining Duckett in double figures. He's 13. England none for 25.
It's a good stroke from Crawley. Allows the ball to come to him. I don't think he's pushing the bat out too far. No, not too bad at all. So sometimes he allows the bat to get a little bit far, and far in front, and so if it does move, he can get in trouble showing both edges of the bat. But that's a nice stroke for him. Good start.
Not a lot of movement from Cummins, going with the wobble seam so far. Down the ground again, this time the off drive. More stand and deliver stuff, really. He slapped it. Not quite the same timing, so Labuschagne will get a chance to dive and drag it in, and so he does. They return for a third. Crawley up to 16 from 25 balls, none for 28. England. When Cummins first started, going back a long time now, he was a genuine outswing bowler. And after the various back injuries and rehabilitated action and so on, he kind of came back as a more wobble seam operator at the right time.
I did a big thing in the magazine I'm involved with CricViz. This was last year, and they crunched the numbers regarding percentage of swing and seam and so on, and accuracy marks. And Cummins actually moves it off the straight minimally compared to other top echelon bowlers, but he is so crazily accurate that it's almost negated because he just doesn't bowl anything to hit.
4 on the cordon, round the wicket. Duckett defends to mid-wicket.
And so there were more pronounced numbers out there. Bumrah's lateral movement was extreme and extravagant. But because Cummins comes in and hits that length almost with his eyes closed day after day, month after month, he remains the preeminent seamer in the world. And yet the numbers, and you can play around with the numbers, of course, and you can invert them and ignore them, as many people do. But it was interesting that they didn't jump out at you, apart from the accuracy number, where he was in a class of his own.
Always in that fourth stump channel, isn't he? Bowls here, a bit fuller and a bit straighter. And it's tucked around the corner by Duckett. Maybe via pad, we'll find out from umpire Gaffney, although there was an inside edge on it. So that's Duckett. No, sorry, belated signal. He stays on 11, but the score becomes none for 29.
A lot of singles.
Yeah.
A lot of changes of end. Tall man, short man. Different lengths required by the bowlers every time they change ends. That's the only issue for me with giving the singles as they are at the moment, to protect the boundaries square on either side.
So much made of the way that England might take to this task in terms of how aggressive they are. But what we saw at Birmingham last week is so much of their work was done with singles, not boundaries, on that opening day. Cummins up, bowls again to Crawley. Bouncer, haven't seen many of them so far, but not accurate enough. Crawley considers playing it outside the line of the leg stump, but pulls out.
Played it okay, really, in the end. Could have ridden it. It was, as you say, slightly misdirected. Past the left shoulder in the end.
But I mean, there are boundary options for them, of course. Down the ground, we've seen a couple of times, and there's a man back at deep square in addition to the fine leg. We yet to really see them move into that gear. 2-4 so far.
What was your impression of the so-called defensive-ish fields that were up and running from the get-go at Birmingham?
Well, I thought it was...
I thought it was canny, personally.
To a plan, yeah. Cummins' last ball, driving is Crawley, deflected by the bowler, nearly onto the stumps. They get a single. Hazelwood tidies up from mid-on. We'll come back to this. So England are none for 30 at the end of the over, with Duckett on 11, Crawley on 17. That's on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. Huge sale on now.
The supercars are on track. and SEN are right behind them. This is a Supercars Championship season like no other, and SEN is keeping you right on pace with our exclusive coverage. Join me, Aaron Noonan, for up-to-the-minute news, interviews and analysis from the best in the business. It's a huge season ahead with racing right through the year, so make sure you're up to speed by downloading the SEN app today. SEN Supercars, right here on SEN, your home of sport.
Peter Lalor from the Australian jumps in for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas. And you're doing as England do, you're wearing a bucket hat.
Out of respect, Ruth Strauss Foundation. It's a special day, isn't it?
It sure is. We've all had the red clothes brought into us a little bit belatedly today. I must admit I thought it was tomorrow. But anyway, there you go. Got a man behind the sight screen slowly taking his seat, or not.
My Melbourne Uni socialist T-shirt's the only red thing that I own. Gee, it's different when the sun comes out. We're just lying down there with Damien Fleming chatting about that. But the one notable thing you see with this Australian side is the airspeed, isn't it? It's just that change in attack.
All up around 145 kilometres an hour. Stark here bowling to Crawley, clipping through the onside for 4. Maybe not. The deep square leg gets it in time. I thought he timed the pants off that. In the end, Travis Head has enough time to wheel around. They get 2. Crawley advances to 19, none for 32.
We saw a contrast in approach to the two bowlers before the lunch break, where Stark was getting a lot of swing, as you guys have just been discussing. Cummins is not a swing bowler anymore, really. He's got that in-swinger working again.
True.
But there doesn't appear to be much swing there after lunch now that the sun's out. There's not a lot of seam movement either, is there? They're playing through the line with confidence.
Remarkable how the overheads have such an effect on swing when the scientists say it means nothing. Come back to that. Stark bowls here to Crawley on leg stump again, clipping again, gets more of that. This time it's 4. Down the hill towards the old tavern stand. Crawley moving through the gears. Up to 23 with his boundary. He's 3rd. None for 36, England.
Nice pickup, wasn't it, really? Just leaning on it. And good timing against Stark. Just a little bit full. It's a good start from England, but I agree with you, Pete. It's not moving so much for Australia at the moment.
We're watching closely those last 2 deliveries, both delivered with the sort of scrambled seam. But by God, that was effortless and brutal in its power, wasn't it? It was a defence before you could blink.
Prompts a change of field. Third slips out, catch him mid-wickets in response to the 2 clips in that direction. Stark's response here, bowls, and Crawley drives through the offside. Up the slope this time for 4. Out towards the Warner stand, reaches the rope with ease. Crawley is trying to find singles in the first quarter of an hour after lunch. Now he wants boundaries. Up to 27 from 30 balls there, none for 40.
Again, that's not a half volley. It's just angled out there, and he's played the width of the ball. He's gone out wide and gone after it. And he's bent the knee a little, so the weight is transferred. Good shot.
Didn't get all of it, did he? But it still flew off the bat.
Sort of thing, yeah.
Happy to play on the up, happy to play through the air if he needs to. Crawley facing Stark, under some pressure, defends it, but in front of point where there's now a gap. So good manipulation of the field as well. 11 runs from the over so far. Takes Crawley to 28, none for 41.
You like to see that, don't you? Cracking 4s and then drop it and run it. Drop it into that space you've opened up and run. Frustrates the fielding side, frustrates the bowler.
So Stark's conceded 28 runs from 4.4 overs. I don't imagine it'll be long before we see Josh Hazlewood. But your point before, Jeremy, wouldn't be the worst to get Cummins around.
Yeah, slip around there. That'll suit his in-swinger, you see.
So it could be Hazlewood this over next end, possibly, to engineer that switcheroo. Couple left. Gets a look at Duckett.
3 slips for Duckett now.
Plus screen in the gully. Bowls here. Outside part of the bat, but gets it along the carpet out towards extra cover for another single. Duckett advances to 12, none for 42.
That shot shows you why those 3 slips are in, aren't they? It's not quite convincing push at the ball.
Yes. So things trending England's way since lunch.
Crawley's got that big man presence at the crease, hasn't he? It's almost intimidating to bowl at him when he gets that front foot down and he whacks it back towards you.
29 runs in 29 balls since lunch by my count. Last delivery of the ninth from Stark here. Back to 2 slips with Crawley. Catchy mid-wicket. Bowls and Crawley plays it into the onside, one hand off the bat towards mid-on. So Stark gets out of the over. He's bowled 5 overs, none for 29. England, none for 42. Crawley, 28. Ducker, 12. And that's on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Huge sale on now.
McCafe is turning 30 this year. That's 3 decades of McCafe making the perfect coffee to go with your early mornings, sideline cheers, road trip stops, and long swigs squeezed into short breaks. So here's to 30 years of McCafe. Coffee fit for an Aussie.
It's the end of financial year, so take stock of the savings and get a great break at Tyre Power. Buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Toyo tyres, but only until June 30 at Tyre Power's end of financial year sale. Visit tyrepower.com.au.
Our coverage at Lords is for Maccas. Here's the 30 years of the McCafe, and there won't be a change. They're staying with Cummins. So I'm interested to hear Damien Fleming's thoughts on this in the fullness of time as well. All our experts for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas, that they've gone a different approach to 4 years ago where Cummins was coming down the slope.
Yeah, I remember
6 wickets
that.
in that test match. It was Hazelwood who was back up from the nursery end then.
Well, the sun's out still.
Staying around the wicket to Duckett. Get to really tempt him. Short ball. Takes it on. 2 out for it. Along the ground to find leg for 1. He's 13. None for 43. So we haven't seen Jeremy them test Duckett on that 6th or 7th stump line yet after lunch, have we?
No. And I think that's the area he's shown just a propensity to just almost just the way Lyon compulsively hooks. Duckett compulsively sort of wants to cut it or to run it square off a back foot stroke, so it brings sometimes the slips into play. If there's any variation in bounce, which we've seen on this pitch so far, sure, not in the straight sunlight that direct sunlight we've got at the moment.
3 slips still in with Cummins bowling to Crawley, wider of the crease, down the leg side. Carey takes it athletically, diving to his left. Great take.
Losing his line a little, coming around and over the wicket. Shorter batsman, the taller batsman.
So nothing wrong with the pace. That was on the clock, 89 mile an hour, so about 145 or thereabouts.
I think you're right. I think we'll get Hazelwood from the other end, from the pavilion end next.
Could do.
I'll put money on it, Jeremy.
You should ask a question at the press conference about the Slater, Pete, about the ends. I'm sort of fascinated by this. Why they wouldn't want Cummins coming down. He's on the way up right now. Bowls to Crawley and drives straight and beats mid off just. Labuschagne got some pace taken off the ball with his right hand. Work to do on the chase. He'll get there without a dive. Pulls it in 5 metres inside the rope beneath the press box. So that takes Crawley into the 30s. He's 31 from 34. None for 46. We're only in the 10th over.
Moving at a clip now.
Yeah. Making the most of the better batting conditions. Clouds are all but gone.
Should have got that, Marnus, Labuschagne.
Yeah, watching it back here for Tyre Power. Clean bowled savings, and it took pace off it just, but went underneath his hand, so he should have been on the turf.
Thought the Australians looked a bit shabby in the field in the first test of the Ashes. Might be the age profile of the team, I think.
Duckett thumps the bat on the turf. Cummins gets to him here. He pushes into the offside, thinks about one, stay still. They keep the deep backward point. Phil asked me before, Pete, rather, about the field settings and what I thought of it. I think the consensus at the start of the test match was that, Cummins, too defensive. This lily-livered captain believes in climate change, now setting a deep point back. What's going on? It's woke. But by the end of the test, it felt like we'd advanced to a more pragmatic position that England are going to keep hitting boundaries and you need to provide some protection in strategically positioned areas.
Everything's justified by a win, isn't it? But he's been using that deep backward point for a long time now. We saw that all the way through the India and Pakistan tour, didn't we?
Cummins, 2 left in the over, down the leg side. They're appealing in the cordon. Something on it. There was a noise at least. That's what's inspired the 4 catches next to Carey to go up, but Cummins consults his keeper and won't be reviewing.
Late to the party on that appeal, Cummins. It's always a sign, isn't it? Yeah. The bowler's not up with the group. There's something amiss.
Seeing it again for Tyre Power. Clean bowled savings, so it's way down the leg side, and thigh pad. Good call not to go upstairs.
And again, losing his line a bit, pushing it down the leg side.
So Cummins is trying to find some rhythm here.
It's got to be hard to find rhythm when you're swapping from over and around the wicket so regularly.
Left, right hand.
Yeah.
Tall, short.
To finish the over. Bowls to Duckett on leg stump. Again, the line's not quite right. Inside edge onto pad. They scamper through for one. Indeed, they walk through for one. So Duckett will retain the strike. He's up to 14. 10 overs gone England. None for 47 on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. Huge sale on now. And after the break, it'll be Daniel Norcross taking over from me.
It's tax time at Bunnings Trade. Get in for amazing tax time deals on tool storage, like an AEG 3-piece quick stack toolbox for $269, or a DeWalt Tough System 3-in-1 toolbox for just $385. Get more tax time deals at Bunnings Trade.
Right now with Bupa, get up to 10 weeks free when you join on eligible products. Plus, 300 everyday rewards dollars. T's and C's apply. But hurry, offer ends June 30, so search Bupa 10 weeks free today.
SEN Test Cricket with McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. And I have a very fit Aussie next to me, Pete Lalor, bright-eyed, bushy-tailed. He's up for it today. It's not the day after a wedding. No. He's fighting fit. I can tell.
I was fighting fit yesterday.
You were?
I kept myself very well behaved at the wedding.
You did. Josh Hazelwood is into the attack. This will be very interesting. From the Glenn McGrath end, the pavilion end, a man moulded in a similar image is in. Right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Duckett, who flashes at the first ball he receives from Hazelwood and thrashes it to the boundary to bring up England's half-century. It was there to be left, but for Duckett, that's an opportunity to whack it.
I think it was a length. For once, I will not criticize Ben Duckett for having followed that ball. It's rather full in the Duckett zone. He will throw his bat at it.
The voice of Bharat Sundaresan, and I love being on commentary with Bharat Sundaresan, the best of times, and this is the best of times because he's got Ben Duckett's in his crosshairs. So this next, well, however long it takes, is all for you, Bharat, as Hazelwood is in with 3 slips and a gully, and Duckett clips this into the onside. A good pouncing stop by Cummins at what ended up being mid-wicket as he moved from mid-on. Keeps the score into a single, none for 52, Duckett to 19.
So Ollie Pope will come out and bat, will he?
Well, I don't know. I've been looking on my WhatsApp groups to try to get information from the ECB High Command.
Well, they won't tell you because it's outrageous. He didn't take the field, well, he hadn't been on the field for a day.
Oh, external injury.
Hey?
External injury.
How's a shoulder an external injury?
It is an external injury.
What? It's on the skin. Well, it's not a gravel rash on the shoulder.
It happened while he was fielding, while he was in action. He didn't carry an injury into the game.
Umpire Sundaresan has spoken.
If you're fit enough to bat, you're fit enough to field. It's the biggest rort since Gary Pratt. 2005. I'm sorry.
That's what I always thought about.
I can't believe the way England abused the rules of cricket.
That's how I felt about Dennis Lilly in 1981 as Hazelwood is in and advancing is Crawley. He clips this away down to long leg, deep backward square leg for a single. Yeah, I mean, the first person to start it was undoubtedly Warwick Armstrong. I just made that up. But
yeah. It's quite the jacket you've got on today.
Do you like it? I wouldn't say like. No,
I don't know. No.
Do you want to feel it? Come on, have a feel. It's nice, isn't it? Yeah. The soft scent of satin.
Yeah,
it's like a Parisian bed sheet.
I'm stuck between 2 peacocks today, aren't I?
Well, we had a correspondent on Twitter, the marvellous L Candy, who seems to think that this has been fashion. My outfit has been fashioned hastily out of Parisian bed sheets.
Looks like a lonely bar singer in Kolkata.
Yeah. There's also that look. Yeah.
You've seen those, Pete.
Duckett back on strike. Hazelwood is into him. And he defends a ball on off stump into the onside. Now, can you explain, Bharat, for our listeners at home, what's the beef with Duckett?
I have nothing against him. Seems like a lovely guy. I've walked past him a few times on this tour and he's always said hello. He's ready for a chat.
Lovely man.
I think it's this celebration of him not leaving the ball that seems to get everyone around England excited. It does.
It irks you.
There is
I mean, I'm not sure it's celebration. I think it's wonder. Because it's become statistically so extraordinary. I mean, has he left a ball in this innings yet?
No.
Hazelwood in and he defends a full ball, which he probably did need to play at on off stump up to mid-on. I don't think he's left one yet.
On a serious note, I mean, I'm all for people wanting to reinvent the game, but there is a fine line between reinventing anything and making a mockery of it. And I'm not saying Ben Duckett is making a mockery of Test batting.
Oh, I was going to say.
But just this joyous delight in the fact that, oh, do you know he hasn't left balls around England? Irks me. And that's not the, because like we saw in Edgbaston, when he should have left balls, he did not. And he got out.
One could argue he should have left a few today, and he hasn't, as he tucks this into the onside, and they'll get at least a single. So I'm not a fan of something that I'll come back to in the next over, because at the end of this over on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard, huge sail on now. England are none for 54.
Here's another top tyre tip from Tyre Power. If your tyre pressure isn't right or your wheels aren't aligned, it can affect your car's fuel efficiency. For more ways Tyre Power can help you save, visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
They're back. Spicy Chicken McNuggets with a crispy, mouth-wateringly spicy coating. Get them before they're gone. Again. Order Spicy Chicken McNuggets at Macca's today. Available for a limited time.
SEN Test Cricket with Macca's. Here's the 30 years of McCafe as Nathan Lyon is coming on the bowl from, intriguingly, not the end of Joe Root bowl now. So he's going to be turning the ball up the hill to the left-hander or letting it run straight on.
There's those marks outside the right-hander's off stump that he might fancy himself bowling into.
But you know, there's an extraordinary stat, though, about Mitchell Starc and all the Australian bowlers.
Do tell.
When he plays, everyone else's average goes down, except for Nathan Lyon, whose average goes up. Now, this is counterintuitive to me. Of course, I need to quiz the data closer to find out if it's just an anomaly because of where they're playing.
Exactly. I think that.
But they have played a lot together, and Mitchell Starc lowers everyone else's bowling average and raises Nathan Lyon's. And of course, because you were saying, Pete, quite correctly, those marks outside the right-hander's off stump, you'd think the opposite would occur. As Lyon is in with a forward short leg and a slip in place. And Duckett just tucks the first ball he gets off his legs down around the corner for a single. What I wanted to say in the last over was that there's a habit in cricket of judging the probity or otherwise of an action by the ultimate outcome. So if Duckett reached 100, then you couldn't criticise his method. That's what I mean. And we should. If we think it's wrong not to leave these balls, it doesn't matter whether you get 100 or
not at all. Not at all. I'm completely in agreement with you. If it's not what test openers should be doing, and especially in conditions where you have to give yourself a chance.
And Lyon's getting round the wicket to Crawley, and he paddle sweeps his first ball. Quite fine. He'll pick up a couple of runs as it runs down towards a fine leg. This is strange, isn't it? Would you expect Lyon to seek out those footmarks, or is he trying to see if he can, and he said it's most dangerous, is he when he turns it back in off the straight?
Yeah, it's not much of a breeze, is there, out there? We're just looking at that NCC flag. So, yes, it doesn't have that. So there's no drift that he can use and then use the slope accordingly.
None for 57. Crawley, a strike goes for the reverse. And is missed by an anticipatory Smith, who, once he saw Crawley get into position for the reverse sweep, moved to his right from first slip to take what would have been a marvellous catch. And it went to hand, you know. Well, take a look at this on the replay with Tyre Power, clean bowled savings. He moves very quickly and
he moved too far.
If anything, and it's hit him on the right leg. He's gone a long way. He's well beyond gully by the time it's hit him. But that was an interesting bit of cricket. A single to Crawley. England none for 58. Crawley on 35. Duckett goes back into his crease and pushes a fullish, straightish ball into the covers for no run.
Well, Pat Cummins will be hoping that he can do as he did last test and just throw the ball to Nathan Lyon and say, you look after that end, mate, and we'll work the pavilion end ourselves.
The four of us, the four seamers Australia have got. Lyon in, forward comes Duckett. A little twitch there, like he was thinking about a reverse sweep himself, I thought, but he's eventually defended it conventionally. Back to the bowler.
There is a fielder for his reverse sweep, unlike what we saw with Zach Crawley, because he will be playing the reverse sweep with the turn.
Lyon with that backward point in place. So bowls a full delivery, clipped at short leg. That is the end of the over on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. Huge sail on now. England are none for 58.
All right, I'm going to the bar. We're back in a tick.
Seriously? They just bounced the ball, mate. Wait till quarter time.
Won't be long this time.
Yeah, can I get mid-string and...
people. Oh, what? What did I miss? Who scored?
Spending more time queuing for drinks than watching the game? You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
SEN Test Cricket with McCafe celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. 2 slips, gully, deep point, extra, mid-on, mid-off, deep square leg and a long leg as Hazelwood is in to the right-handed Crawley. And Crawley punches off the back foot to the cover region. There it is comfortably fielded by Marnus Labuschagne. There's no run.
Just looking at Crawley and the way he's approaching Josh Hazelwood, he's faced only 3 balls from him. But he seems to be going across his stumps, walking at Josh Hazelwood. We saw some of the English batters do that with Scott Boland in the second innings. And Andrew McDonald did say he was a little surprised with how aggressive they were against Boland.
But I suppose once they settle into their length, then they're very dangerous. And they're sort of bowlers who like to hammer out a length. As Crawley faces up, Hazelwood in, pulled out through deep backward square leg, and it's going to be 4. It was short, it didn't really get up. It wasn't a particularly hostile short ball, and Crawley, who's a tall man, was able to get on top of the bounce and whack it between the 2 fielders and the leg side boundary for 4. Goes to 39, England none for 62.
Lovely shot.
Lovely shot, yeah.
There's some
absolutely fantastic.
He was in control of it. It was uppish, but it was in the gap. And he picked that length very quickly. See,
well, he's unsettled Hazelwood's lengths, hasn't he? Stepping in because he can drive on the up. He's such a big man, so Hazelwood's pulled it back and set up. It's not exactly a quick pitch.
Hazelwood scurries in, elbows bent. And this turned into the onside of a thick inside edge by Crawley. He'll get 1. He's coming back for a second. He might want to hurry up, but no, he's fine. He gets back. And with that, England moved to none 64 and Crawley into the 40s. He'll face 40 balls.
And if you're just tuning in right now, you look at the score and say, oh, pass ball's on. And it's actually not. It's been very good batting. They put every single loose delivery away. They haven't tried to create scoring opportunities, which is good to watch.
Well, the pressure is on them. You know, the spotlight is really on England and their approach this afternoon. As Hazelwood is into Crawley. Crawley waits and defends on the front foot, a ball that was short enough to go on the back foot too, but he gets a big stride in and pushes it into the covers. Labuschagne fields, no run.
You say that they're not trying to create scoring opportunities. They're certainly not letting any go by, and they're probably making scoring opportunities where traditional owners, traditional owners, yes, with all due respect to them as well, would perhaps, you know, let more deliveries go, as you are advocating.
Exactly.
But on a wicket like this, why not?
Why not?
You can play. Yeah.
Hazelwood into Crawley. Crawley lets this go by outside the off stump. He does.
Let's just savour that moment.
I know. I mean, what a time to be alive.
Yeah.
I was on Ben Duckett. I won't get into the details, but I was advocating the fact that maybe he does have an account on one of those social media websites where you can subscribe to see Ben Duckett leave deliveries.
Oh.
Is that like a betting?
Yeah.
Is that like betting? Spread betting account?
Yeah. If you subscribe, you can see Ben
What
Duckett.
does it look like, Ben? Show us. We'll pay you £1,000. Hazelwood's in. This is driven beautifully by Crawley. Back past Hazelwood. Very close to Hazelwood's right hand. Very close to the stumps at the non-striker's end. But now it nestles on the boundary sponge in front of the pavilion. The shot of the day for me. He goes to 45 at the end of the overall. The Beaumont Tiles scoreboard, England are none for 68.
Beaumont Tiles is proudly sponsoring the Ashes by hitting a 6 with your massive bathroom wear catalogue sale.
How's this? Vanities, basins, baths, loos, and even tapware are all slashed by up to 25% off. Plus, yes, plus, get up to 25% off all tiles. That's another 6 for Beaumont. Head into one of over 110 stores around the country and save up to 25% on bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1, Beaumont Tiles.
SEN Test Cricket with Maccas. It's the 30 years of McCafe and we're in the second session. Our second session on the second day is with Drink Wise. Remember, if drinking, drink wise. Phil Long.
Zach Crawley's hit 36 off the last 20 balls he's faced.
This seems quite an aggressive approach, and yet, and you're right, Bharat, there's been nothing particularly untoward.
It's been very good batting. Excellent batting.
Lyon starts a new over, round the wicket to the left-handed Duckett, the forward short leg in place. Duckett comes forward, and it comes off a thick inside edge to that short leg. We're still on leave watch, 36 balls without a leave. He's had many opportunities.
Subscribe. He's not going to do it for free. I mean, I know cricket's so long around free to air in England.
This is a grey area. This is a grey area you're getting into.
Well, I'll give you an unusual stat in a moment. Lyon is in, and that's cut away by Duckett, but straight to backward point, no run. Of those 8 leaves in 730-odd balls, 3 of them were on this ground against Ireland.
Oh, recent. That recent.
Yeah.
That's him done for the summer, is it?
I think so.
Yeah,
I'm not sure he's left a ball since then. Slip in place. Duckett waits and he goes for the big heave-ho. He's got it out over deep mid-wicket, and that has made it to the boundary. A slog sweep, an authentic shot from Duckett, who moves to 25, and England none for 72.
And that's a shot he does favour against spin. We've seen him do that in white ball cricket as well. He was hitting against the turn. There hasn't been a lot of turns so far. This came on straight, but again it was a length. It was a smart shot. He picked the length right, got under it, and looked a little agricultural, but it was effective, and he backs himself.
But I mean, a reasonable kind of agriculture, I'd say. Yeah. Arable farming. Yeah. In East Anglia, kind of agricultural, as opposed to sort of goat herding in the Appalachians. His next delivery aims a strapple, and that was the goat herd. That was the goat. That was goat herding in the Appalachians.
Goat herding delivery from the goat.
From the goat.
Playing his 100 straight tests.
Back to the goat.
Famous pub in Kensington, isn't it? Opposite the Royal Gardens Hotel, the Goat Tavern.
Yeah. Never been in. This line is into Duckett. Comes forward and defends a very full ball into the onside. Picked up by Labuschagne. No run.
Of course, our dear friend listening in Adelaide will say there's only one Kensington that matters and one Kensington pub that matters. The Kenzie. Andrew Faulkner will be there tonight.
And Faulkner.
Andrew
What
Faulkner.
a man. What a man, Andrew Faulkner. If you're listening, good evening. It's a very fine fellow. As Lyon is into Duckett. Duckett drives away from his body to short extra cover. That completes the over on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. England currently going smoothly at none for 72.
Looking for a career in the smash repair industry? Sheen Panel Service is looking for managers and panel technicians to join our 26 stores across Victoria. Work for a supportive family business with over 50 years industry experience, with career progression opportunities and a competitive salary. Plus, you'll receive a sign-up bonus of $5K. That's right, join Sheen's lineup for a $5K sign-up. Apply now at sheengroup.com.au. T's and C's apply.
SEN Test cricket with Maccas. Here's to 30 years of McCafe. Duckett 25, Crawley 45.
They treated Josh Hazlewood with a little less respect than one would believe he's due at this point of his career. It's 2 overs for 17. Well, he pulled the wings off the flies yet, but Crawley's taking him down.
He is. He's using his feet. Look how far out of the crease he stood. And then a couple of times in the last over, he walked at him, drove that last one for 4. Like you said, Pete, he got Hazlewood to change his length, do something he doesn't do so often, so early in his spell as well, go short.
If they will, if they'll come down the wicket to Carl Jamieson, who has the highest release point in world cricket, I guess they'll come down the wicket to anyone.
Yeah.
That's the theory. And it's working okay. At the moment, the side screen is being shifted for some reason. That's Hazlewood. No, there's a gap in the side screen. I mean, this is so Lords, really. Well done. Put it back together.
Is it the smallest side screen in international cricket?
It might be.
It is quite modest, isn't it?
You'd think the second or the newest test ground in London would have got the better side screens, wouldn't it? Is that a fair comment? As Hazlewood is into Crawley. Oh, gets a thick inside edge. And the ball squirts down to long leg. That was a false shot. He came forward, prodded at it. But he gets away with it. Gets a single, moves to 46. And so what does Hazlewood do to someone who's coming at it? What's the solution?
It's a good question. I think what he will do is not let them dictate what length he's bowling. He did go short last over, but it was a good shot. He'll take that. And what they do want him to do is, with Duckett, he can just operate in that area
He's a much shorter man, but Duckett will play almost everything off the back foot, won't he?
Yeah, and you have 2 slips and 3 other slots covered with Cam Green, so you literally have a 5-man cordon.
Yeah, Green at 4th slip, Gully and 2nd Gully.
Yes.
As Hazelwood is round the wicket to the left-handed Duckett. Duckett comes forward in defence and plays back to the bowler. There's no run.
Well, there was talk when the ball was moving around about perhaps using 2 gullies and the 3 slips in the cordon, but they put Khawaja in. Is that Khawaja at a backward point there?
Yeah. It's a fielder that England used a lot. I think it has to do with the angles and the slope as well, to cut off that single that Dave Warner and Usman Khawaja.
Funny you should say that, because Sir Alistair Cook, who's here, was asked a question of another scorer about the percentage of runs scored through the deep third region, or third region if you like. Hazelwood in, tucked away at the onside by Duckett. Nice shot, will get him a couple of runs. It's being pursued by Cummins as it goes up the slope, and Duckett moves to 27, England to none for 75. And he suspected that yesterday fewer runs had been scored in that area than normal at a Lord's Test match. Because the Lord's, you see it a lot. You see a lot of runs go diagonally behind square on the offside.
And it's all because of that fielder.
That fielder. And yesterday, only 14% of runs were scored in that direction. In the last something like 10 years, the average has been 22%. Hazelwood is into Duckett, who works his way into the onside again, but squarer, so it goes straight to Lyon, who's just in front of square. The onside, no run.
When you're a Sir, do you get to sit in your parliament, or is that not even?
No.
How does that work then?
Only Lords. Sirs are just pointless.
Well, what's a Lord?
Sirs just get us. Well, what is a Lord? You get hereditary Lords. These are the dribbling.
But Ian Botham's a Lord, isn't he? He wasn't born one.
Yeah, he's allowed to sit in the House of Lords and actually pontificate on acts of legislation.
And he can pass legislation?
Yeah, well, not on his own. He'll have to get. He could propose it, and then it gets voted on by the Commons. So the Lords don't get to do anything really, except be paid and wear ermine and say waff waff. As Duckett thrashes at a ball outside the off stump, hammers it out towards the boundary without perfect timing, but with masses of intent, and it's picked up on the boundary for a couple of runs. I mean, that's quite a wild thrash, isn't it?
It was a thrash.
You didn't like it. The look on your face. I mean, you do contempt so well, Bharat. Thank heavens we've got a webcam on you. It's almost worth clipping that up just to see the look on his face after the shot had been played. It's like, oh.
I'm getting nervous about the first leave. I don't know what the reaction is going to be.
Oh. Imagine what the subscribers would say.
Walk past a sewage plant or something. As Hazelwood is in. This is all cut away by Duckett outside the off stump for a single down to deep backward point. That wasn't very wide at all. It's the end of the over on the Beaumont Towers scoreboard. England to 15 and none for 78.
Macca's OG McSpicy. Juicy chicken covered in a crispy, mouth-wateringly spicy coating. It's the McSpicy that started it all. Order at Macca's today. Available after 10:30 a.m.
Here's another top tyre tip from Tyre Power. All Tyre Power owners are committed to local tyre recycling programs, which means at Tyre Power, your old tyres don't end up in landfill. To learn more, visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
SEN Test Cricket for McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee, fit for an Aussie. We've got a new Aussie in the box. I'll tell you all about her shortly.
Mighty South Aussie.
As Lyon is in, and he's gone for the slot sweep again. Duckett, and he's missed it. There's an appeal here for... It's an appeal for stumping, because you know what they're going to get here? They're going to get a double bubble. So it's a form, really, of a DRS review, which on SEN come from IMAR Insurance. The tradies make call 1-3 IMAR.
They're the tradies, mate. That's IMAR.
Everybody sing along. Now then, I'm having a look back here on the replay screen with Tyre Power, clean bowled savings. There's a big thrash from Duckett. I think he's missed it. I don't think his back foot's moved. And I think what's happened here is they get a chance to check Ultra Edge. His bat is not in the same parish.
Nope.
And his back foot has slipped ever so slightly.
He's a little man. We saw this a lot in India, didn't we, Daniel?
Yes.
Wicket keepers appealing for everything, just so that they have the... I think it got back in.
He's got that foot back in. We're going to have to see another angle of it, because unfortunately they've chosen the angle where Marnus Labuschagne is in the way, and that would have been this new angle is the right one to have because we can see that the foot has not really moved. Duckett has survived. Yes, we have got another expert in the house. Our experts for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas. Can I announce the name, or do you want to wait? Can I? It's Amanda Jade Wellington. All together now. Wello, wello, wello. Tell me more. She'll be telling us more when she comes on short.
Indeed, yeah.
So.
And it'll also mean that the South Australian accent will continue.
Yeah, which is basically English, isn't it?
It is.
It's basically an English accent. So if you're confused about having another English person on, not out, by the way, we finally got there. It's because she's from South Australia. Lion into Duckett. Duckett comes forward and clips it into the ground where Marnus Labuschagne is waiting at short leg. He takes the ball and rubs it vigorously on his inner thigh.
Just going back to that shot, it was a pretty wild shot from Ben Duckett. The last over when he connected with it, he picked the length, right? This was alone.
I agree with you, by the way, Bharat. I agree with you, but I'm just enjoying it. Lion into Duckett, who goes back and plays this strange, awkward, crabby cut shot out towards the point. It's a very ugly looking shot. You always think he's going to get the under edge and crash back onto his stumps, but on this occasion it's at the middle of his bat. He gets a single.
There's a little bit of similarity between the way he plays that shot and Travis Head does. It's all hands and eye. TV replays are really focused on that stumping, aren't they?
That was what was bothering me as Lion is into Crawley, who clips, goes back into his crease and then clips out to deep square leg. Gets a single. England moved to none for 80 and Crawley to 47.
Yeah. You know it's coming. I think one more clock sweep.
Yeah, is that now? I can't see it, but there is. Yes, I can now. There's a deep square leg, but no deep mid-wicket.
Yeah,
so encouraging the shot.
They are very much so. Why not? You know, he'll take it on.
Lion in. And this is defended by Duckett. A game of cat and mouse going on there towards the end of the over. And there's one more ball remaining. The umpire confused me hugely. I say square leg umpire. The square leg umpire is at point because the not inconsiderable figure of Labuschagne would obscure his view otherwise. Lion in to complete the over. Goes back into his crease and plays a horrible shot, but into the ground and out to mid-wicket where Cummins does the fielding on the Beaumont tile scoreboard. England at the end of the 16th over, none for 80.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Maccas. Here's to 30 years of McCafe. Now then, continuing is Hazelwood, who's 3 overs have gone for 23. Phil Long.
Yeah, England's highest opening partnership at Lords in an Ashes test.
Oh, since 2009 between Cook and Strauss.
And how many did they add?
100, and as Hazelwood is in, it goes down the leg side and is taken by a diving carry. There's no run. I want to say 176. 205. No, 191.
196.
That was it. I knew it was a 6 in it. It was the one game I missed because, without being morbid, it was the day of my mother's funeral. But there you go. It was the one day of cricket I missed in that summer. But, I wasn't very thoughtful of her. She could have waited till October, but it turned out she couldn't.
Rest in peace, Mrs. Norcross.
Yes. None for 80. As Hazelwood is in. This is clipped into the onside square of the wicket by Crawley, getting down the wicket, which would be annoying to Hazelwood because he's bowled a perfectly good ball there, on around off stump, back of a length, and Crawley's just got off the front foot and worked into the onside for a single. It goes to 48, none for 81.
And the first ball of that over, because Crawley is walking so far across his stumps, it was full aimed on leg stump, and Josh Hazelwood maybe just trying to figure out if there is a little opening there. He's walking right across his stumps.
So you think he's trying to bowl him behind his legs?
I thought that was because his hand went to his head immediately. It did catch a bit of pad. Not a bad idea.
Not a bad idea. So he doesn't quite have the same eye as Steve Smith or Marnus Labuschagne, who do much the same. Hazelwood is around the wicket to Duckett. Duckett pulls at this and hits it out through mid-wicket, and it's racing to the boundary for 4. That's through a straightish mid-wicket. And it's a very fine shot from Ben Duckett, who moves to 35. Analyse that, Bharat Sundaresan.
Yeah, that was almost felt like we were at Wimbledon, wasn't it? Like, it's one of that cross-batted.
So it's not a proper cricket shot.
Not a cricket
It's
shot.
not a cricket
Not a
shot.
cricket
He's made a
shot.
tennis shot to it. He's disrespecting the game.
Look at that. It is a tennis shot.
I mean, that's not proper cricket, is
That's
it?
not at all.
No.
Not what a test opener should be doing.
England none for 85.
Leave that.
Leave that. Hazelwood is into him again, and he just jabs his to back the point. There's no run. Of course, that does mean that if he's done all these non-leaves, I'd love to see how many bounces he's faced, because that would suggest he's not ducking at all, is he? Which is strange, given his name.
I know. Duck it doesn't duck.
He is not a man for nominative determinism.
And his height.
Yeah.
They don't have to get up very high, do they?
Yeah. No, because he's, I guess, such a candidate for being nicked out.
No one bothers bowling short.
Exactly. Josh Hazelwood did and got smashed.
Hazelwood into Duckett, round the wicket. Duckett drives quite nicely up to mid-off, but not with enough power to beat Labuschagne, and there's no run.
And going back to what you were saying in the last over, Daniel, it's making Josh Hazelwood think. Again, they're not being over-attacking like they were against Scott Boland, but definitely off the three fast bowlers we've seen so far, they've clearly made a conscious decision that they're going to make Josh Hazelwood change what he likes doing.
Yeah, I guess well, if you let him bowl, you're in serious danger.
You up. Yeah.
He will gobble you up. Last ball of his fourth over. He's into Duckett. Duckett slashes at a wide one outside of the off stump. It's going down through backward point. Fielder's in pursuit. Should get there. Does get there. And they come back for a third run. Good running from this pair. 3 more to Duckett. He moves to 38. England are none for 88 at the end of the over. We're going to have a change in the commentary box. Adam Collins is going to come in and going to be joined by, Amanda Jade Wellington, and possibly, definitely Damien Fleming.
Here's another powerful reason to choose Tyre Power. Our buying power gives you the power of lower prices on a huge range of leading tyre brands. Get the power to save on your next set of tyres. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
The Cheese and Bacon McSpicy is back. Juicy chicken covered in a crispy, spicy coating, plus cheese and sizzling bacon. Order the Cheese and Bacon McSpicy at Macca's today. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
Polara's end of financial year deals have been extended to July 31st with great savings across the range. Get $1,000 free accessories on the 2-seat Ranger 570, the 3-seat Ranger Northstar and the 6-seat Ranger Northstar Crew. Get $2,000 free accessories on the upgraded 23 Ranger Diesel and $3,000 free accessories on the Ranger XP 1000. Finance is available to approved purchases at a 6.99% rate. Don't miss out. See your local Polaris dealer. Polaris. Think outside.
It's the end of financial year, so take stock of the savings and get a great break at Tyre Power. Buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Toyo tyres, but only until June 30 at Tyre Power's end of financial year sale. Visit tyrepower.com.au.
McCafe is turning 30 this year. That's 3 decades of McCafe making the perfect coffee to go with your early mornings, sideline cheers, road trip stops, and long swigs squeezed into short breaks. So here's to 30 years of McCafe, coffee fit for an Aussie.
SEN Test Cricket for Macca's. Here's the 30 years of the McCafe. In our middle session, England so far for Drinkwise. Remember, if you are drinking to Drinkwise, England 75 runs in the hour. Phil Long, tell us more.
Yeah, 75 runs an hour, 13 overs, 78 balls, so just under a run a ball. There were only 8 fours. It felt like more, but there were 3 threes and 4 twos as well to go with it.
Nicely done. So they did open up the field in the first 20 minutes. Damien Fleming will tell us all about that. Our guest as well, Australian leg spinner Amanda Jade Wellington, the pride of South Australia. How are you going?
Good, yourself?
Better for seeing you. You got 1 day off on tour, 1 day off on the Australian A Women's Tour, and you thought, I'm going to blag my way into Lords, and here you are. You must be loving it.
Oh, I'm absolutely loving it. Like, what better way to spend a day off than watching cricket?
What better way of spending a day off than watching cricket? I'm not sure if that was your team's philosophy, Flemo, back in the day.
Yeah, just onto Amanda's Twitter feed. And, the first one, hello, Lords.
Hello, Lords.
Boo.
So you've joined commentary at a challenging time for Australia. They're going to have to find a way to transfer some pressure here. Nathan Lyon's conceded 10 runs in 3 overs just to drag it back a little bit, but of most interest, Flem, they've gone after Josh Hazlewood, 31 from 4. There wouldn't be many spells he's bowled in his 61 test matches where he's conceded 31 runs in 4 overs.
No, well, this is Bazball effect, isn't it? And it's sunny conditions. The pitch just seems to change a bit of colour. It's more straw-coloured than green.
Starting the new hour, Lyon bowling to Duckett, round the wicket, slipping a short leg defended by Duckett, back down the pitch, no run.
And Bazball batting does tend to like predictable bowling. And even though it's a bit quicker than what the English bowl there, we are a very accurate attack, but it can be used against you when the opposition sizes up a flattish pitch and they're going to be aggressive.
Line up, passes umpire Gaffney, delivers here wider of the crease, Duckett forward, pushing out towards mid-wicket where there won't be a single. You've seen plenty of runs in the games you've played as well, Amanda. You played was it a 3 or a 4-day game where there was runs galore in the lead up to the Women's Ashes Test?
Yeah, it was a 3-day game, and Tammy Bowman absolutely took to town to us, literally.
So 2 double hundreds for Tammy on a couple of roads. Lyon bowls here, going back is Duckett defending, no run. That can't be fun. I mean, you've obviously toured England, played a lot of white ball cricket over here and rocking up and running into the England opener in top form. Yeah,
look, I've had better memories of bowling to Tammy Bowman than that day. Let's put it that way.
Of course, your ball of the century in the test match in 2017. Google it, it's worth it. Lyon bowls here, Duckett pushing down the ground, inside part of the bat. It's timed it pretty well, actually. They'll have enough time to return for 3. Mitchell Stark around from mid-off does the fielding. It takes them to 91 without loss. Duckett joining Crawley in the 40s. He's 41.
And how's the feel been around the squad?
Yeah, it's
Australia,
been awesome.
You enjoyed it? Yep.
Yeah, it's been an awesome new group, under the coaching of Luke Williams, new coach, head coach back in South Australia. Yep. So he's loving it, girls are loving it, and we've brought the weather with us.
So how does it work? So you're playing a mirrored series more or less with the senior team?
Yeah, pretty much. So we've got 2 ODIs coming up.
Nice one. There's Lyon. Changes the field. Got a leg slip for Crawley. Down. Stumped him. Excellent work from Alex Carey. Oh, Australia really needed that. Crawley had the leg slip in position, came down the track, and Alex Carey, who's been sharp with the glove so far in this series, stumps Crawley for 48. England lose their first wicket with the score on 91. So Lyon bowling from the nursery end gets one to turn up the slope. Super stuff, Damien Fleming.
I don't know who was more excited, Nathan Lyon or Amanda Wellington here.
Yeah, South
you went
Australian.
off then,
Yeah, South
didn't you? You
Australian.
loved it.
Yeah, Carey.
But also, I think you sensed like me because of our angle. As he come down and when Gazza released it halfway down, he's cooked.
Yeah.
He's gone.
He's gone straight down the line rather than actually going towards the ball.
So a couple of big stumpings. We saw Travis Head get himself into a bad position and chase a wide one. It was the opposite here. Crawley actually cramped himself for room. He closed off his option of hitting the ball. And Colo, you mentioned it once we first come into this for this session. The Aussies need a wicket. It was starting to just go. And it's that man again, Nathan Lyon. And spin hasn't been productive here, averaging 50 a wicket.
Yep.
In the last few years, but we saw Root with a bit of turn last night, so it might be not for the first time in his career that Nathan Lyon is the outlier for the Australian attack.
And the chance to celebrate another wicket for Tobin Brothers' funeral, celebrating largely Australians. Amanda Wellington.
Just want to say, South Australian bowling pair, Nathan Lyon, South Australian, Alex Carey, South Australian here. Is it?
It's meant to be.
It's meant to be.
It's meant to be. I love that you're still playing me, Nathan.
Excuse me, what about my South Australian career?
Oh, yeah.
You blinked and you missed it? Yeah, probably.
Probably. Was I even born?
No, 2 games. I don't think you would have. About 2003 or 4?
Oh, no, I was born way by then.
Why didn't you remember that?
1997.
I was number 5.
Oh.
Famous number 5.
So watching it back, Nathan Lyon here, he did clip the pad on the way through, and Carey, who took a long time to complete his first stumping, he took 62 catches at test level before whipping the bails off successfully. Has done so here, and he's fired up as well. So Lyon sees the back of Crawley for 48, and Pope, he's got an injured shoulder, batting at 3, slipping a short leg, first ball well forward and tucks in out in front of square towards the grandstand where Green does the sweeping. Off the mark first ball with a single, 1 for 92. So Pope wasn't able to field, and he could still bat 3. It feels unusual. It's the end of the over as well, I should say. So we'll come back to that on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. England 1 for 92.
It's tax time at Bunnings Trade. Get in for amazing tax time deals on tool storage, like an AEG 3-piece quick stack toolbox for $269, or a DeWalt Tough System 3-in-1 toolbox for just $385. Get more tax time deals at Bunnings Trade.
Stay on the ball while you're on the road. The SEN app is now available on Apple CarPlay, so you can keep up with all the big moments, expert commentary, and the latest news. When it happens in sport, SEN has you covered. Find the SEN app on Apple CarPlay.
We're here at Lords for McCafe celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. Adam Collins, Damien Fleming, Australian leggy Amanda Jade Wellington with us on the call as well. And there's been a spinner in the book for Australia, Nathan Lyon, and she's claiming Nathan as being a South Australian despite having not played their Flem for about a decade. I like it.
Hey, come on.
Ollie Pope, the number 3. Hazelwood to continue, but crucially gets a look at a new batter.
It just gives you a bit of a sniff, and we know Hazelwood is a world-class bowler. Confidence is up. He's back in with bowling with rhythm, but...
Bowls here, Pope defends off the inside portion of the blade behind square for 1. They might have waited it well enough for 2, and they have. So 2 set back, Travis Head racing in from the rope, but scores from both balls. He's faced Pope to 3, 1 for 94. What do you think of the ends? I meant to ask you when you came on that Cummins 4 years ago and Hazelwood were the... Cummins started at the pavilion end, Hazelwood the nursery end, and they dominated. Today they've gone the other way.
Yeah, I heard you say you want Pete to ask that in the press conference.
I do.
And I'd be intrigued. I mean, Stark has to bowl, represent.
That's the end that Hazelwood's in from here. Bowling again to Pope. Forward in defence, right down low to it when contact's made.
But, Josh could have opened the bowling too.
Yeah.
He does have a better out swinger than Paddy. Yeah, I'm intrigued. Even yesterday, the England sort of rotated their bowlers a lot. And because of the slope, I think you just want to, if you feel quite good, just stay at one end.
And Cummins, of course, did bowl first change behind Hazelwood and start quite a lot.
Well,
major part of his career.
A heap, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It's only recently he's opened the bowling.
2 slips of gully for him here, closer to the stumps. And again, Pope's forward before defending with the ball right under his eyes. Well played, well bowled as well, 84 mile an hour. So I'm out of the Women's Ashes. Australia wrapped up a convincing victory. Ash Gardner 8 for, 12 for the match. Bowling off breaks, dominated, and they're off to start their T20 campaign. Over the weekend was their first game, I think.
Yeah, correct.
Birmingham.
It's going to look interesting. T20 squad for England has changed. They've got some inclusion. They left out Tammy Bowman.
Yeah.
That was very questionable. I'm not sure what the thinking was behind there, but...
She's been out of the T20 side for out for a while, hasn't she? Hazelwood bowls here to Pope, who's on the front foot, forcing out through cover, where they'll get 1. It'll be Nathan Lyon doing the fielding. They'll take 2 on the slide. Pope up to 5, 1 for 96 the score.
Yep, and maiden call up for Danielle Gibson. So
Yes.
London Spirit girl as well. So it's going to be interesting to see if she gets the debut as well.
So I mentioned you've been playing quite a lot of cricket in England the last couple of years because of the 100. So this is a new opportunity for you as I suppose you declare yourself a T20 circuit professional at times, different parts of the year now as well. You get the chance to get picked up, and you took the most wickets in the comp last year.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, it was actually really rewarding.
As Hazelwood approaches and bowls to Pope, does so here. Pope defends, and he wants a single, but there won't be one to Lyon racing in for a point. What's your experience been of playing in the 100 over here?
I absolutely love the 100. I think it's such an electric tournament, and it's really good to see the amount of skills involved, and I absolutely love the double headers. The fact that the girls play before the men, meaning they come early, they watch us, we stay, we watch them. It's more of it's definitely a 2 teams, 1 club feel.
So a little bit like how it was in the early days of the Big Bash.
Yeah, definitely. Early days.
And the comps were ran at the same time. Hazelwood to finish the over to Pope again. He turns him in front of square. Lovely timing. There'll be sufficient time for Head to race around from deep square. They'll get 2, but Pope started really well. He's 7 from 7 balls. 19 overs gone England. 1 for 98. That's on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. Huge sail on now.
What a magnificent game this has been here today at the home of football, the MCG, and the Tigers go forward again to try and get the knockout punch. Punt road in, left half forward, Cochin, wonderful pick-up, hand pass to Martin. Dusty's 30 metres out, over the top to re-roll for a goal. And the Tigers are racing away with this game.
Thanks, Rex. So when the final siren sounds, how would you like to be celebrated? Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Our middle session at Lords for Drinkwise. Remember, if drinking to Drinkwise, Nathan Lyons bowled 4 overs, 1 for 14. The big breakthrough of the session. Crawley stumped for 48. Round the wicket to Duckett, slipping a short leg forward in defence.
What's the gap between the two games in the 100?
It's literally like 20 minutes, not even. It's unbelievable. So as
if
soon
you
as
had that delay, it works.
As soon as we finish, the men are literally on the field warming up straight away. It's fantastic.
I like it.
I love it.
They do the toss when the women's game's still on.
Yeah, literally. It's so good.
Line delivers. Duckett plays from the crease out towards deep point. Gets 1 for that. He's 42, 1 for 99.
But it is a little bit flamboyant because there is a stage where you do the toss on.
Okay.
So it's like front and centre.
Yeah.
And then...
Bit of karaoke, maybe.
In between the games, there's a live band.
Yeah, this is good.
Yeah.
It is good, isn't it?
There's
Good.
DJ all game as
Just
well.
a 20-minute set.
Yeah.
Just your greatest hits. No new material, please.
Honestly.
All killer, no filler, says Flem. Line in over the wicket. Reverse sweep from Pope towards slip. Smith's taken it on the bounce, but that's a shot that Pope plays routinely, so nothing unusual there.
Trust me, I've caught myself warming up and I've stepped away to look and watch the band and actually dance on the sideline rather than warming up.
Yeah, you're moving around.
Yeah.
That's not like you, Willow.
Nah, it's definitely not.
Line in, bowls to Pope. Got the short leg, forward and defending, back down the pitch, no run. So you got the 100 ahead of you. What else is on your dance card at the moment?
I can't really reveal anything afterwards, but I've got a certain T20 tournament I'm going to after the 100.
Excellent.
And then obviously WNCL back in Australia and Big Bash.
Line bowls 2 left in the over. Down the leg side just. It's turned into the man at short leg with the spin, no run. So you've not been in the Aussie team for a couple of years, but I suppose the performances you put on the board playing in the 100 help inform where you might fit the pecking order?
Yeah, definitely. And I think one thing I've learned over the years is not to be too focused on the Aussie squad, is just to be present and be happy with what I'm doing at the moment.
Deep backward point for the reverse sweep. Line completes his set off the leading edge of Pope as well. Well bowled to finish. Is held up in the surface.
Very tight.
20 overs gone. 1 for 99 England. That's on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. Huge sale on now. Pope's on 7. Duckett 42.
If you've got to build it, lift it, power it, floodlight it, do it right with Oz Equipment Rentals. They're helping Aussie industries go higher by supplying access equipment, lighting towers and materials handling equipment to the construction, mining and roadwork industries. If you are building a new runway, a new road, a new warehouse, a new highway, the name you want is Oz Equipment Rentals. They also support community sporting clubs like Lara Cats, Werribee Centrals and the Ultima Kangaroos. Visit ozequipment.com.
SEN Test Cricket for Macca's. Here's to 30 years of the McCafe. And here's to Pat Cummins, finally coming down the hill from the pavilion end, Flem. What we've been calling.
He'll get a wicket. That's what Captain Pat does.
What ball are you calling?
I'll go third delivery here.
Okay, how?
I'll just nick behind.
Okay.
He'll actually, play for the slope.
Okay.
And he'll nip it away with a wobble seamer.
Yep.
The chance to do that. Round the wicket to Duckett. Can he tempt him? Bowls here on leg stump to start. That won't end up in the corner. It'll end up round the corner with Starkett.
Now we need a single next ball.
Yeah.
Duckett to 43 and the 100's up. Thus the applause from the Lords crowd. 1 for 100 in the 21st over. So going just under 5 and over so far. Most of those runs overwhelmingly in the first 45 minutes after the lunch break.
I've got Longy working on something. I think 4 stumpings in a series is quite significant, but we are only not even had 3 innings for the Australians, so I've asked him to go to work on stumpings in a series for Australian keepers. What's a high amount? See, I think 4 is quite high already.
Great shout, Damien Fleming. Cummins bowls and driving. It's quite middle at there. Pope down to mid-on, no run. There'll be some contenders there, won't there? There'll be
I think
Healy at 93.
Yep.
Well, I'm thinking England especially.
Yeah,
if you narrow it down.
To warn.
Healy at 93 here.
Yeah, he got 5.
5 was it? That's all. Thinking Wally Grout when keeping to Benno, so 61.
As far as Ashes go, we need to go back to Don Talon, 46, 47, and he got 4 in the series, as Flem says.
In the series.
Wow.
You're all over this.
Yeah.
Killer stat. Cummins bowls, leading edge again, out towards mid-off. That's not far away from doing exactly
Third
what you
ball, I
said.
said.
Almost.
Well, it was a leading edge.
Yeah, it was, but it's not what we wanted.
If he was bowling to a left-hander, that was out.
Oh, yeah. That's what we all say.
Nathan Lyon on his haunches. I wonder whether he said, maybe I should have been catching cover instead.
is going hard at the ball. There's slope, there's pace, there's accuracy from Cummins, there's wobble seam, and also he's still got that big in-swinger up his sleeve.
Got Pope with that last week at Edgbaston. Bowls here close to the stumps, and he drives him out to mid-on. Out the middle of the blade. Hazelwood does the fielding.
I was going to make a comment before. I think, like from my perspective up here, I would like to see the fielders push a little bit wide, enticing Pope to go down the ground.
Right.
Yeah.
So we've seen him try and play a couple of straight drives, so let him have that shot.
Yeah, exactly. Have his eyes wide open. If he hits a 4, go for it, but...
They don't like this ball, Flem.
No.
They've had 3 cracks at getting it changed already. And I think they've been successful. Umpire Ashan Raza is going to walk over to his colleague.
It's a real story in this series again, isn't it? The changing of balls. We saw it a few summers ago with Kookaburra, but then they added extra lacquer, extra around the seam, and it seems to have done the job.
Yeah, there's a bit of a story here that feeds into COVID and Brexit, actually. It's with the production lines of the Dukes balls and where they're being made and how they've changed their chain of production, which means the balls are being made locally. Well, they were being made locally, then they were being made offshore. There was a whole dance back and forth. And last year, the batch, I did a county game here where there was 8 changes of the ball in one innings, which was probably the epicentre of the problem. We were told the Dukes balls were improved this year, but you're right. Edgbaston last week, what, half a dozen times?
And maybe, you know, a dead pitch that's getting banged every delivery, but this is quite live grass.
Yeah.
You'd think the life expectancy of the Duke would be significantly longer here, but we're not. We saw it when England were bowling and now when the Aussies are bowling.
That's actually one thing you probably don't see too much with the female game. We don't actually question the ball too much. I think we're just happy with it.
How have you found bowling with the Dukes?
I like it, but it feels so small in my hands. And it's so hard. I've already broken one finger because of the bloody ball, but it's so hard. But I actually quite like it because you can grip it tighter.
Right.
And I feel like I can get more revs on it, but when it gets hit back at me, I'm like, nah, I don't want a bar of it.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're having this break in play mid-over. England trailing by 316 runs. Australia were all out for 416 earlier today. Stephen Smith, as ever, 32nd Test ton, second here at Lord's, 7th in England. Fell for 110, and after that it's been more or less smooth sailing for England, raising their 100 in this, the 21st over. But
well, they've had a good day, but they needed to.
Yeah.
If they were below par this morning, the Test match is gone. And I wouldn't say they were sensational today. You know, a lot of the time they bowled to the Australian tail, but they just did their job.
Yeah, they gave too many loose balls, though.
I think
definitely.
Even today, they could have had them, you know, well below 400.
100%. Especially to Kerry, they kept targeting leg stump, and he just easily whipped it off his legs for 4.
Handy runs.
Yeah, very handy.
Geez, they're taking their time.
They're actually putting the other balls through the rings. So the replacement ball's in the briefcase with the 4th official. I don't think they're happy with those either.
That's not a good sign, is it?
No, and they'll want to try and get it so it's deteriorated to the similar one they're replacing. So you'd hope there's a lot of options.
And I know there's a lot of work that goes into that because I know as a bowler myself, we bowl with the Duke balls or a Kookaburra a certain amount of times, then we put it away because then it's, you know, it's a...
You can use it later on.
Yeah, it's a 10 over ball, it's a 20 over ball, it's a 15 over ball. You've got options, but...
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
So come and
see, for me, I still, you know, in white T20 cricket or the 100, I just think crowd catch, keep the ball.
Yeah,
like baseball.
you've got that many more.
And you get to sign it. Yeah. Maybe not the bowler, the batsman or batter.
I don't think I would want to be signed with that
but
many.
we've got a heap of extra balls now, though.
Yeah,
like, you could do that.
You could. It could be an enticement to come.
Yep.
Because obviously T20 cricket... Well,
I'll be trying to catch it up here.
Cricket now, yeah.
Always thinking, Flem, entrepreneur.
Just an ideas, man.
Cummins with the changed ball. First delivery with it. Delivers here to Pope. He's hit on the pad, shout for leg before, but trending down the leg side. Cummins pulls out of the appeal. So we've seen many times change of ball, change of fortunes for the fielding team. In an Ashes contest, that was the scrambled seam delivery as well. It was inside edge as well, I should say. A tyre player, replay screen, clean bowled savings.
Well, catch it then.
It was Edgbaston 19, wasn't it, where Australia were toiling away. Got given a new ball late in the day or a changed ball, and James Pattinson ran.
It can happen, can't it?
Yeah, it can.
Open them up.
Just mind games, really.
So Cummins to complete his 6th over. First from the pavilion end. Up to Pope again, bowls here. Pope takes on the shorter delivery, out to deep backward square. There's one, so he'll keep the strike, moving to 8. They trail by 315 England. They're 1 for 101 on the Beaumont Tale scoreboard. Huge sale on now.
My favourite film scene to reenact is Tom Cruise's entrance in Risky Business.
The movie The Notebook, and the scene where she is with her boyfriend and she said, if I'm a bird, you're a bird, and they're reenacting a scene in the ocean.
The iconic Luke, I am your father scene.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, their motto is, if it's legal, it's possible. So you have the freedom to celebrate your life your way. Get to know the team at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
SEN Test cricket for Maccas. Here's the 30 years of them at Cafe. One more over with Amanda Jade Wellington, Australian spinner. Nathan Lyon, Australia's test spinner, delivering from our nursery end, where he was about to, but Ollie Pope's pulled out. So starting with the slip, the short leg, the deep backward point for the reverse sweep, and a man round the corner as well for the conventional sweep bowls here. Pope gets down and slaps it out through cover. That is some shot. Didn't get to the pitch against the spin, but down the slope it goes for 4 out towards the mound stand. Pope's got 2 boundaries in his 12, 1 for 105, Flem.
He's certainly working that shoulder out. You know, he's going hard at the ball. He's crisp. He's loved Bazball. He's been put in at number 3. He's embraced it. And going hard against pace, but then Nathan Lyon, who's been trying to draw him up on middle and leg, gives him a bit of width, and he's happy to take him on.
Loves batting in London, Ollie Pope. Line bowls here defensively as Pope. I think there was a time when every professional 100 he'd made was south of Watford or something like that. He'd never made 100 in the north of England until last year. Longhill had that somewhere. Made a test double ton here against Ireland last month.
That's right. He had a first-class average over 100, didn't he, at the Oval?
That's
into his career.
Yeah. Home ground at Surrey, of course, for him. Short leg stays, line bowls, Pope lunging forward, defending correctly. That shoulder looks fine to me. How come he was off the field for half a day? There is a question to be asked there, isn't there? You used to have to bat after 7, didn't you?
Batters these days. Oof.
Yeah, I still thought that was it.
Yeah, injured in play. So line halfway through. Passes umpire Gaffney, a bit closer to the stumps. Delivers here and he plays it comfortably down to mid-on, where Stark set back deep enough that they can take 1. Pope to 13, 1 for 106.
So the other big play here is if they're aggressive against Lyon and get runs off him, you get him out of the attack, and then Australia are going back to their fast mediums.
So gets a chance at Duckett here. The slope towards his pad, so the one that goes straight on might be a threat. Lyon round the wicket, bowls here, and it is straight and full and defended.
I was about to comment then. What do you think about bringing out Hazelwood out of 45? What do you think?
I think they feel like that's a catching option because he obviously sweeps traditionally and reverses and laps. So, yeah, I think that's a catching position.
So last ball of Lyon's over. Duckett's 43, bowls to him here, and he's again happy to defend off the front foot. Changing commentary after the break. England 1 for 106, Pope 13, Duckett 43. Thank you, Amanda Jade Wellington. Adam White coming in. That's all on the Beaumont Tale scoreboard. Huge sale on now.
I would say the song that kind of represents my life is Life on a Highway.
Staying Alive by Bee Gees.
Probably a Celine Dion song.
I'd definitely have the Beatles.
24/7, 365. It's about enjoying absolutely every day.
Celebrate your life the way you want, like I did with a fixed-price funeral plan from Tobin Brothers Funerals. The price doesn't change, and your life will be celebrated your way. Get to know the team at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
So Pat Cummins is about to continue from the pavilion end. SEN Test cricket, thanks to Maccas. Here's to 30 years of McCafe. It's taking a while to set the field. 2 slips and a gully behind the wicket on the offside. As Cummins bowls and forcing back to the bowler is Pope. We were talking before, Flem, about the injury to Pope and the fact that he couldn't field but he can bat. There doesn't seem to be any restriction at all with how he's batting. I was surprised actually he came out when he did it.
Yep, definitely. And not only that, he's going very hard.
Yes.
And that shot off Nathan Lyon, which was an absolute cracker. He's got really good intent. I feel if you're bowling to him now, you feel like, you know, even good balls could potentially find the boundary.
Cummins again bowls, and again forcing hard hands into the covers, more to extra cover. No run. Labuschagne coming around from mid-off to do the...
They're leaving cover open, though, for that shot there, because, you know, the big wicket, yes, they've got some catches behind the wicket, but slope and then also Cummo's big in-swinger are well and truly in the game.
Phil Walker joins us as well. What's your view on the whole Ollie Pope situation?
What, on whether he should be playing out there, considering he hasn't been in the field for the last 4 or 5 hours? Oh, I think it would be a bit churlish to argue against it. I don't mind too much. Modern game, right? That's how it goes.
Cummins again bowls, hit on the pad. Pope, there's an appeal as he tries to force away on the onside, but it was a half-hearted appeal more than anything else, and the umpire shakes his head.
This sort of slightly frenetic way that he plays is... it sums up really how he goes about his innings now batting at 3 in this side. He was quite a sort of self-contained player initially when he came into the side. He was quite self-conscious, didn't really fancy himself at that level, trying desperately to prove himself, too eager to please in the first version of Ollie Pope. Then when Stokes came in, he called him, literally called him up, and he said, let me bat 3 in your team.
Right.
And Stokes said, well, it just so happens that I think you're the best young player in England and I want you at 3 anyway. Since that moment, he's been a cricketer reborn.
Cummins again charging in, bowls to Pope, who again plays into the onside, straight to mid-wicket, no run.
Yeah, and it was actually here last year. England got stuffed, by the way, against South Africa last year. They got beaten by plenty in 3.5 days when the Bazball thing blew up in their face. Nonetheless, in the first innings, in similar sort of cloudy conditions like this, nobody got a run except Pope. And Pope made 73, 70-something against Rabada, Norcross, a really top-class attack. And it was full of all the invention and the creativity that you see when he's playing well. And that was really his sort of coming out innings, really, his graduation innings.
Cummins again bowls to Pope. He's in defence. Wants a single and then gets sent back very quickly as Lyon came in quickly from point to do the fielding.
Yeah, and the numbers don't lie. Ollie Pope batting at anywhere other than 3, averages 27.6. At number 3, 47.9.
It's probably a number 3. It reminds me so much of Ian Bell too, just in his build and some of his manners. And obviously Bell, he didn't have Bazball to increase him, but there's some similarities. And, you know, we know Bell was a fantastic player.
Just his shape at the crease.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, if you can own number 3,
yeah,
you can set up great teams.
Last ball of the over here. Cummins bowls to Pope. Who is there an inside edge? No, there's not. But
like the dismissal in the first Test match.
Yeah, right.
Went for the Yorker. It was a bit wide.
90 miles an hour widey.
Quicker and went right through him, but outside off stump, fortunately for Pope for England. So at the end of the over, England 1 for 106. Pope on 13, Duckett on 43, and that is the Beaumontel scoreboard.
Tradies and lawn enthusiasts, power up your arsenal with Greenworks' range of battery-powered lawn and garden equipment. The Greenworks Pro 60V product range packs a serious punch with petrol-like performance without the noise and fumes. With over 20 products in the range, including lawnmowers, blowers, chainsaws, string trimmers, ride-on and zero-turn mowers, they're powered by an interchangeable 60V ultra-power battery and backed by a 4-year tool warranty. For more information, including dealer locations, visit greenworksaustralia.com.
Nathan Lyon starts a new over from the nursery end. He bowls to Duckett, who defends. This second session of play here at Lords on day 2, thanks to Drinkwise. Remember, if drinking, drink wise. Adam White with you. We've also got Phil Walker, and we've got Jeremy Coney with us as well. There's a few questions to throw to Jeremy. As Lyon comes in again, bowling to Duckett, who just tucks it around the corner off his thigh pad to backward square leg for a single. Duckett to 44, 1 for 107. I'm interested to both of you about the conditions, the atmospheric conditions. I wouldn't say it's steamy, but with the sun that's come out after all that rain that we've had overnight, I thought maybe it might be a little bit more bowler conducive than what we've seen. Is that a fair call?
I'll go.
You're both nodding. You've got to talk.
It's a mystery, and I've spoken to all the England bowlers about it, and there is no rhyme or reason. Lords is a mystery to them all.
Line again coming in, bowling to Pope, who works away in front of his front pad away into the onside, no run.
It's a famously difficult pitch to read. Yep. Sometimes it looks green and alive and plays flat, and other times it looks like a perfect road and it spits all over the place. And similarly, you would look up at the skies and you think, okay, it's a bit muggy as well now, and cloud everywhere. You think that it would be swerving round corners. That last delivery, by the way, from Cummins, that did trend in on the arm. So perhaps it's starting to go.
Line now around the wicket to Pope, who lunges forward and defends back to the bowler.
Yeah, but Robinson was saying to me last week, we're clueless about Lords. Nobody knows.
Okay.
Anderson was saying the same thing to him. And you think Anderson, this is his backyard, right?
Yes.
You think that he knows every single final little blade of grass. And yet, yeah, it remains this sort of mystery to them all.
Line again, bounces in, bowls to Pope, who's forcing away on the onside. Forward of square leg out to the protection in the deep. Cameron Green doing the fielding, so just a single. So Pope moves along to 14, 1 for 108 the score.
There's a fella in, he might even been in New Zealand, who wrote a book about the art of bowling, and it included a chapter about swing bowling, and he studied the little waves above the pitch, unbelievably, these little microclimate that he described.
Line again, bowling to Duckett, who again lunges forward.
Do we know this chap's name?
Well, I'll find it out for you, so I'll try and remember it.
Well, we've got the break to work that out, Jeremy, because it's the end of the over 1 for 108 on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. Pope 14, Duckett 44.
It's the end of financial year, so take stock of the savings and get a great break at Tyre Power. Buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Toyo tyres, but only until June 30 at Tyre Power's end of financial year sale. Visit tyrepower.com.au.
Want more of SEN's expert analysis? Then subscribe to SEN League on YouTube for all the best NRL analysis from experts like Matty Johns, Cameron Smith, Greg Alexander, Andrew Voss, Matt White, and more. Visit youtube.com, search for SEN League and subscribe today.
Thanks to Maccas. Here's to 30 years of the McCafe. It's SEN Test Cricket from Lords on day 2. Sunny conditions, at least at the moment. Who would have thought after all the rain overnight, as Pat Cummins continues from the pavilion end. He's bowling to Pope, who's standing tall and defending away into the onside.
So I'll talk about those micro, whatever they are, waves, I suppose, above the pitch another time. We'll defer it until I can find it out. But what we have seen, what our eyes have told us, basically, the sun's shining, the pitch is flat, it's day 2, the ball's about 20 to 25 overs old, it looks flat. Here's your chance. Now, you've had to work quite hard, England, to get back in this game, make the most of it.
Exactly.
That's really what we're that's where we are in the game.
Cummins again, past the umpire, bowls to Pope, leading edge, and he'll get some runs. He tried to turn on the onside, squirts out through the covers, and despite the misfield from Labuschagne trying to slide and throw in the one action, they keep it to 1.
There you are, someone's been on the...
I'm sure Bharat's involved in this.
The bowler's art, understanding spin, and here we go, swing, by Brian Wilkins, paperback, and a very reasonable £727.
Take it.
So, yeah, it's there, but we need to look at the swing part, please. If we could open that book.
Somewhere too. 1 for 109, Pope 15, Duckett back on strike on 44.
What a lovely piece of work that was from Carey, wasn't it, behind the stumps to effect a terrific stumping.
4 stumpings now in the series already.
Man.
Cummins bowling now to Duckett, who edges and just short of the cordon. And again, one of those situations where it's almost you call it a leading edge as he tried to play through the mid-wicket region.
Well, mid-wicket's open as well, you see. So that's something, that's an area that the bowler wants him to play, and he certainly looked for that.
He's going for the Yorker again.
You see the angle of the bat.
Yeah.
Right, so Cummins is hitting his straps here. He's doing what he does. He's changing the mood of the afternoon. England have to play canny cricket here.
Duckett's on 44. Cummins again bowls, and Duckett plays much more conventionally there, finding the middle of the bat, but straight to mid-on on the front foot.
That's not too bad. Again, inside half of the bat, trying to cover any of that late away duck, as it would be, of course, to the southpaw. Yeah, but they can't just keep playing with this blind one-size-fits-all methodology. They have to play the situation as well. It's all very well being faithful to this philosophy, but it can't become dogmatic, right? The Crawley dismissal, I'm still cranky with it. It was unnecessary. Great bit of work, but unnecessary.
Cummins again bowls to Duckett, who flicks away off the pads through mid-wicket. Now, they'll get 2 here. Hazelwood a little bit slow after this one. Really ambles out towards the rope to do the fielding. 2 more to Duckett. He moves to 46 with the score now 1 for 111.
The only thing I'd say about the dismissal, you know, and you look at someone like Lyon, hasn't got a doosra, hasn't got any mystery deliveries, and batsmen think that they can get to him. And yet, because he does get all that overspin, they don't quite get there. And he fools them, and they think they can get there on the half volley. And great work from Carey to finish, because it actually touched his thigh pad, didn't it?
Yeah.
Short ball, Duckett hooks it away nicely out into the deep, but there is protection. So just a single to complete the over. So it is England 1 for 112 on the Beaumont Tale scoreboard. Pope 15, Duckett 47.
So my boy Adam, he come home with all these bags of shopping. I said, what are you, millionaire? He says it was good bargain. Good bargain? Kogan Mobile prepaid plan is bargain. Unlimited talk, text, and 10 gigs of data for $15 a month. My boy wouldn't know bargain if it called him on phone and said, hello, I'm bargain. Talk about a bargain? Get one at koganmobile.com.au. Decencies apply.
Nathan Lyon is going to continue from the nursery end. SEN Test Cricket, thanks to Maccas. Here's to 30 years of the McCafe. As Lyon bowls, and Duckett tries to give himself room to force away on the offside. No timing in the shot. Straight up to mid-off.
Is Duckett a man to use the feet? Or is he more a sit back and I'll sweep and I'll cut and I'll, you know, play from the crease? I think he is, isn't he?
He's a compulsive sweeper. He's got a lot. Yeah. 360 as well.
Lyon again bowls. Duckett stands tall and defends up to mid-off. They've got that Manfield just behind square that's probably 5 metres in from the conventional for that top edge. Or
exactly
even the one that goes off the middle of the bat, but it can be caught sharply.
And they've got the reverse sweep as well. He's covering that.
Bat pad and the slip as well. As Duckett leans forward, he's just 3 away from a half century.
He made his debut in Bangladesh as in effect.
This is the second iteration,
exactly,
isn't it?
Yeah. Effectively as a spin specialist, and then went out to Pakistan over the winter and then really established himself in this side. And again, he's got the lot against the spinners.
Lyon again bowls, flatter, shorter, cut away, but he can't beat backward point. Jeremy spoke about that position a couple of balls before. Kawaja doing the fielding. They're very precise and specific with where they're placing their field. They've put a lot of planning, Australia, into specific fields for specific batsmen. Lyon again a bit wider on the crease, and Duckett defending back to the bowler.
Not a bad field against a left-hander, is it really? Because you're going to have to go either a really good stroke through just in front of point to get it through to the boundary.
It's hard to see.
Or do you come down the ground, which means you've got to go down the pitch a bit more.
Lyon again bowls, again wide on the crease, and again Duckett defending. That over went for about 90 seconds. It's 1 for 112 on the Beaumont Tale scoreboard.
Hi, it's Shelley Craft. Keep warm this winter with Australian Made. Look for genuine Aussie products carrying the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. There's thousands to choose from. Whether you're looking for authentic Aussie skincare, merino wool blankets, or locally crafted homewares, Australian Made has something for everyone. There's even quality Australian Made fire pits for those brave enough to head outside. Visit australianmade.com.au/winter to find genuine Aussie products.
As the clouds take over here at Lord's. England 1 for 112, and Phil Walker, you were just speaking before about Cummins giving that extra effort in that over. It was his last over because Mitchell Stark's going to have a go now from the pavilion end.
Yeah, it keeps on coming. But England just have to get through these mini moments, play the situation. Yeah, Duckett has done well because he'd have felt a bit of pressure on his collar after a pretty dud Birmingham game. In truth, he's done well here. Really, he has a good game plan.
So Stark to Pope, new over, and Pope punching up to mid-off. He'll take a single as the ball went towards extra cover. Labuschagne coming around from mid-off to do the fielding.
Just on the field for Lyon, bowling right arm round, of course, to the left-hander. Really, really cleverly conceived field. The one area is Cow, and he smeared him earlier on in the piece through straightish mid-wicket. No fielder out there. If he can rely on the ball turning away from the bat and the length is good, there's no danger of getting hit on the pad and getting given, no danger of losing your off stump, then he might think there's an option there. But as it stands, he's quite becalmed against Lyon, and his two big areas square of the wicket have been basically closed off.
Yeah, I agree.
So it's a clever little game here between the two.
Cummins on the approach again, this time to Duckett, who carves it backward of point, but there is that protection out there. I talked before about specific fields for specific batsmen. That's another example of that. Just a single to a man that's sweeping. Usually it's cover point, not backward point as the protection, but because it's Duckett, it's behind point, and it's only one run. So 1 for 114, Duckett up to 48.
Can I ask you a question, Jeremy?
Depends. I can't guarantee it. An answer. No money back guarantees.
In all my time watching the game, I don't think a cricketer or a batter has frustrated me more than Zachary Crawley. Anyone in your lifetime of that ilk?
Stark bowls again. The Pope, who nearly plays on. Inside edge, French cut, down to the rope for 4. Ooh. That was so close to the stumps. So close to a big moment in this second session. Instead, it'll just go down as a boundary in the scorebook. Pope up to 20, 1 for 118.
I mentioned how Pope's got 3 leading edges. He's actually going out at the ball a little bit, and he was looking to really hit that quite hard, and he's closed the face because it's further away from him. The hands will naturally close the face of the bat, and that's what it's done. He's lucky.
Looking at that replay, thanks to tyre power, that very nearly hit leg stump.
It's an ugly shot. He doesn't need to. Keep your shape. Punch it through the space.
Stark steaming in again, bowls to Pope. This time he plays it more conventionally and well. Through square leg, out towards the rope, and it will get there. So consecutive boundaries to Pope. That one will make him feel a lot better about things. A lovely, attractive shot through square leg. He moves to 24, 1 for 122.
Just a little bit of early swing. You can see that from the hand from Stark. And it was leg side always, and that was just a bit of a help yourself as long as he beat the man on square, and it was head. Diving to his right, couldn't save it. But Stark is a slightly more, give you more balls to score from, I think. Though his runs per over will be higher than certainly Hazelwood and Cummins. Cummins went to the Yorkers, didn't he? Same as he did at Edgbaston.
He's going at more than a run a ball. Stark bowls here to Pope, who drives again, this time through cover point, and that is 3 boundaries in a row. I talked about that one through square leg being an attractive shot. That one was even better. And Pope now up to 28, and England 1 for 126.
It's a good example, isn't it, of while you go through periods of inactivity as a side, suddenly you get an over and you get away, and it's all kind of caught up, if I could put it that way.
And sometimes it can be an anxious moment. We saw when Warner got dropped in the first innings, he looked so much more relaxed after being dropped, and that might be the case with Pope after nearly chopping on earlier in this over. Last ball here, Stark balls, and that one nearly a Yorker that went through him, but instead he squeezes it through the cordon for more runs. He's got 2. Duckett turns, thinks about it and says, no, I'm not going to take on the Steve Smith throw. And 2 to complete an eventful over. 14 runs coming from it. England on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard, 1 for 128. Pope 30, Duckett 48. The next man...
Paslode's cordless positive placement nailer is the ultimate workmate. It's fast, accurate and solid as. For quick wins on site, there's no going back. Paslode's new PPN Master.
Want more of SEN's expert analysis? Then subscribe to SEN League on YouTube for all the best NRL analysis from experts like Matty Johns, Cameron Smith, Greg Alexander, Andrew Voss, Matt White, and more. Visit youtube.com, search for SEN League and subscribe today.
SEN Test Cricket with Maccas. Here's the 30 years of McCafe. We're in to the second session. And our second session as always, is with Drinkwise. Remember, if drinking, drink wise. As Lyon is in. It's not a new over to Duckett. Tickles is fine, and we'll get a single for it. And a fine leg. England advanced to 1 for 129. Just having a look at that last over. There was plenty to look at on our replay screen. Our replays with tyre power. Clean, bold savings as 4 after 4. Whistled off edge and middle of Pope's bat.
16 of that last over.
16, eh?
Yeah. Starts Coney now 7.5 off his 6 overs.
Line is in, right arm, round the wicket to the right-handed Pope, who pushes this up towards mid-on and would have got a single if they'd set off instantly, but they didn't. So Hazelwood was able to tidy up comfortably enough.
You can live with 7s, but you've got to get wickets.
Yep.
You know, if you end up sort of 3s, yeah, I'll take that, thank you, as a captain, because you've got those wickets.
Lyon is in. This is driven up towards mid-on. This time they will take the single.
And that's a role, Jeremy, that you don't mind Mitchell Starc playing. He has missed his length quite a bit today, and he wasn't really in rhythm during that Oval Test against India. He sort of had one spell where he had it, so he's not looked in rhythm yet so far.
Here is Lyon. It's pushed off the back foot, nearly into space on the offside, but not quite.
You do wonder, don't you, if it could have been the other way round, where Starc played the Edgbaston Test and then Boland played here on a slightly greener surface that's been slightly variable as well.
Line is in, and Duckett just works this on the ground to short leg, and there is no run. You know, only seen the 1 wicket so far in this session, that of Crawley. Our wickets brought to you by Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives, and how much Australia would love another one just before the tea break. Break this partnership. This line is in. And Duckett waits and then comes down the wicket and clips into the onside to fine leg, and his opening partner, Zach Crawley, was out doing something not dissimilar to Lyon. That is the end of the over on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. England 1 for 130.
It's the end of financial year, so take stock of the savings and get a great break at Tyre Power. Buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Toyo tyres, but only until June 30 at Tyre Power's end of financial year sale. Visit tyrepower.com.au.
Power up your arsenal with Greenworks range of battery-powered garden equipment. With over 20 products available in the Greenworks 60V Pro range, they're all powered by an interchangeable 60V Ultra Power battery and backed by a 4-year tool warranty. Visit greenworksaustralia.com.
SEN Test Cricket with Maccas. Here's the 30 years of McCafe. 2 slips and a gully. It's all going a bit haywire in the box. I just heard Amanda Jade Wellington use the word kerfuffle a moment ago, which I thoroughly approved of.
Kerfuffle.
Kerfuffle, it's a good word.
Yes, it is. Well, it's wonderful in terms of onomatopoeia.
It tells you that she's from South Australia.
Yeah, we are classy in South Australia.
Where else do you get a kerfuffle?
They're classy and anglicised. You wouldn't get that in Brizzy. As Starc runs in, left arm over the wicket. His first ball of the new over is pulled down to long leg. It'll just be a single. And is that the fit? Why is there such clapping? Is that a 50 partnership? No, that can't be a 50 partnership, can it?
Clapping for Andrew Strauss.
They're clapping for Andrew Strauss. I see him now. I see him on our replay screen. Because it has been, well, it's his day. It's the day of his foundation. He's walking away down to our right, and the crowd is rising to him. It's always a very difficult and emotional day for Andrew Strauss, Red for Ruth Day, and he always comports himself with great dignity as he makes his way around the outfield. That's what the ripple of applause is for. As Duckett faces up on 48 to Starc, who's into him, and Duckett defends this. Back at the wicket, no run.
On Andrew Strauss, every year on this wonderful day, one thought does come to mind. Yes? His son, I think his first son, just keeps getting taller and taller and taller. He's almost at Cam Green level today. I stood next to him some time back. He's a towering figure already.
Do we know if he plays cricket?
Oh, good question.
We could do with someone tall. It's what Josh Tongue managed to achieve by being a bit tall. I suppose Stuart Broad's pretty tall. Zach Crawley is possibly too tall. Let's ruminate on the height of players for a little while longer. Stark is in. This is clipped away through mid-wicket. It's a lovely shot. It's going up towards the boundary in front of the grandstand, and that is a half-century for Graham Duckett, the much-maligned Graham Duckett. Ben Duckett, I beg your pardon. Graham's the name of his father. His father will be watching on with pride today because Ben Duckett has scored a half-century against Australia at Lord's. He'll want to get more. He'll want to pile on more and get to 100 and get that honours board. But so far, job half done for Ben Duckett. It's been a good knock. What are the details of that knock, Phil Long?
Okay, knock.
Graham Duckett. I know his dad, he said. He's in my phone book.
You went
Ben, not so much.
You went Graham Duckett twice. The most important stat, no leaves in that 50.
No leaves. Stark's in. This isn't left either. It's carved through backward point. He'll get a couple of runs for it. That deep backward point's coming in for quite a lot of work, Travis Head. And Duckett moves to 54. And you, of all people, Bharat Sundaresan, must have been particularly impressed by this innings from the diminutive Duckett, because I know what a big fan you are.
He's not won me over yet. It's been rather chancy. He's played some good shots. Could have been out a few times. It takes a lot more than that to win me over. It's an okay innings.
You're like the archetypal Indian dad, you, aren't you?
Pretty much. I don't get to play that in real life.
No, I've seen you do it with your dogs. I'm very disappointed in you.
One of them is a dropout.
1 for 137. And Stark is in to Duckett, who clips this through mid-wicket again. That's a nice shot. He's going to get another couple of runs as Nathan Lyon moves to his right in front of the grandstand. He's going up the hill. So 4 and 2 twos in this over. Stark continues to leak runs. He's gone for 54. He's only bowled one ball shy of 7 overs.
Yeah, Duckett's 50 off 84 balls with 4 fours.
Just the 4 fours. So just turned over strike. Just simple economical cricket.
Knocked it
at a reasonable strike rate.
Yeah, a few.
I know what you mean.
Edges through the slip region, but I think this over kind of sums up Mitchell Stark's lack of rhythm, though. He's gone one way, the other way. There was width on offer for Duckett and a couple of balls on his pads that he just whipped away.
It's a bit like the song the Barmy Army used to have for Mitchell Johnson, isn't it?
Indeed.
As Stark is in. Last ball of the over is driven by Duckett. He's going to get one for a really good diving stop. Is that Marnus? It must be Marnus, and it is Marnus. Because not only did he affect the diving stop from a prone position, he flicked the ball back to the bowler. Great work from him. A single to finish the over, 9 from it. England, after 29 overs, are 1 for 140.
Real adventures with Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Everything fishing, boating and outdoors.
So a gentleman has launched his boat and his winch strap has snapped.
Yes.
And he's lost his boat and it's now on the ramp. So what I recommend to do is you've got the strap on your winch, just cut a bit off if it's starting to get wear and tear and start again. Pull it on and it's going to save you a heap of dramas when your boat falls off at the ramp.
Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Subscribe and listen today wherever you get your podcasts.
SEN Test Cricket with Maccas. Here's to 30 years of McCafe. I think this will probably be the last over before tea as Lyon comes in to start it to the left-handed Duckett, who tickles his line to short fine leg, and there's no run. I wonder how the Australian team will be feeling about this session. Australian team, of course, alongside Red Energy, awarded Australia's most trusted electricity provider by CanStar.
Wow.
So if you're in the Australian team right now, with Lyon in, Duckett getting this much finer. He gets it very fine. It's running down towards the pavilion. It's going at some rates, being pursued by Stark in vain. 4 more. That went really fast. Just a little turn of the wrist. A lovely, delicate touch shot. One of the Ben Duckett, not Graham.
Yeah, one of the better shots he's played today. At least he looked in control of that one.
Would this be starting to get worrying, or is it just frustrating for the Australian team at the moment? 1 for 144. I mean, England's still a long way behind.
Yeah.
And the 50 partnership.
The 50 partnership up with that. Thank you, Phil.
I don't think they would be getting frustrated yet.
Lyon comes into Duckett. Duckett defends from the crease. Back up the wicket. There's no run.
But they have not been able to build any pressure at the other end, except when Pat Cummins has bowled. Josh Hazlewood, the English batters went after him, Zach Crawley in particular, and Mitchell Stark's been slightly off in terms of just getting his radar right. 3
balls to go till tea. Lyon in. Duckett goes back into his crease and just pushes the ball off the back foot, back to line. There's no run.
Yeah, Josh Hazelwood's 5 overs went for 37. Mitchell Stark's last 2 overs have gone for 26.
There you go. And they've scored those runs without really taking any risk. Ollie Pope had a couple of chancy shots, the inside edge that went past the stumps and the Yorker that he dug out. But apart from that, they just fed on boundary balls, really, didn't they, Jeremy?
They did. There's been a sort of a spate of boundaries, mainly from Duckett.
We'll get that count from Phil shortly. Over the wicket comes Lyon, and his first ball is tucked into the onside. They're going to go through for a quick single. It was up to mid-wicket, and the throw comes in, a vicious one that nearly takes off Lyon's hand. Gets through for a single, so he'll survive till tea. Score 1 for 145. Australia, can they sneak out an all-important second wicket? Our wickets with Tobin Brothers Funerals celebrating lives off this, the last ball of the session.
Cam Green next session. I think it's worth a little look at.
Pope gets a short ball, which he very crabbily stabs into the ground, pushes it into the offside. He survives as well. England's second wicket partnership remains intact, and they will go into tea, having faced just the 30 overs and scored 1 for 145. Duckett 62, Pope 32. The man out, Crawley, stumped by Carey off the bowling of Lyon for 48. He was going on beautifully fluently, as he so often does, before he had a complete brain fade. Duckett, on the other hand, when he's faced 92 leaveless deliveries, but he's looking pretty comfortable. He's unbeaten on 62. Pope 32. 26 overs in the session. England going at 5.08 runs per over. What's been going on here? Have we completely misconstrued the batting conditions in this match? Because yesterday it was all about, well, England's bowlers have been very disappointing, failing to take wickets, blah-de-blah. Bowled out Australia for 416, and then thought, well, might Australia, with the quicker bowlers, taller bowlers, what the pitch does, it'll do faster. It'll be, be like facing more Josh Tongues, only better. Josh Tongue was England's best bowler. And yet, that's felt like a pretty placid scene. You're pointing to the sky. I think I know what you mean, Bharat.
Blame the London sun for that. I think we haven't seen a lot of movement in the air. Yesterday, we saw, even with a 60-over ball, the English seamers were getting it to swing it in the air and then off the pitch.
Most swing at Lords for in the last 4 years. Anderson by a long, long way.
There you go. And that hasn't been on offer. It's been better batting weather. I wouldn't say better batting conditions. And Australia, Nathan Lyons wheeled away at one end and deserved that wicket of Zach Crawley. But like I said earlier, except when Pat Cummins is bowled, Stark and Hazelwood just haven't given them that pressure. And, well, a little bit of credit to Ben Duckett. He's done well enough to survive that session and put the boundary balls away like he does. Ollie Pope has started off slightly jittery, as he does, head falling over, but just in the last couple of overs he's looked a lot solid.
I mean, Stark and Hazelwood have conceded 92 runs between them in 12 overs. I mean, that is not far off 8 and over. And Stark and Hazelwood felt very much like bowlers who might prosper at Lords, with the slope, with the height. It's not worked out for them, Jeremy, so far.
Stark is, he's a bowler of great balls, isn't he? So even though he's going for that much, I think in short spells you can kind of handle that. But Hazelwood's the concern. I think he is more of a metronomic bowler, who's a tall bowler who hits the track hard and can get variations if they are available, very natural variations from the surface. So that would be a concern to me. Lyons holding it together as he did at Edgbaston on the first day. And then I think the other person obviously is Green to have a look at the moment, because he got it to swing at Edgbaston where other people didn't. So let's wait and see. England have done well. Let's give them a, we've been, well, I don't know whether we've been criticised. Other people have, saying they're casual, which I think is, they're not casual at all. They'll want to do extremely well. So, I think England have done well. They've pulled this game and turning it around, aren't they? It's not complete yet. There's still 260.
It's only one session, isn't it?
Exactly. There's still 260 runs behind.
They've had one and 2/3 of a good session out of 2 today, haven't they? I think you would say.
Very much so.
That if you were going to slice it up. Now then, we're going to go to Paul Sebastiano shortly, but before we do, the panel is here, and the panel must make its decision. Not so quick. You can have your scone in a moment, Jeremy.
A bit dry yesterday, weren't they?
Well, the salted caramel cake is very good.
Oh, you liked
there's
it?
also some superb sandwiches with the smoked salmon in them, but that is for shortly.
Yes.
Because we need to decide so far on the day's play so far in our Macca's moment. Macca's I'm Loving It moment. It's a new season for the McSpicy range at Macca's. What is our Macca's moment of the day so far? Any thoughts?
I still have to go with Steve Smith. Just the bliss on his face when he got to 100. Obviously, he got out next ball after the drinks break. But it was a different kind of celebration, almost an acknowledgement of maybe this is the last time I get to raise my bat, unless he does it in the second innings. For me, that stood out. He can be slightly angry and angsty in his celebrations after reaching a milestone.
But a happy Smith.
It was happy Smith. It was blissful.
Pick the tea face. It looked also lovely and beaming. Yes. Okay, well, I'll give you that. Jeremy, therefore, for you...
Well, Lion.
Your delivery of the day.
Not that one. Okay.
No. Well, what?
There I was busily thinking, who's out? Who's been out today?
What's your Lion moment?
Well, the Lion getting rid of Zach Crawley.
That's right.
We've seen a seaming pitch.
Yes.
Now we've got spinners getting something. Yeah. So what is my question?
Well, you've answered it now mercifully. That was because you went for the moment of the day.
Yes.
This is distinctly different. This is the Macca's delivery of the day.
Yes, I'll take that.
And the Macca's delivery of the day for you is Nathan Lyon.
Drew him out,
bamboozling,
deceived him.
The moderately gormless lurch.
And then some very nice completion of the dismissal from Carey, getting across, good feet, good hands, getting back to the stumps.
There you have it. There you have it. Well, we will be back with more live coverage in around about 12 or 13 minutes. But to take you through the tea break, it's going to be Paulie Sebastiani back in the studio.
Celebrating 30 years of coffee, fit for an Aussie. Live from England, the Ashes on SEN Cricket. The Tea Break for Host Plus. Host Plus has been named Super Ratings Super Fund of the Year for 2023. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Proprietary Limited. Check the PDS and TMT at hostplus.com.au.
Nice one. There's Lyon. Changes the field. Got a leg slip for Crawley. Down. Stumped him. Excellent work from Alex Carey. Oh, Australia really needed that. Crawley had the leg slip in position. Came down the track. And Alex Carey, who's been sharp with the glove so far in this series, stumps Crawley for 48. England lose their first wicket with the score on 91.
Stark is in. This is clipped away through mid-wicket. It's a lovely shot. It's going up towards the boundary in front of the grandstand, and that is a half century for Graham Duckett, the much maligned Graham Duckett. Ben Duckett, I beg your pardon. Graham's the name of his father. His father will be watching on with pride today because Ben Duckett has scored a half century against Australia at Lord's. He'll want to get more. He'll want to pile on more and get to 100 and get that honours board. But so far, job half done.
Be a wicket-taking threat, and that hasn't played out as yet. And when he's not taking wickets and he's going around for runs, that was largely the story of 2019, wasn't it? I know it's a different philosophy then, different England team, but they wanted a more frugal approach there.
Well, let's remember that the Australian attack that played in the first Ashes Test at Edgbaston looked similarly flustered in its first encounter with this sort of batting. You can talk about it all you like, but once you get out there and experience it, it's a little unsettling.
So the crowd filing back in after afternoon tea. Lyon round the wicket to start again from the nursery end. Pope's well forward, negating any spin there might be out towards cover. No run.
So what about these jokers who get taken off to a restaurant in town? Are they back yet?
Yeah, we were told they come back at tea. That some people I spoke to yesterday had tickets that saw them have breakfast and lunch at the Ivy. So they watch cricket between, through the first session and get back for the final session. Lyon bowls here and going back again is Pope to defend out to the leg side. No run.
Doesn't sound too bad, actually, does it?
Well, it's quite the day out. Yeah. The price for those tickets was extraordinary from what I picked up. Four figures, the full treatment.
Right.
The fans to our right.
They're not the 1,700 quid tickets.
I think they might be, yeah. Right. Lyon again. bowls here. Pope forward, defending into the man at short leg, Marnus Labuschagne, doing the fielding to his right.
Crawley's dad might be among them. He's one of the richest men in England at one point, wasn't he? Or he was on the top 100. He made the 100 richest men in England list.
Which is why he was able to...
Women and men, I should say.
There's a nice little cricket link to that as well. So we were told Lion bowls here, and Pope plays off his hip just round the corner. No single there. A man at short fine. That's Cameron Green. Yeah, the story went that Crawley's family were able to buy an apartment next to the county ground at Canterbury. Which meant that he was able to get dedicated practice from the county pros from like age 12 or something like that, which helped rather fast track his progress and enhance his reputation as well. Rob Key, who's the boss of England cricket these days, was the captain at Kent in those days. Mid-on drops back for this delivery. Lion bowls, and Pope turns him just behind square, or just in front of square rather, for one. The sweeping done by Usman Khawaja. 1 to Pope moves him to 34. England 1 for 148.
That makes him the English Shubman Gill, doesn't it? Because Shubman Gill's father bought a house near the cricket ground in Mohali, didn't he? For the son to train at.
We were touching
or
earlier.
Rented it, I think, whatever.
We were touching earlier on the Bluey story that Robert Craddock wrote overnight. Might come back to that in the next over. Last delivery here from Nathan Lyon. Duckett on 63, just one single for him after tea. Slipping a short leg line, ran the wicket, and he slaps him out to deep point, easy as you like, off the front foot. Moves to 64 and keeps the strike. England 1 for 149 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, Hugh Shale on now.
I'm going to go to the toilet and grab some more beers. Pause it for me?
No way, mate. We're not pausing live sport. If he kicks this, we're in front.
Nah, it'll be all right. Oh, what? Oh, no! Did I miss it? Come on, mate. You got to rewind it, please.
Oh, not a chance, mate. You can catch it on the highlights reel.
You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
SEN Test cricket for Maccas. Here's to 30 years of the McCafe. Pete Lawley here for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas. Green, his second over, pavilion end. To Duckett here, round the wicket, over the top of the slips from the back of the bat. Just held up in the surface, I reckon. Down to the rope it goes for 4, but it was definitely batter error. Boundary for Duckett, advancing him to 68, 1 for 153 England. I'm looking forward to seeing that again for Tyre Power, clean bowled savings.
I think he's through the shot, and you're right, Adam. You've called it very well. It's come off the top of the bat. Oh, it's off his hand, actually.
Yeah, really weird how it ballooned over the top of Smith at slip. He's shaking his hand, the glove's off. We'll see it side on, so it's stuck in the surface, through the shot, off the hand, over the slips. Unorthodox, to say the least.
Got away with that one.
So Green, point of difference. That extra bounce he generates, the West Australian all-rounder.
But wasn't Duckett raised in Bromley? That's just around here somewhere anyway. So.
Down in south of the oval. Green bowls here. It's full and straight and driven out to mid-on. No run. Yeah, Bromley. I think I'm looking around to Daniel. He's more the man with knowledge of that. How would I describe where Bromley is, Daniel? South East London. Simon Mann's also here, hanging out from the BBC, from the border of Kent. I think one of Kent's outgrounds is around there, isn't it? Beckenham, where the Australians had their extended net session a couple of weeks ago. Pete, you were down there, weren't you, doing a press conference or two? In there.
Always around somewhere.
Green bowls here. Duckett steers it out nicely. Well timed. Just in front of point. Work to do for the sweeper. Travis Head does well. Sliding stop in front of the father time and the old scoreboard. They add a couple. Duckett into the 70s from his 100th delivery. That's a strike rate. You work it out. 1 for 155.
Yeah, right. Bromley's it's only a 5-hour walk from here. 22 kilometres.
Sort of thing you'd be up for. Famous cricketers from Bromley. Ed Giddens, wasn't he? The Christmas tree salesman. Played Test cricket for England. Lords, sun shining. Green bowls. Duckett drives straight to extra cover where there won't be a single. 2 balls left in the over. So yes, so Crawley, very much the Kent man in this side.
Right.
Famous club though, Colin Cowdrey.
He'd be familiar to West Australian listeners, I think, because he played some of his cricket out there as a kid.
Right.
Yeah, he was over there somewhere. Played some club cricket when he was very young. Flew out in Dad's private jet.
Green up again, bowls here, and Duckett throws his hands at it, out to cover again. Labuschagne stops it and throws his own hands. Must have caught him on the end of the finger. All's well, though. It stays at 1 for 156.
He's got a very sore finger, Marnus, on that bottom hand, but that's the left one that he's hurt this time.
Yeah, Kent's a club that doesn't enjoy an awful lot of red ball success, but they've won 2 white ball trophies in the last 2 years. They won the 20 over comp, the 50 over comp. They've got the old grandstand scattered around there. It's a very old-fashioned ground. One's named after Frank Woolley, one named after Colin Cowdrey, Derek Underwood. Green bowls, and Duckett placing it down the ground. Check drive, nice drive. Work to do for Josh Hazelwood as he races down to the rope at long on, just drags it in front of the away dressing room. They come back for a third. Nicely played by Duckett, who moves to 73, 1 for 159.
There's a few cricketers popping up the back of the box today. Sam Robson was here today.
Got Glenn McGrath in as well.
Oh,
coming in for a visit.
Yeah.
Sam Robson, who opens the batting here at Middlesex.
Here with his dad, Jim, who used to run the indoor nets at the SCG, and his mum.
I think Sam played Aussie 19s, didn't he, before coming over here to
He did, yeah.
play professionally.
I'm pretty sure of that.
Played 7 test matches for England in 2014. Made a test ton at Headingley against Sri Lanka. Last ball here, Green. Over the wicket to Pope, who turns him out into the onside, behind square for 1. So Pope will retain the strike. He's 35. 33 overs gone, England. 1 for 160 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now.
Beaumont Styles is proudly sponsoring the Ashes, and I'd like to bowl you over with these Beaumont bargains. Coming at us at top speed is their monster bathroom wear catalog sale, packed with everything at up to 25% off. Vanities, baths, shower screens, even the kitchen sink. And yes, up to 25% off Australia's biggest tile range. Well, that's bowl me over. Up to 25% of all bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1, Beaumont Tiles.
SEN Test cricket for Maccas. Here's to 30 years of the McCafe. Adam Collins with you, Peter Lalor with me. The hum around Law's a very sociable test match. Nathan Lyon starting his 12th over. Bowls here with a slip and a short leg. Pope driving and getting it past mid-off. Wide of him. A lot of work for Pat Cummins. He'll have to dive to cut it off, and he just does. Well timed. They get 2 more. That moves. Pope make that 3. Pope to 38. England 1 for 163. Have you had many social engagements while you've been in London, Pete?
No, not really, no. Apart from your wedding, which is kind of the social highlight of the year.
Ignoring that, I mean more along the lines of, you must be invited to all sorts of functions with your status as the chief cricket czar of the Australian newspaper.
I'm reclusive in my old age, Adam.
I'm playing a game of cricket with your colleague Gideon Haig next week, actually, between test matches.
We were warming up in Edgbaston. He brought the bat.
Oh, good.
So we were playing cricket inside. We got a few complaints from downstairs, so we took it into the car park.
How was he hitting him?
He's hitting well. Bowling well, too. He's got a nice little sort of outswinger going with his seamers. We were using a rubber practice ball.
He was an off-spinner for a long time, wasn't he, Gideon?
Yeah, I think he is again, but he had a season or 2 as a seamer.
Line round the wicket to Duckett. Only one catching man a slip. Nearly a shout for leg before. It did skip through down the slope, but it found the inside edge rather than the pad. Just a nicely bowled by Line. Variety there.
Interested in that one. I thought there was a chance he might have had his bat behind the pad a little bit.
If it was pad first, I reckon Line would have been down pleading.
Yeah,
on that angle.
He thought it was going down a little bit.
See it again for tyre power. So the inside edge, clean bowled savings tyre power. Line again. Delivers here, and Duckett goes the lap sweep, not far away from the man. It's short fine. That would have been a dreadful way to fall. Hazelwood there landed about 2 metres in front of him.
Almost scooped it up to him, didn't he? Like you're returning a tennis ball.
Premeditated lap sweep.
Done a great job for his captain again, hasn't he? 1 for 33 off 11.3 overs when bleeding runs at the other end with the other seamers.
He's doing everything right. Line in, a little bit wider on the crease here, but well wide of the off stump. So wide that it could almost be signalled wide, but not. So Duckett looks at it quizzically.
He let another one go.
Oh, there we go. I can see Phil Long's hands up as well.
Yeah.
He's tallying those for us.
That's 2 today.
Line again, 2 left in the over. To Duckett. Flights it up, defended into the onside. Wants a quick single sent back by Pope, and rightly so. Carey does the fielding. That game that Giddy and I are playing in,
yes,
they've asked us to wear a tie and a jacket the whole bit. It's a full day game with a luncheon. Talk about jazz hat cricket over here.
Oh, God, you're not going to do that.
That is next level, isn't it? It's next level.
Is this the Authors 11?
It's the Authors 11, yeah. Great team to play for. Line to complete the over. He's 12th and slapping through the offside. His Duckett doesn't quite get it beyond Mitchell Stark. Over to his right, put in the dive, saved 3. They get the single. Duckett to 74 and keeps the strike. 1 for 164 England. They trail by 252 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now.
Oh, Schnitz Nugget. While smaller than a Schnitz, the Schnitz Nugget's larger than the nugget laws permit. And while nuggets are just fine and we hold Schnitz in great esteem, the mighty Schnitz Schnugget is the perfect in-between. Whether just a tasty snack or on the side of more, the Schnitz Nugget's golden crumb will have you shouting, more. The new Schnitz Nugget. Not quite a Schnitz, not quite a nugget. Available now at Schnitz.
We're here for Macca's. Here's the 30 years of the McCafe. The ground staff are out, I assume, to do some running repairs on the pitch or something like that. Damien Fleming joining us for Red Energy, 100% Australian electric. Well, try that again, shall we? 100% Australian electricity and gas. Fleming, we were talking about busy dance cards and how sociable the Lord's Test is. You're the busiest bloke in London right now. You're emceeing everything.
emceeing. Just keynoting tonight with my mate Jason Gillespie.
Big noting.
Big nosing, maybe. With me and Dizzy.
I've never seen this, Flem. I'm going to go back to the screen for a moment for Tyre Clean Bowl Savings. Yeah. Cameron Green hasn't called for anything to be adjusted to the pitch. He's called for the spray paint can
that's where he wants to land.
To remark his landing spot on the pitch.
Yeah. Paul Rifle was big on that. He used to bowl a lot of no. He's getting a cheer.
Here he is.
Yeah. The spray can guy.
He's got a big mustache. He's got the bucket hat on, and he's waved the bucket hat to the crowd as he's departed the field beneath us here at the nursery end. Well played, young man.
He might get the Australians a wicket.
So Green, after remarking his takeoff point, goes here around the wicket to Duckett, plays him defensively from the crease. You going to play a game of cricket while you're here?
Already have.
Oh, really?
Oh, good question. Did I get Mark Taylor out at LBW? Yes, I did, Collar.
Oh, Flam, tell us more. Tell us everything about it.
Well, as he said, not for the first time. Mark Nicholas, Wellbeing for Women was the charity. It's been going 35 years. I thought I budgeted on 2 overs. Had to bowl 4. I'm still sore.
Green up, bowling his third to Duckett. Outside part of the bat, gets plenty of it though, runs away for 4. Wasn't in complete control of the stroke, but no on a backward point for just about the first time in the series. Point went a little bit straighter, and that takes Duckett to 78 with his 7th, make that 8th boundary. 1 for 168 the score.
You just can't, to Duckett or Travis Head, you just can't give him any room outside off stump. That's a shocker from Cam Green, that one.
Rare bad delivery.
I mean, normally bowls full. Green gives it a chance.
That backward point had been taken out too.
So Head's gone back to roughly where he started. I've done him a disjustice there, Duckett. He drives this time more conventionally off the front foot. It's brought down by Cummins. They've been busy, the fast bowlers in the field since tea. They've been having to cut off plenty. They get back for a couple. Takes Duckett into the 80s, 1 for 170.
Pat Cummins has falconed that. He's head-butted it into submission. I think it's missed his hands and hit his head.
Not his beautiful face.
It'll still be pretty.
We'll see it again for tyre power. Yep, bang.
Definitely, okay.
Absolute falcon.
Clean bowled Savings, clean bowled Cummins for tyre power. Ouch, on the right eye, just above it.
Yeah, actually did take a bit of pace off with his hands.
Concussion test?
It must be harder to field out there than it looks. There's been a lot go through the hands or just around the hands.
Well, even, was it Starkey? It's been a bit clunky the last couple of overs.
Yeah. I think they are going to, just standing by here, so Ashan Raz has seen that he's been hit in the head, and he's called for the Australian balcony. Now, are they going to do a concussion test?
For any of the Australians...
Matthew Renshaw's on.
Already?
So Matt Renshaw's come straight down the steps. We'll keep an eye on this. So Cummins is going to...
do a test.
But is he going to leave the field?
Well, you don't... You can test a batter on a field. Why can't you test a fielder on a field?
Maybe just that... it's just the chance to get a sub-fielder on and not delay the game as long. If he was bowling at the other end, that'd be interesting, though, wouldn't it?
If I was going to pick an Australian seaman to possibly go off with a concussion, wouldn't be Pat Cummins.
Is there a standard waiting time, Colo?
There was just, until they can bowl again, do you mean? Or he'll have to be on the field for as long as he's been off with Just seeing Cummins up close, he might have got a shiner there as well.
Not those pretty blue eyes.
Yeah, I think a few of the boys said something to him. He wasn't smiling, not happy.
Australian physio, or that's a doctor, my apologies, as I'm just racing around back up to the dugout as Green bowls here to Duckett after the delay, and he drives through the covers for 4. Down the slope towards the Tavern stand. Duckett started really well after tea. He's moved from 62 to 84 in the space of about a quarter of an hour. 1 for 174 the score.
Gee, I can see what England like about this kid. They've given him, there have been times in his career where people have wondered why he's in the side. The way he's played this innings.
It's a bad line. I want him over the wicket. I don't know why you're allowing him to free his hands. Yes, it's a good shot, but it's wide.
Yeah.
This is exactly where he wants the ball. It's the angle across that he struggles with.
Green up, staying round the wicket. Short, top edge. Running back with the flight is Carey. Won't get there in time. So over the keeper's head. Didn't get a chance to put a dive in. 2 more for Duckett. Busy start. 86 for him.
Geez, you'd be bowling another bouncer.
1 for 176 the score. This is the point we were making, wasn't it, before, Flem? That
no ball.
No ball 2. Extra ball, extra run. 1 for 177. That they didn't go across Duckett early on where he was such a... Well, we might have even said walking wicket at Birmingham last week when the ball was moving away from him.
Yeah, I would have thought double failure here. He's in trouble.
Yeah.
I wasn't impressed at all, but he's played some lovely shots in this innings. But I just think this angle helps him. And now they're bringing on Usman to come onto the leg side. And with the slope, he's almost got to pitch middle and leg. Outside off stump, this is going to be another 4 through the offside if he gets it wrong.
Well, that's the second time the ball's flown up in the air from him muffing the hook shot.
Bowls here on the front foot defending to cover.
The previous delivery off the glove, and that one that held up on him a little bit.
I'm really interested after play today to hear what the Aussies say about 2 things. The ends they bowled at and the reluctance to go over the wicket to Duckett and use the angle. Phil Long's got his eyes on the screen. What have we got here, Phil?
Pat Cummins, I think going through, is this now through the...
his ice.
Oh, yeah, so the ice is checked. Maybe it's an injury rather than concussion, yeah.
No, the umpire wouldn't have forced him off for an injury.
Green to finish an expensive over, defended into the onside. So Green's conceded 26 runs in 3 overs after tea. 1 for 177 the score on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now. Cummins back on the field. Pope 38, Duckett 86.
They're back. Spicy Chicken McNuggets with a crispy, mouth-wateringly spicy coating. Get them before they're gone. Again. Order Spicy Chicken McNuggets at Macca's today. Available for a limited time.
Power up your arsenal with Greenworks range of battery-powered garden equipment. With over 20 products available in the Greenworks 60V Pro range, they're all powered by an interchangeable 60V Ultra Power battery and backed by a 4-year tool warranty. Visit greenworksaustralia.com.
Our coverage is for Macca's. Here's to 30 years of the Mick Cafe. I love getting text in late at night. 0433 98 11 16. Tony, cold, wet and windy Warrnambool, about to take the phone out commentary with me to bed. Sleep timer, fantastic. On you, Tony.
Let's get us a wicket tone.
Round the wicket line bowls. New over to Pope. Well behind it in defence. Here's Darren in Northam, WA. Any thoughts on Smith or Marnus bowling? Gee, that'd be an interesting card to play so early in an innings.
Yeah, let's hold back on that one for now.
We've got a sledge from you as well on my WhatsApps here from Darshak Mehta saying, tell Lalor to get off air as line bowls round the wicket to Pope. Back in defence to Point. He's got a million things to do for the Chapel Foundation. That's what he wants you doing, not commentating.
Yeah, we do have a lot to organise. I've got to say, we've got 2 big events coming up. Sports Star Sleep Out.
Go on, give it a plug.
Yes, and our annual dinner featuring the 3 Chapels, Ian, Greg and Trevor.
Line bowls, slip, short leg, driving his Pope. Digs it out from a relatively full length to extra cover where Cummins back on the field does the fielding. They get 1, Pope 39, England 1 for 178. How do we buy a ticket?
We go to the website, the Chapel Foundation website.
Done.
And do it.
Phil Long?
Cameron Green on straight after tea, 3 overs for 26.
That's not worked.
Ouch.
Nothing really has from the pavilion end, to be fair.
It was worth a try. Yep. There were a couple of them up in the air, half chances here and there.
So Duckett only 14 away from a ton. He's been motoring since tea. He's got a nice Bit of room to work with through the leg side if he wants it. Line bowls round the wicket. Duckett carves it out behind point where there's no single Cameron Green fielding.
Good point about the pavilion end. 52 from the last 5 overs from that end.
Usually that's the preferred end for the quicks here. Down the slope and all the rest. It tends to be the one the fast bowlers want, isn't it, Flem? Like that's choice. Means pavilion more often than not as Lyon arrives and bowls to Duckett and slaps again, but instead of backward point, this time it goes out to cover, no run. Whereas you were the nursery end guy.
Yeah, certainly so. Didn't get a say. I think there's a bit of ego too, the big quick bowling from the pavilion end. He was just in here too, wasn't he?
Did say for a third time in a row, it's Duckett on the front foot, hitting it hard straight to a fielder on the offside at cover. End of the over. They trail by only 238 now, 1 for 178. On the Beaumont Tile scoreboard, huge sale on now.
Tradies and lawn enthusiasts, power up your arsenal with Greenworks' range of battery-powered lawn and garden equipment. The Greenworks Pro 60V product range packs a serious punch with petrol-like performance without the noise and fumes. With over 20 products in the range, including lawnmowers, blowers, chainsaws, string trimmers, ride-on and zero-turn mowers, they're powered by an interchangeable 60V ultra-power battery and backed by a 4-year tour warranty. For more information, including dealer locations, visit greenworksaustralia.com.
SEN Test cricket for Maccas. Here's the 30 years of the McCafe.
Haven't seen a lot of Ollie Pope.
Yep.
Since the tea break, have we? I think I've just been watching Crawley bat.
I'm a little bit confused as to how he was allowed to bat at 3, given how long he was off the field. Not that it matters an awful lot, but, you know, Green bowls here over the wicket, Pope in defence. My understanding was he would be down at 7, given how long he was off the field, but maybe that's
maybe it's changed.
Maybe it's changed in recent times.
Yeah, there was a raft of rule changes, wasn't there?
Yeah.
Was it last year? In theory, I don't mind it, but it's always been the acceptance that the longer you're off, then you got to come in later.
I mean, it still applies for the bowlers, right? You're off the field for however long. You need to be on the field for that same amount of time to get the ball again. Pope's 39 from 53, going nicely. Delivers here, Green. Pope right in behind it. It's been a feature of his play so far that he's getting a long way forward and making contact sweetly, straight out of the coaching manual.
Yeah, I mean, he looks a good player. And he's had a great 12 months under McCullum's coaching. And at this stage, it just looks hard work. It's just been quite a bright day after lunch. And the wicket just seems to have changed from greenish to strawish. And the ball just hasn't moved as much in the air.
Green up, slipping a gully. No need for them here. Straight as a die.
Even yesterday, there wasn't a lot off the seam, was there? But there was significant movement when the English bowled full for swing.
Another no-e as well from Green. Front foot, no ball called by umpire Erasmus upstairs, so 1 for 178.
But the bright conditions have minimised the swing for the Australians as well. Just looks a good batting track. Maybe quickened up a little bit as well.
Very similar to what happened in the Island Test, Flem. Day one, it looks like a sporting surface, but it got flat quick as Green bowls and hit him on the pad. Down the leg side the ball goes. Green's on his haunches. He really wanted it. Turned down by umpire Raza. Cummins is going up to talk to his bowler.
No ball.
No ball. It's a moot point. Second no ball in the over.
Probably not worth going up if it's a no ball.
Gee, imagine he had made the T sign only for the no ball to then be called. That would have been interesting. 1 for 180 with the leg by and 1 for 181 rather, the leg by and the overstep. This is not ideal.
So what does happen there, Collar? If he goes upstairs and then they call a no ball, does it wipe it out? Or you lose?
It's a great question. I don't know whether we've seen that.
Have we seen it?
Not so much. Well, certainly not in games I've been doing. The rarity and oddity that Daniel Norcross is rather obsessed with is the ricochet. Daniel's going to explain when he comes on next over.
That might be better.
Daniel's got a scenario.
I thought Dan was going to try and talk into your mic.
Yes.
And then I'm getting confused.
He's constructed a scenario from the last ball of the World Cup, what would happen to do with reviews and no balls and so on. He's all over this. We'll let him come to it in a sec. Because I'm going to jump off after this delivery. Provided he keeps his foot behind the line. Well, that's not true. We've got 4 balls left in the over. Green bowls here, wide of the crease. Duckett pulls. Off edge. Down towards The man at deep backward square, but doesn't get there in time. And Nathan Lyon just hobbles a little bit as well. He's gone straight to his right leg.
Oh, please.
I think he's fine. He's back now throwing the ball down, but he is reaching for his right calf.
No.
So he was coming in off the rope. We're going to need a replay here for tyre power, clean bowled saving. So it was a genuine top edge from Duckett. Lyon was in off the rope and then had to pull up before the ball got anywhere near close to him. And he's hobbling. And, well, yes, that looks like a calf.
Yeah.
Face value, he's hobbling.
They're going to have to help him off the field.
He pulled up like it was a hamstring or a
Where's
calf.
Johnny Bairstow? He could help him.
Clutching below the knee, but...
Oh, and he's signalling to the dressing room.
Oh, no, he's
in huge
serious
shorts.
He is
trouble.
This is a massive blow for Australia.
Gaz, just stay there, I reckon.
And the facial expression as well.
Oh, my goodness. He can barely get to the boundary.
How they need Nathan Lyon at the moment, by way of context, he's bowled 13 overs for 35 with a wicket going at 2.7 and over, doing everything right.
He cannot put any weight on it.
Is that a knee?
Just with the hobble, it feels like calf, doesn't it?
Or, mate, Achilles is the worst. But surely he couldn't even walk. Mate, he is in serious trouble.
They're not even taking him to the dressing room. He goes straight over the rope at the grandstand, he's straight on his bum as well. He's in a world of pain. So this is going to be a huge moment in the context of the Test match. If he is as injured as it appears, Australia has still got 19 wickets to take in this Test match if they're to win it.
It's lower leg.
The doctor's feeling for lower leg there, around that calf region. In his 100th consecutive Test match.
Yeah, definitely calf.
He's been set and forget for so long for Australia. Fly slip back, green bowls. Pope gets inside of it to hook. Doesn't get much of it. Had he done so, it would have gone into the Edrich stand. But instead it trickles out to Mitchell Stark. It was a premeditated hook shot. He knew the bouncer was coming. 1 for 183, but the real story is Nathan Lyon, hands on his head.
Oh, dear.
Hobbling around the
I feel like they're going to have to get some assistance. I don't think he can make it around to the dressing room.
Well, he walked 10 steps on the ground and had to stop, and now the doctor's supporting him.
Wouldn't the smart thing to do to be just to leave him there and get someone to help him? I don't think him walking's going to do any good for him.
No, look, the doctor
he needs another aid there.
He can't put any weight on that leg.
Aussie coach Andrew McDonald, pensive on the balcony.
Oh dear, and he's been the most reliable bowler today.
Green again, bowls here, short ball. Duckett with the uppercut of sorts, down to deep backward point for one. He's 88, 1 for 185.
Well, are we watching Nathan Lyon exit the series?
Just the way that it happened as well, Flem. It looked innocuous because he was running in, obviously, but the way he stopped, it looked like he'd almost made his mind up that he wasn't going to try and attempt to dive.
He'd already slowed down when I thought catch, but maybe just that first step when he pushed off, it went.
Which might inform why he was kind of slow to the contest, right?
Yes, he pulled up as if, the ball's nowhere near me.
But fair enough.
So Green to finish an eventful over. Bowls here, no slips, short ball gets out the way of it. Green's appealing. He wonders whether there's a glove involved. I don't think so. Umpire Raza keeps his arms down. He's just going to check with Cummins. They're going to consider a review here, which is all on the back of Green's appeal. 10 seconds left. Carey is saying ribs, and I can't imagine a scenario they review. They don't. There'll be a change in commentary after the break, which is now. 1 for 184 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now. Pope 40, Duckett 88, and the developing story with Nathan Lyon.
Tradies and lawn enthusiasts, power up your arsenal with Greenworks' range of battery-powered lawn and garden equipment. The Greenworks Pro 60V product range packs a serious punch with petrol-like performance without the noise and fumes. With over 20 products in the range, including lawnmowers, blowers, chainsaws, string trimmers, ride-on and zero-turn mowers, they're powered by an interchangeable 60V ultra-power battery and backed by a 4-year tool warranty. For more information, including dealer locations, visit greenworksaustralia.com.
SEN Test Cricket with McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee, fit for an Aussie, and we've got drama here at Lord's. This never happens to the Australians against England, that their big four, one of them is out of this game at the moment, injured. We don't know if he's going to come back or not. It's a bit of the Bradman principle. Averaging 100 was never allowed. The cricketing gods wouldn't let it happen. He ended up with an average of 99.94. Could Nathan Lyon get through 100 consecutive games for Australia? Well, he's so far got through about 99.3 games. Is he going to make it all the way through his 100th? And if he doesn't, what could this mean for both this match and this series? Phil Walker has joined us as our expert for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas. And this could be a key moment in the test match and in the series, Phil Walker.
Yeah, look, that was a pretty grim moment. He's just managed to make it halfway around the perimeter to hobble up those steps. He was, but supported. Couldn't really put much pressure on that calf. And it has McGrath stepping on balls before Edgbaston vibes to it for me. Hopefully he's all right, because you'd hate to see him dragged out of what's becoming an increasingly fascinating test match.
Stark is replacing him, and Ben Duckett, who seems determined to try to get out before he reaches 100 at Lords against Australia, swings at another short ball down to deep backward square leg, gets another single, goes to 89. I mean, it's such a bizarre thing. This game has gone very odd in the last 10 minutes. England should be in a strong position at 1 for 185, but they look like they could get out to any of these short balls that the Australians are bowling at any moment. Australia have just lost their spinner and in the game, so there's no replacement possibilities. It's not a concussion. And that would have immense ramifications for how Cummins juggles his bowling attack. I mean, it looks brilliant with line and four seamers, doesn't it? But just four seamers? As Stark is in, and now Pope is running away to leg and looking to slap the ball to the four corners of the earth. And while the field, I've got to tell you, is almost a fly slip, a very, very, very fine deep third, a long leg, a deep square leg, a deep point. Fielders are everywhere. It looks like the end of a one-day international. There's only four inside the circle.
The thing is here, we're only going with one trick. It's short balls. What is Pope doing? Don't play the short ball, and you are going to get 100.
I'll tell you what he will, though. No doubt he will.
Stark is into him.
And he ducks. Why does he duck that?
A bouncer which gets up at no more than waist height. Pope ducks underneath it, and it went a whisker over middle stump.
I feel like he's creating troubles for himself. If he just watches the ball and backs himself, this pitch is flat. And the only thing that he's lost a bit of the strike. You know, Duckett's had a lot of it, so is Pope just feeling out of it a bit? He wants some boundaries, because that is bizarre batting, the last two balls.
I mean, that is not far over middle stump. How he's got underneath it, he'd make a great limbo dancer.
It could have been LBW off the shoulder for a moment there.
Stark is into him again. And he goes charging at it and slaps it through backward point for a single. This is mad cricket. And it was banged down a bit. And
actually, I played in a test match where Glenn McGrath got Tendulkar out.
Yes.
LBW in Adelaide.
Yes.
Which made the Indian fans very happy.
Maybe there's a declaration on the cards.
Please. Don't go there, Phil.
That would be alpha baseball, that.
Well, it would be insane. What is Pope doing here? I mean, that was way too close to him. He gets out to that, just as England have got themselves into a position far from dominance, but they've got a chance here to do something vicious to Australia with their spinner not out there on a flat deck.
I just didn't know why they needed to change their tactics. They're scoring quick anyway.
It's very bizarre.
They have to recognise when the game is there for them, when they are in the ascendancy, when they are on top.
I think they are.
I've got to give you this field as well. For Duckett, there are 3 out on the boundary on the leg side. 4, I beg your pardon. There's a fine leg, long leg, square leg and mid-wicket, all on the boundary. There's a fly slip. There's a deep backward point. There's only 3 players inside the circle, so it's a no ball, technically. Although, this, of course, it's not a one-day game. Only 3 players saving 1, if you could call it that. Duckett just has to lay bat on this into the ground, and he's got to run. But he's not going to try and do that. He's going to try and hit it out of St John's Wood. Stark is into him, bowls short. He plays a controlled pull, in fairness to him, down to the finer of the long legs, the fine leg even, and gets to 90.
Poorly directed, though, that by Mitchell Stark, really. It was easy just to paddle that round the corner. I don't think it's a bad ploy, because Duckett, because he's a small fella, he does struggle to get on top of it. You saw it with the top edge that resulted in Nathan Lyon's injury. So I don't think
because he refuses to leave it.
Exactly, yeah.
Which he could so easily do and force him to bowl back at him. But I mean, it's just baffling. And Bharat is losing his mind in one corner of the room. I'm losing mine in the other. We're all bemused. Last ball of the over.
Pope back on strike. And he pulls at this and hits it down a deep square leg along the ground. That was, again, a bit more controlled. At the end of the over, 38 gone. England are 1 for 188.
Stay on the ball while you're on the road. The SEN app is now available on Apple CarPlay, so you can keep up with all the big moments, expert commentary, and the latest news. When it happens in sport, SEN has you covered. Find the SEN app on Apple CarPlay.
Here's why renting a car from Bargain Car Rentals is such a bargain. Best prices guaranteed, no hidden fees, and no fees for drivers under 25, offering unlimited kilometres and locations everywhere. Bargain Car Rentals Australia. Now that's a bargain. Visit bargaincarrentals.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket with m4a celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. It's going to be green to continue. 4 overs, none for 31. Could you tot up for me, Phil Long, the green Hazelwood Stark overs? Because there's been not very many for quite a lot of runs, but they look like they could take a wicket at any moment here. Green is in to the right-handed Pope. And Pope's gone for it and hit it out towards deep square leg, and it's out! There you go! As predicted, short, banged in, and Pope, for reasons known best to himself, has tried to clear one of the 3 fielders, or all 3 of the fielders on the deep leg side boundary, and he's failed to do it. And England, who have most definitely on top just moments ago, have now lost needlessly a key wicket. Pope goes for 42, caught on the boundary. And they're 2 for 188.
Well, that's some of the worst test batting I've ever seen in my life. Pope looked so good when he come out today. Batting at 3, he was crispy. He was on against spin and pace. And the last, say, half a dozen deliveries, it was almost like, I just want to throw my wicket away. So predictable with the fields that you described, Dan. And he got so inside the line, there was no way he was keeping it down. So the only way, it was either 6 or out. Lions off the field, Australia are in all types of trouble, and now Pope has sort of brought Australia back into the game.
It's a wicket. I was going to say it's a wicket from nowhere, but it wasn't. It was a wicket from exactly where we thought it would be.
Yeah.
But it should just never have happened.
And it was telegraphed as well. I mean, he tried to do the same thing 2 overs before as well, moving himself outside off stump, trying to, in effect, catch up with the ball and take on 3 men on the boundary rope halfway through day 2. It's
when your side
it's hubris, Daniel.
230 behind. It is hubris.
It's hubris of the worst and most nakedly pathetic kind, and it gets on my nerves, increasingly so. I can understand being on the front foot. I can understand trying to take the game on. But just use your mind, right? Ollie Pope, you love Ollie Pope.
I do.
Ollie, you feel personally affronted.
I do feel personally
I feel it for you.
Yeah.
You followed this boy's career.
Yeah.
This boy is born to bat. We were talking earlier about how he sort of embodies something of the Ian Bell about him, and it's a very clear comparison because he bats beautifully in the classical style. He has that in him, but he's been whipped up. Now, there's times to go. Don't get me wrong, of course there is. But not now.
Not when you're trailing by 228.
And when they've
got 9 wickets in hand, the sun is out.
And when their best bowler can't even manage to get round half the perimeter just to hobble up the stairs and probably won't bowl again in the rest of the game.
I'd have a slip to Root.
Yeah, well,
I have a couple of catches.
I don't think Root is. We'll see. I don't think Root is going to try.
Well, he might ram him now. I've said that, but
well, we've still got this short ball field. I mean, this is a very Ben Stokes field.
At least they've got a gully and a bat pad. Sorry, it's short. Yep.
Green, first ball to Root, and he does pull it. He pulls it fine. Won't make it to the boundary. Stark runs round to his right. That's played in controlled fashion. Got inside the line.
Exactly. I don't mind that. I don't mind that. That's fine. You're rolling your wrists on it. It's there to hit. That's fine. Pope is, sort of open, extravagantly saying, I'm going to try and hit you out of the ground.
Well, do you know what's happening here? Is that yesterday we barely saw Stokes play with these fields. He did this plentifully at Edgbaston.
Yeah.
And the Australians, I think, found it rather amusing that was all England had left at the end.
But this was the field to Cummins and Line at the end.
At Cummins and Line at the end, exactly. Australia have brought this field into 2 guys who are well set. It shouldn't work. It absolutely should not work. But they've let it work. It's extraordinary.
Might get another one here.
Could very well. Green into Duckett, who pulls in controlled fashion along the ground.
Nice shot.
Down to deep backward square leg for a single. He moves to 91. It's been the most extraordinarily ridiculous passage of cricket I've seen in a very long time.
Yeah. Infuriating, really.
You're infuriated too, aren't
But just those last two hook pull shots from Root and Duckett, they were good, weren't they? Yeah. Inside the line, keep them down. I mean, Pope still had that option.
Yeah. Yeah, but, fair play to the Australians for testing their hubris and asking them how they're going to go for it.
They tried to do this briefly to Travis Hedge yesterday, and every single shot he got his hands above the ball and came down on it.
Root gets the bench and is gone. Root's gone this time. He's gone for a ball. 2 in no time.
Joe.
This match is being absolutely transformed. Joe Root has got out in slightly different fashion.
No ball.
Oh, it's a no ball. Oh, what is going on? This is village.
Wow.
Absolute village.
Now I'll go, Cam Green, what are you doing?
Abysmal batting. What is the bowler doing? I don't know what I'm witnessing right now. Root has got away.
Cam Green.
There.
Wow, this is significant, isn't it? You can't afford to give Joe Root many opportunities.
He was through the shot. In fairness, he was trying to get and play it down, but the ball was banged in. The pitch isn't quick enough, and it's ballooned off his glove. Right, what's he going to do to this one? Green is in. Bouncer, a very high bouncer, above shoulder height.
Stop calling wides, haven't they?
Yeah. And it's second for the over. I'd like to see how high
that is massive. Joe Root on this pitch, in the form he's in.
He made 600s here already in his Test career.
Just taking a look back on the replay, street with tyre power, clean bowled savings, and so he's through the shot, so it's come off the glove, and then ballooned easily to Carey. England thought they'd lost their third wicket, and a key one too, to a ridiculous shot against a very nakedly obvious ploy, but Root has survived. Down the leg side, and that's going to be 4 byes. Left alone by Root. What a crazy over of cricket. Absolutely berserk. We've still got a ball left. England are 2 for 195.
He's gone the Yorker there, hasn't he?
Well, I don't mind him trying to...
There's not much traditional test match cricket going on at the moment.
Oh, that was almost wides, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's Alex Carey there.
Down the leg side, Carey had no chance at all. It was so far
The
down
other thing is, for the bouncer, Root doesn't have to take it on.
No, not when he's first come in. Green in to complete the over, gets up on his toes. And the onside. Some normal cricket has broken out here on SEN. End of the over. 2 for 195.
The supercars are on track, and SEN are right behind them. This is the Supercars Championship season like no other, and SEN is keeping you right on pace with our exclusive coverage. Join me, Aaron Noonan, for up-to-the-minute news, interviews and analysis from the best in the business. It's a huge season ahead with racing right through the year, so make sure you're up to speed by downloading the SEN app today. SEN Supercars, right here on SEN, your home of sport.
Test cricket with McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee, fit for an Aussie. And, well, England are batting like they've had quite a lot of those coffees, all in a very short space of time, one after the other.
Not fit for the English, though, that coffee.
They need a milky-based drink
exactly.
to slow them down.
Slightly bitter-tasting coffee,
right.
That's what they're used to.
Stark starts a new over from the nursery end. The left-handed Duckett, who gets a short ball, which he wafts at. I mean, that might almost have been a leave. What have you seen there?
I think Father Time just left the building. He's seen enough.
He's called time on himself.
Yeah. He's called time on himself. He's facing the other way now.
In all my time, I've only seen worse cricket when Stuart Broad bowled to Jasprit Bumrah last year and conceded 35 in an over. Genuinely, I didn't think I would see anything to get close to the rampant ineptitude of that moment. But crikey Moses, the last 10 minutes. It'll go to 5 sets, let's put it that way. Stark is in to the left-handed Duckett, gets a short ball which he plays down on, and it goes out towards deep backward square leg for a single. Duckett is trying to roll his wrists, in fairness, and he's receiving nothing but short deliveries. He moves to 92. Right, I want to tell you my theory for how you can save cricket from eating itself, and I'm going to get it out now before Root plays a reverse ramp to a bouncer above his head.
You know he's thinking it. You know he's thinking it.
I do.
Yeah.
So let me give you the scenario. It's the last ball of the World Cup. The ball hits for to win. The ball is speared down the leg side. Well, leg side might be hitting leg stump, might not. Across his crease goes the batter. Misses the ball. It hits the pad. There's an enormous appeal for LBW. The ball's running away to the boundary. The umpire's finger goes up just before it hits the boundary rope. The start comes in, bowls to Root, gets up on his toes and guides the ball.
That'll do.
Backward point for a single. A normal Root shot. 2 for 197, Root to 2. Now, because that finger has gone up, that side has now lost the World Cup final, regardless. He refers it anyway. Turns out there was missing leg stump. The ball's actually cannoned, ricocheted down to the boundary rope.
That's the key.
They would have won.
That's the key.
They would have won. An unfair decision, but overturning it means you still lost the World Cup final.
Yep.
How do you stop this? I'll tell you how you stop this. The umpire does not give LBW decisions until the ball is dead. Then DRS can be invoked.
Yeah.
And whatever was the circumstances before that ball was dead, remain on the field if the umpire was wrong, for example. This is flicked away out to deep backward square leg, slightly in the air by Duckett. He'll pick up a single as it's retrieved on the bounce. Duckett to 93.
Rock solid that, Dan.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah.
Solves a problem. Just like that.
Yeah, I don't kind of agree.
I've written to my MP.
As the umpire in the box, that makes no sense to me because the ball's dead. What? If there is an appeal for an LBW at that point...
Yeah, but just keep running.
Yeah, I mean...
No, they can keep running, get the leg buys, and then the umpire goes out. Right? And then you can refer or not. It works. Stark is in to Root, who pulls, fine, but off either top of the bat or glove, maybe. It went quite slowly down to fine leg for a single. He goes to 3. England 2 for 199, and we're all on edge here because we're just watching lunatic cricket.
Firstly, you know what's going to happen, though. We're going to be in Ahmedabad later this year, Daniel, you and I, and that's exactly what's going to happen in the World Cup final.
I know.
And then I'm going to say something.
And you know what? India will win the World Cup.
Yeah, they will, yeah.
Although, if England are going to do it, they like injustice. It'll probably be them that get it. Yeah. It does seem to annoy the world more than anything is England winning through perceived injustice, which makes English people so much happier. It's the best way to win anything. Unjustly. Stark is round the wicket to Duckett, who paddles this round the corner, gets good connection out to deep backward square leg. Steve Smith waddles to his right to field, and the 200 is up at the end of the over on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. England 2 for 200.
Australia, get your mouth watering at your new home of burgers and sport. Wahlburgers, grilled up by Chef Paul Wahlberg and brothers Donnie and Mark. Wahlburgers is perfect for any gathering with cold beers on tap, great burgers on plate, and live sport on screen, including American Pro Leagues and your Aussie heroes. Bite into Wahlburgers. Now at Sydney's Upper Keys, Manly Beach, Byron Bay, and Surfers Paradise. Follow them on Insta or visit wahlburgers.com.au. Aussie Burgers, Wahlberg style.
Test cricket on SEN with Maccas. Here's the 30 years of McCafe. Now, thank you very much for all your texts, by the way. They've been coming in. Phil from Lilydale says, straight after Lyon got injured, there was another earthquake in Melbourne. Well, they say a butterfly's wings flapping in Hong Kong. It's chaos theory. Who knows? I hope you're all okay in Melbourne. We send our concerns and best wishes to you all. Alex says, Flem. He's gone. He didn't want to hear my theory. Do you think Nisa will get a run at some stage this series?
Hashtag Nisa must play. Of course he will.
Of course. It's a given.
England are now up to 50% on the win predictor. Hazelwood is back into the attack. And Paul is listening from Christchurch, New Zealand. 3:30 a.m., -2 degrees. Heater on, sound down on TV, and SENZ on. Loving your work.
Beautiful.
Thank you, Paul.
What a soldier. Great stuff, Paul.
Very kind of you indeed.
Thanks for staying up to see the death of Test cricket.
Hazelwood is coming round the wicket to Duckett. I would give you the field, but it's berserk. And this is pulled out towards deep square leg for a single. So we've got a fine leg, long leg. It'll change now for Root, but it'll probably be much the same. 2 for 201. Duckett to 95.
In Duckett's defence, he's doing this relatively well. Okay. He's not trying to overhit it. He's not trying to be bombastic about it in the way that Pope was. He's done it all right. There was that one top edge, obviously, that Lyon dropped just short of Lyon. But aside from that, he's going okay. He's on to 95 here. He made an easy-ish 100 in truth against Ireland here a couple of months ago. This is a Well, the next 10 minutes in his career is absolutely seismic, really. Not many people saw him as an Ashes century maker.
No, also interesting.
We apologise for the use of the word seismic, by the way, just having...
Oh, of course. God. Yeah.
As Hazelwood is in short, pulled by Root. Not with great timing to short mid-wicket. Incidentally, good morning to our New Zealand listeners on SENZ. They're here thanks to Resine, New Zealand's most trusted paint brand. If you're listening in New Zealand, you can get involved and send us a text, as Jeremy Coney would say, on 88 33.
Very good.
88.
Gets better with every year, that.
33. I'm honing it.
Yeah.
I'm honing my Coney. Yes. Right, Hazelwood into Root, who's looking skittish for a Root. It's short again, he's gone again. And he hits it out to square leg for a single. The throw comes in at the non-striker's end. It's still unnecessarily chaotic. I mean, you wouldn't know from listening, because the Lord's crowd, as I've mentioned many times to people,
broadly disinterested.
Are broadly disinterested. Yeah. Yes, I mean they're rather surprised there's a cricket match taking place at all, in between the futile business meetings and the bottles of champagne that are taking.
Almost inconvenienced by the cricket, aren't they? Yeah.
They are, even though some of the most remarkable cricket you could ever witness is going on. If this was happening at any other ground in England, you would be able to hear the bewildered intakes of breath.
Is this the oldest ground in London?
It's the second oldest test ground in London, Phil, as well you know. Hazelwood into Duckett. Short top edge, bounces in front of Smith. He didn't get on top of that, didn't Duckett? And he moves to within 4 of a century. He's now up to 96.
I'm kind of happy that he played that shot. I was just about to swallow my pride and say he's been doing pretty well in the last 5 minutes. And then he plays that shot, and I'm justified in everything I've said about Ben Duckett in the last few days.
His hand came off the bat and everything. I mean, look, he shows admirable lack of selfishness in trying to get it there in singles.
Okay,
right?
that's fair.
I mean, let's point that out.
That's fair.
And he's just shadow practice, just making room and slapping it over the ball.
Hazelwood round the wicket to Root. Root gets a short ball, which he plays down to a backward square leg, who is Smith, who's actually quite deep, but it was hit so firmly to him they couldn't get a single. I mean, he's a good 40 yards away.
It's an unheard of position, that.
Yes, it's not helpful for a commentator.
I think it also has to do with the fact that Hazelwood is coming around the wicket, taking the angle away. So if Joe Root is trying to get on top of it, it's a little difficult because he's hitting against the angle, and there is a chance that he'll get a top edge or not be in complete control and go straight to Steve Smith.
But what Australia have discovered here is that they can just bowl short balls until England get themselves out, and they surely will. Hazelwood into Root, who gets a fuller ball this time, which he flicks away to that indeterminate position where Steve Smith is lurking. Ooh, it's 2 for 203. It's time for a change in the commentary box. You're going to come in, Adam, and you're either going to take Ben Duckett's wicket or you're going to call one of the most surprising centuries of all time. 2 for 203.
Sheen Panel Service. Looking for a career in the smash repair industry? Sheen Panel Service is looking for managers and panel technicians to join our 26 stores across Victoria. Work for a supportive family business with over 50 years industry experience, with career progression opportunities and a competitive salary. Plus, you'll receive a sign-up bonus of $5,000. That's right, join Sheen's lineup for a $5,000 sign-up. Apply now at sheengroup.com.au. T's and C's apply. Sheen Panel Service.
Mitchell Stark is ready from the nursery end to bowl to Ben Duckett on 96. Stark charging in, bowls. Duckett flicks it away in the air behind square leg off his thigh pad for a single to move to 97. 2 for 204. Are you boys nervous watching this?
I'm not enjoying it at all. Don't know about you.
I'm just bemused. We expected England to do this at some point during the series. And, they waited to get to Lords to try this. It was difficult for them to even attempt this in Edgbaston. The pitch was so slow.
Ben Duckett's moved from 86 to 97 in singles, but it feels like anything but that, doesn't it?
That's exactly. A great call. Yeah. Stark now over the wicket to bowl to Root, who rides this one down to third man for a single. There are plenty of singles to be had with the way the field is set.
And Root is the master at finding them as well. He doesn't need to be drawn into this.
He is, though, isn't he?
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, mean, I call him a bluesy guitarist in a heavy metal band, the way he batted in the first innings in Edgbaston. But he's looking anything but. He just looks like someone who's picked up a guitar for the first time and has to just play fast.
There are almost 5 on the fence for Duckett, who's back on strike here. The start comes in past the umpire, balls, and he's hit on the pad trying to hook away to a ball that probably didn't get up as much as Duckett anticipated. Or maybe it wasn't as short as what Duckett thought it was going to be.
I think it missed his pad.
Yeah.
And it missed his abdomen.
Oh, yes.
That's a low blow.
Straight into the bread basket.
But it's not terminal, that one. Oh, that is going to hurt, though. And Stark, it's a good angle that he's utilising here. Round the wicket, left arm. I remember seeing Mitchell Johnson do this to Michael Carberry, Brisbane, a few years back. Terrifying, unfair. Unfair, really.
That was a little unfair.
And Steve Smith at a kind of shortish backward square, maybe 50 yards. He's well in the game here.
Stark again, bowls to Duckett. It's short, he swats it down. He takes a quick single. He'll get there. Oh, and he might get an overthrow. No, he won't. He hits the stumps at the non-striker's end.
He got lucky there, Ben Duckett.
He did. He got lucky and unlucky.
He picked the wrong fielder. Manas Labuschagne hits the stumps very often. They're all laughing now. But he was dawdling a little as he ran across.
Middle of middle, he's picked it out as Labuschagne, but if it happened to have missed, that would have been his 100, because there was nobody. Such is the craziness of this field. Would have been pure buzzers.
Yeah, he was cruising, and he made it by some margin, but he was certainly not anticipating a direct hit from square leg. He thought it was probably going to go to Joe Root's end. So he's now just 2 away. Stark now back bowling over the wicket to Root. Bat padding play, Gully, the catches. And Root swings it away, gets it fine down towards the pavilion rope, but it's fielded well. And it's just a single, so Duckett back on strike. Another 1 to Root. He's up to 6. The score 2 for 207.
Phil, is it just because we had day 5 in Birmingham and they just want to make sure that never happens again?
They just won't be dictated to. Doesn't matter who you are, they will not be dictated to now. They are entirely on this train, and they're all signed up to it. They've all drunk the Kool-Aid. Even Joe, who you would like to think would be above such frivolities. No.
Ben Duckett assesses the field before he shapes up. The start comes in again and bowls, and Duckett plays straight to square leg with a horizontal bat, but importantly on the second bounce to Labuschagne, and there is no run to finish the over. This is tense cricket here at Lords for different reasons to what that would normally you'd describe as tense. It's 2 for 207 on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard.
People call me the world's best bargain hunter. I call them with my Kogan Mobile monthly plan. Unlimited talk, text, and 10 gigs for $15. Talk about a bargain. KoganMobile.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Here's why renting a car from Bargain Car Rentals is such a bargain. Best prices guaranteed. No hidden fees and no fees for drivers under 25, offering unlimited kilometres and locations everywhere. Bargain Car Rentals Australia. Now that's a bargain. Visit bargaincarrentals.com.au.
SEN Test cricket, thanks to Macca's. Here's to 30 years of McCafe. 2 for 207 as Hazelwood starts in you over. He bowls to Root, who rides this one down to fine leg with a horizontal bat for a single to put Duckett back on strike. Change of commentators. Jeremy Coney is coming in. Are you tense? Do you feel nervous?
Not at all. I think this is an excellent tactic from Australia, actually. Bazball seems to involve a lot of ego, and they're going to take it on. And the field that they can set means that it involves quite a high percentage of risk playing the stroke. We've already seen one man fall. They could have had 2 wickets.
Hazelwood to Duckett on 98. Duckett, top edge, could be caught. He's caught. He is out, too short of a century. Down fine leg's throat. That fine leg being David Warner. And he turns to the crowd and celebrates And now he's mobbed by his teammates, and Ben Duckett cannot believe it. He dawdles towards the pavilion, too short of what would have been a maiden Ashes century. The game swings again.
You just saw it coming, didn't you? You just saw it coming. He could have just got there, just pushed the ball. There are gaps everywhere. You call it a game of ego, Jeremy Coney, and he's fallen to his ego.
Well, it's such a difficult stroke to control when once it gets up or once it gets outside off stump, to fetch it across to the leg side, and so many men can be in positions where you are in danger if you don't get it properly, and we've already seen two go. It's a shame for that's why he's moving slow. He's just that's just disappointment. It is. But it is a risky stroke, and that's why this is a good tactic, really. It's a horrible way, certainly, to start an innings. You just can't. You're not playing in the V. Get started in the innings. You're not knowing the pace of the pitch because you haven't had a chance to get in. It's an awful way to play, but if you're not going to go underneath it and tire the bowlers out and get out of the way and say, well, that's all right, thanks, we'll wait and see how you go and we'll watch for your very full ball if I try and do that, then you take it on like that. But this is Bazball, you see, and this is what Australia know England are going to play this way.
And they're defeating them in the mind right now, Jeremy. I mean, I thought when it comes to Test cricket, your ego doesn't just mean just trying to bash every ball, but also sensing the situation, seizing the moment, and trying to figure out what the opposition is doing and reacting to it rather than just say, to heck with whatever you're doing, I'll just do what I'm doing.
That's right. Well, I thought Ollie Pope, it was papal fallibility.
Yeah.
and so what we saw was he was actually trying to hit that for six.
Yes.
But if you don't time it properly, and he got the bottom of the bat, and so that's why he was caught by Smith. Now Duckett's gone. Root could easily have gone. Cameron Green made a mistake because he doesn't bowl very much. So it's very hard to get your rhythm.
It's no less exciting now because the new man to the crease is Harry Brook. But we got some details on the century.
Replaces, well, not the century in the end.
Well, that's true. That's true.
The century minus 298 of 134 balls with 9 fours.
Hazelwood bowls first ball to Brook. It's a York and it's dug out well. Look at the timing, straight down the ground. It'll go close to the rope. It will get into the rope in front of the pavilion. And Brook gets off the mark with a boundary.
That has to be the first scoring shot down the pitch we've seen in the last 45 minutes or so.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, there's no one down there.
Yeah.
That's what I say. You can't start in the V. He's tried to go very full to just sort of, fool him, and he's punched it so hard, it's gone over the bowler's head. He's not a small bowler, is he? He's actually leapt in the air, and he couldn't even reach it.
I think Hazelwood just thought casually he'd be able to catch that with one hand. Hazelwood again. Bowls around the wicket to Brook, gets a bouncer, and Brook decides to let it go past.
The first boundary for 48 balls. Again, it feels like there's been lost.
No doubt.
They've been going for singles.
Yeah,
that's all they've been going for. What's it been since they started? We got the over. I bet they've lost 2 for about 35, something like that.
Well, since we came back.
Yeah, since they've started to use this tactic.
Well, the interesting part now when you think of things, the last 2 wickets to the short ball, plus Joe Root out on a no ball to the short ball, they keep playing it, so they'll keep bowling it. Hazelwood again bowls, and Brook gives himself some room and swats a short ball over cover, way out into the deep. It won't be 4. They'll settle with 2. Again, a premeditated shot there from Harry Brook, and he's only been in there for a handful of balls.
Well, what's interesting about that is that Brook is now saying, well, if you're going to bowl those, I will hit you into different areas. And he's now bunting and hitting the ball straighter, and it may force some fielders to move from the areas where they're currently residing to straighter areas, and that'll create areas now square that are vacant.
Last ball of the over here, Hazelwood to Brook. Brook pulls at the ball. Forward of square leg. There is a man out in the deep, so it will only be a single. What an eventful over that was. A wicket, Duckett out for 98, and Harry Brook just casually gets to 7 of 4 balls. The score on the Beaumont Tail scoreboard, 3 for 215. Root on 7, Brook on 7.
I tell you, kids these days, they don't know the meaning of bargain hunting. Back in my day, I would sleep outside the store all night. No tent. And then once you got in, I still have a scar from a stock take sale back in 91. But these days, with Kogan Mobile, you can sign up for the best value gigs per buck while sitting on the toilet. Talk about a bargain. Get one at koganmobile.com.au.
So Mitchell Starc is going to continue. This is SEN Test cricket, gripping Test cricket from Lords, thanks to Macca's. Here's to 30 years of McAfee, with two of England's absolute stars at the crease now, Root and Brook.
I still can't get over what we're seeing, to be honest, yeah. Though the shot that Harry Brook played, and I think he'll try it again, was a clever one.
Starc over the wicket to bowl to Brook, who gets a good short ball, and just at the last minute he took the bat away from the line of the ball through to the keeper Carey.
And Jeremy, I understand baseball. You watched more of it than I have. But the moment they started playing this crazy form of cricket 45 minutes ago, England were on top.
Miles on top.
Nathan Lyon had left the field, and he was the one giving Australia control from this end. And then they've lost control of the game. Yes, you have Root still there. He's been given a life. You still have Brooks, Stokes and Bairstow. But you were so far ahead in the game at that point, and you just given it away.
And scoring at 5 and over anyway.
Yeah.
Yes.
The deficit 201.
I mean, there's something called game awareness as well, right? That goes into ego.
Brook on strike, Starc on the runway again from the nursery end. Bowls, he gives himself room, gets jammed, top edge, over the keeper's head, it falls safely to a fine leg position. Oh. I don't know how it got there, but it did, and it's a single.
See, there's risk attached.
This is T20 cricket in the power play.
It is. It is.
No, but they're actually batting like a team who are behind, who have nothing to lose, or who have their backs against the wall. But that wasn't the case 40 minutes ago, and it's still not the case. Australia is without Nathan Lyon.
That got big on Harry Brook.
It's a top edge.
Looking at the replay for tyre power, the way he had absolutely no control on that one at all. 3 for 216. Root back on strike, and he paddles one around the corner again with the horizontal bat down to fine leg. David Warner's got a lot of work to do down there, as he was here right in front of us at the other end too.
It just takes you out of how you prepare for a test innings, though. You can't go out and get to 20 in the V, because, as you can see here, there's no one fielding straight down beside the bowler either side. So, the width of the bat, you've only got that as opposed to the full blade of the bat, which is much more wood.
These are certainly fields I've never seen before in Test cricket. Starc again bowls to Root, who plays conventionally in defence, tucked up, playing away in the onside to mid-wicket, no run.
You've also got the possibility, if you want to, as a bowler, to go very full. And that one's, again, saying, hey, you've got to I'm going to keep you honest here. Yeah. I'm going to go at the stumps occasionally. So you can't just back away, Harry Brook, and sort of just bunt me.
Yeah.
But there's the other element of this feeling like T20 cricket is because of the field, the batsman actually knows where it's going to be bowled, generally speaking. Starc bowls again. Oh, that's a good one. A nasty one that rears off a length and hits the glove or handle of Brook's bat. That made him feel and look very uncomfortable as it spat away on the offside.
Yeah, but you still got to hit it, even though you know where it is. You kind of don't know how it's going to bounce.
Exactly.
We've seen variable bounce in this game so far, and sometimes they hit different parts of the pitch and it'll carry on quickly, otherwise it'll hold. So to time the stroke as well is very difficult. Sometimes it'll hit the seam.
Which that one did.
Yes, and has taken the glove.
That was a nasty delivery. Last ball of the over here. Starc again charging in to bowl to Brook, who's squared up in defence, playing it into the gully. And another dot ball to complete the over. 3 for 217 on the Beaumont Tale scoreboard. Root on 8, Brook on 8.
The supercars are on track, and SEN are right behind them. This is a Supercars Championship season like no other, and SEN is keeping you right on pace with our exclusive coverage. Join me, Aaron Noonan, for up-to-the-minute news, interviews and analysis from the best in the business. It's a huge season ahead with racing right through the year, so make sure you're up to speed by downloading the SEN app today. SEN Supercars, right here on SEN, your home of sport.
Trying to choose new flooring, window furnishings or rugs for your home? Choices Flooring's Room View makes it easy to find the look you've been searching for. Whatever the space or your flooring needs, simply take a photo of the area in your home and select your flooring styles, window furnishings or rugs from the thousands of colours, styles and texture options. Using Choices Flooring's Room View, you can see your selections right in your own home. Then send your favourites to your local Choices Flooring store to book a free measure and quote.
Tradies and lawn enthusiasts, power up your arsenal with Greenworks' range of battery-powered lawn and garden equipment. The Greenworks Pro 60V product range packs a serious punch with petrol-like performance without the noise and fumes. With over 20 products in the range, including lawnmowers, blowers, chainsaws, string trimmers, ride-on and zero-turn mowers, they're powered by an interchangeable 60V ultra-power battery and backed by a 4-year tool warranty. For more information, including dealer locations, visit greenworksaustralia.com.
Duckett, top edge, could be caught, is caught! He is out too short of a century. Down fine leg's throat, that fine leg being David Warner. And he turns to the crowd and celebrates. And now he's mobbed by his teammates. And Ben Duckett cannot believe it. He dawdles towards the pavilion, too short of what would have been a maiden Ashes century. The game swings again. Certainly a Macca's moment. Ben Duckett out too short of an Ashes century. He's already had a century, a test century at Lords this summer against Ireland, but couldn't do it this time round against Australia. Adam White and Jeremy Coney with you here at Lords. We've just had a drinks break. They're just getting themselves back into position. Barrett's just giving me a note here, and it's news on Nathan Lyon and confirmation he has suffered an injury to his right calf when fielding coming in from the deep. He will be assessed after play, and then a further update will be shared tomorrow morning. So confirmation of that right calf injury.
It's a nasty injury sometimes.
It's an old man's injury too, Jeremy.
Well, I haven't had it yet.
No, neither have
I. That's a real shame because he's such an important cog, isn't he, for Australia? Now, if that I would say that's certainly the end of this Test match for him. Whether in the series, I don't. We just don't know.
So that Headingley obviously comes straight off the back of Lords. Then there's a little bit of a break. So the calf injuries, that can be 3-4 weeks.
It can be.
So Hazelwood to continue after the drinks break from the pavilion end. He bowls to Root, who again gets a short one, and again just rides it around the corner, swivelling on his back leg and getting it down to fine leg for a single. Root to 9, 3 for 218.
The other thing, of course, is that this is not a fast pitch, so it's going to take, some gas out of the Hazelwood's legs and things like that. You've got to get that up higher. That's very comfortable, that height, to play the pull stroke. That's not dangerous. You've got to get it up around sort of shoulder high, neck, that kind of area, and make them fetch it from sort of just outside your off stump to round to the leg side, and that's when you get your top edges and so on.
Hazelwood now to Harry Brook on 8, and Brook plays off his hip to square leg, behind square leg for a single. It's all sort of hit and run almost, with Smith fielding almost that 45 position at square leg. He's a little bit deeper than a traditional backwards square leg, so it enabled them to get that single. They had to scamper through. 3 for 219. Brook and Root both on 9. So that Nathan Lyon news, confirmation of a calf injury. He's clearly out for the match.
Yeah.
And I'll explain more after this ball because you kind of touched on it, Jeremy, as Hazelwood comes past the umpire, bowls another short one, Root aborts mission. And that was a bit higher, as you were talking about.
That's the one, and well played by Root because of that. He got up ready for it and then just pulled the bat underneath it.
So with line out...
Well, his head
will have to bowl, but it was
and
sort of set
Marnus.
up for Lyon on his in the fourth innings to spin Australia to victory in his 100th consecutive Test match after his success at Edgbaston. As you said, now it's going to have to be a bit of Marnus and a bit of
and
head
Steve
on day
Smith.
5, potentially
Those
Steve
are the
Smith.
three, aren't they, really?
Yep, but all very much part-timers.
Yeah.
3 for 219. Hazelwood again bowls short. It's hooked away on the bounce to Smith in that backward square leg position, and they take a single.
The difference there, as opposed to Pope deliberately hit up.
Yes.
And if you don't time it, you run the risk of being caught by those, all the men that are out on that leg side behind square or just in front. Obviously only allowed 2 behind square, but the Root's got on top of that and he hasn't tried to overhit it. He's hit it down, really only looking for a single. If he finds a gap, which he's lucky to do, he might get it through to the boundary, but he's in control of the stroke.
Brook back on strike here. Hazelwood again approaches and he tries to swat that away off his thigh pad and doesn't make contact. I think he was trying to hit that one for 6.
Whereas Brook doesn't look quite in control of the shot. He looks as if he's looking to hit it hard for boundaries and for 6s.
Well, the modern day batsmen talk about going low to high, and that's what Brook tried to do there.
Yeah.
It is remarkable. We've just seen a pitch map on our in-screen monitor.
If it was an arm, if the pitch was an arm, you'd have lots of little dots around where your elbow is.
Chicken pox.
Yeah, well, that's it.
Last ball of the over. Hazelwood past the umpire bowls, and Brook rides this one, dabbing it away behind point for a single to complete the first over after the drinks break. It is 3 for 221. Root and Brook on 10 apiece on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard.
So my boy Adam, he come home with all these bags of shopping. I said, what are you, millionaire? He says it was good bargain. Good bargain? Kogan mobile prepaid plan is bargain. Unlimited talk, text, and 10 gigs of data for $15 a month. My boy wouldn't know bargain if it called him on phone and said, hello, I'm bargain. Talk about a bargain? Get one at koganmobile.com.au. T's and C's apply.
The sun peeking through the crowds here at Lord's late on this second day in London as Stark starts a new over. He bowls, and that one's a quick delivery that goes right through. Now we have a special guest, and I don't think, Jeremy, the special guest is going to be able to talk, but it's a very shiny guest. Have you ever seen this guest before?
No.
Do you know what it is?
Well, it's the Melbourne Cup.
It is the Melbourne Cup.
Yeah.
Which is sitting down on top of my phone. David Campbell from the VRC's come up with his gloves on and almost dropped the cup off the desk. As Mitchell Stark comes in and bowls again, giving himself room, bottom edge, gets a single down to fine leg. As Harry Brook tried to play that one through the offside, it goes down to fine leg for a single. It's the kind of cricket that's being played at the moment. 3 for 2.
Come on, Adam. Tell us, give us the
Melbourne Cup is on tour at the moment. That's what it is.
Yeah.
And it's in London now. Was it at Ascot last week? It wasn't at Ascot last week, but I did see it at Trafalgar Square and at Big Ben during the week. It's all part of the Melbourne Cup tour. We'll get a bit more of an explanation after this ball from Stark. He's bowling here to Root, who hooks this away, doesn't control it, could be caught, and it has been taken low down by Smith. Diving forward. It was a top edge from Root. It was a question of whether it carried. It has carried. And Joe Root, England's superstar, who was so dominant in the first test, is out, and he does not want to go.
Well, he's waiting to see if it's caught. He's just waiting with the umps whether they'll go and check. Has this been safely taken?
They are going to check. So we are going to get a review And we are going to get a review for IMAR Insurance, the tradies, mate.
Yeah, because it was actually falling short. I didn't see who the fieldsman was.
So the question is, Steve Smith has come forward, he's taken it, but has the ball hit the ground before he had full control? He's kind of got it in his fingers, then he's cradled the ball to his chest. So we can see here diving forward, getting his hands under it.
Are the fingers under it?
But are they? It's so hard to tell.
Yeah. Fingers have got to be underneath it. It can touch the grass if you've got your fingers underneath the ball. That's okay. If they feel that the ground has assisted him to take it, then that might not be given.
So, Jeremy, what's your gut feel looking at that? Steve Smith thinks he's caught it. Joe Root doesn't think he has caught it.
Joe Root's body language is he's kind of off, isn't he?
Yeah, I think the fingers there are underneath that ball.
So there's no soft signal anymore. So that can't lead us in any direction. He's been given out. The third umpire believes it was a fair catch, and Joe Root has been given out for 10. Another casualty to the short ball. Steve Smith taking the catch. Mitchell Starc getting the wicket. England now crashing to 4 for 222. Root out for 10.
Well, first wicket stumped. The fourth stumping that Carey has had off Nathan Lyon in this series so far. We're only in, the third innings, really, as far as this is concerned for Australia. So he's done well. But then since then, 3 casualties, all to the hook shot, all to short bowling. And it just shows you how difficult it can be to play this stroke. So are England going to keep this going? They lost the test match in Wellington to New Zealand, losing about 6 wickets to the short-pitched balls. Are they going to keep this going here?
So if you are... Ben Stokes is coming to the crease as captain and coach. Are you saying we need to change our tactics here, Jeremy, or are we saying, no, we keep doing it because this is the way we do it? Because it's not going overly well at the moment.
No, so you've answered your own question.
But they're not changing. We'll get back to the Melbourne Cup in a moment.
Yeah, we've got a man who knows all about the Melbourne Cup. He's poised, everybody.
It's taking a hell of a long time for the field to be set for Stokes, the new batsman. I just feel it's such a crucial time in this test match. The sun is just glorious at the moment here over Lords. It's almost like a spotlight on this particular moment in the test match.
Well, that's why it is such a good tactic as well. It's a good tactic because, we've seen the way the pitch has behaved from the better parts of the pitch where the normal bowling is towards, and England have looked pretty comfortable against that. They've got a number and a range of shots that they can play. They've played them effectively. Duckett got most of his 98 runs playing quite effectively, didn't he? But as soon as it's gone to the middle of the wicket, I'm afraid England have kind of lost some control of this innings.
So they've been very precise with the field. That's why it's taken so long for Stokes to face up for his first ball. Bat pad in play. Starc bowls to Stokes, edges, and he just evaded gully. And down to third man for a single. That was in the air. It would have been a third, fourth slip catch or a Cameron Green special in the gully, perhaps. But instead, it is a single. Nick Luck does join us from the VRC.
Nick,
sorry about
welcome,
that, Nick.
Mate. Sorry.
You've brought in a very special guest with you, the 2023 Lexus Melbourne Cup.
Just for anybody who is in any doubt and thinks that there was any partisanship in this broadcast, it was as out as Outsville from, it was out. Root was out. Be in no doubt.
Explain more after this ball, Nick, as to why the Cup is standing right next to Jeremy and I as Starc bowls and Brooke defends, dropping it at his feet. So it's obviously the Melbourne Cup tour has been going on for quite some time now, and it's a very popular part of the build-up to the Melbourne Cup, not only here in England, but certainly in Australia to all sorts of different communities. It just keeps getting bigger.
Absolutely. Started in Japan, came here, goes to Ireland, France, and then back to New Zealand and back to Melbourne. My first trip to Melbourne last year, my first trip to Australia to host the international coverage of the Melbourne Cup, and I cannot get over the intensity with which people are drawn to the Melbourne Cup.
Starc again. Last ball of the over. Root gives himself... Brooks given himself room and swatted it down the ground. It won't go for 4, but it will be at least 2 and probably 3. So Root's... keep calling him Root. Brooks not going to change the way he's going to play despite the carnage around him. It's the end of the over. It is 4 for 226. Stokes is on 1. Brook is on 14. Nick, stay with us. I've got someone else who's going to ask you plenty of questions about the Melbourne Cup after the break. On the Beaumont Tile scoreboard, 4 for 226.
Real adventures with Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Everything fishing, boating and outdoors.
So a gentleman has launched his boat and his winch strap has snapped.
Yes.
And he's lost his boat and it's now on the ramp. So what I recommend to do is you've got the strap on your winch, just cut a bit off if it's starting to get wear and tear and start again. Pull it on and it's going to save you a heap of dramas when your boat falls off at the ramp.
Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Subscribe and listen today wherever you get your podcasts.
SEN, Test Cricket with Maccas. It's the 30 years of McCafe. I'm sat with the Melbourne Cup, and my question I'm inevitably going to ask is, how would you throw away the Melbourne Cup with such gay, hubristic abandon as England are currently throwing away the Ashes? What is the way in which you could ride a race so unbelievably cluelessly that with all of your opponents like really under the cosh that you actually just toss it all away? Short down the leg side through to the keeper, no run. What's the method for disrespecting a tournament so badly? What would you do? How would you do it? You could ride backwards.
I walked up Marble Arch Tube Station yesterday with this 600,000 Australian dollars worth of New South Wales gold.
Oh my word! Oh, crikey noses!
I know. He suddenly realises what he's holding.
That's lovely.
And nobody had a clue what was in your pocket. What was in it? We tried to throw it away, but we couldn't.
Just trying to work out. Obviously, you know what I'm trying to work out. The next delivery from Hazelwood is short. And it's pulled away down towards one of the 3 fielders who are waiting to catch it, but it's this time gone slightly along the ground at least. And Brook moves to 15, England to 4 for 227. Cummins is bowling up. Terribly sorry, I thought it was Hazelwood to start with. Cummins from the pavilion end. I'm so incandescent with rage at what I've seen for the last 40 minutes.
You've also got a very strong reflection from the cup itself.
It's absolutely beautiful, isn't it? £600,000 worth of gold, you say.
Isn't it beautiful?
You need almost 3 hands to hold it. It's got 3 little sort of areas to hold it, isn't it?
Yeah, what I need is like to take you all out with chloroform. And just sneak out of this building. Might fit in my Women's World T20 bag, I'm not sure. Head to the nearest smelter and away we go.
A couple of bars.
Why are you carrying it around with you?
There's an Apple tracker on it, but I'm not sure that will necessarily deter anybody.
Right, well, we'll smelt that off as well. As Cummins is in, right arm round the wing, it's short, and praise be, Ben Stokes has left it. Goodness me, I didn't think I was ever going to see someone duck a ball in an England shirt again, but they have. It's absolutely marvellous,
isn't it?
And is it yours to keep?
I hope so.
Right.
So we took this trophy to Leicester Square, Piccadilly Circus, Marble Arch, and just hung out there with a. It's amazing how all the sporting trophies you can imagine, people cleave to it.
I bet.
I know what it is.
Cummins is in. This is defended by Stokes. You see, that's how you do it. A full delivery, just push back to the bowler, no run. Sorry, continue.
It did make me wonder, if you took a British sporting trophy anywhere else in the world, would anybody know what that trophy was? And we're there outside Buckingham Palace, and suddenly there's 15, 20, 25, 30, 35 people all around us saying, that's the Melbourne Cup, that's the Cup, the Cup. And it's this is what it means to Australia. It's what it means to a nation.
I've got one possibility and one only. Cummins is in. This is defended into the onside. A short delivery that Stokes had to ride the bounce. It wasn't a million miles from Marnus Labuschagne at short leg, but in the end he plays it well. I was going to say the FA Cup was quite distinctive.
Maybe, but I think worldwide, if you took the FA Cup to Los Angeles, would anyone know what it means or be interested in it? So you take this and somehow everybody's coming up to you and saying, what is this? What does it mean? And people who know and people who don't know. But it just shows you how it is at a sporting event that completely arrests a nation.
It's on a very clean plinth. Cummins bowls another short ball, which Stokes ducks again. That's the end of an over of rather pleasing calm on the Beaumont Tar scoreboard. England are 4 for 227.
Australia, get your mouth watering at your new home of burgers and sport. Wahlburgers, grilled up by Chef Paul Wahlberg and brothers Donnie and Mark. Wahlburgers is perfect for any gathering with cold beers on tap, great burgers on plate, and live sport on screen, including American Pro Leagues and your Aussie heroes. Bite into Wahlburgers, now at Sydney's Upper Keys, Manly Beach, Byron Bay, and Surfers Paradise. Follow them on Insta or visit wahlburgers.com.au. Aussie Burgers, Wahlberg style.
SEN Test cricket with Maccas. Here's the 30 years of McCafe. So Green has swapped ends. He's going to bowl from the nursery end. 5 overs, 1 for 34. Doesn't really tell the story. He got the crucial wicket of Pope, and he nearly had Root 3 balls later, gloving, playing a pull shot. Australia have got a nakedly obvious plan. All it requires England to do, with Australia having no spinner on the field, Nathan Lyon off with a calf injury, is to leave those short balls, but no. As Phil Walker alongside me, next delivery is pulled out through to the keeper by Brook. No run. Very lucky to get away with that. You used the word hubris, and I don't think a finer word could have been used to describe this. We're with the Melbourne Cup. It's the only trophy I'm ever going to get my hands on, I think, and it's a truly marvellous piece of kit. Is there a new one every year then?
Yeah, a new one every year. It's New South Wales gold. All mined in New South Wales, even though it's a Victorian race. 600,000 Aussie.
Wow.
That's not the purse. Obviously, the purse is bigger than that, but that's
so you get the purse and then you get to keep the cup.
That's what the trophy's worth, yeah.
Crumbs.
I know.
What a feeling.
Quite something.
Isn't it? Gives himself room. Brook, and he hammers this through mid-wicket for 4. He just ran away the leg, knew the short ball was coming, and, well, I don't like it. I think it's a lunatic policy, but what I will say for Brook is that he's hit that well in front of square. By giving himself room, he's not falling into the trap of hitting it down to the fine leg, the long leg, or the deep square leg, which is at least a better plan. The very best plan is to play chicken with them and say, well, how long are you going to keep doing it? We've got
it's day
days
2
to play.
It's day 2. Your best bowler's not on the pitch.
4 for 232. Brook on strike, goes again.
Oh my word!
And has the most horrible hack. Ball goes through the keeper, narrowly misses leg stump. And I'm actually offended by what I'm seeing. I don't know if this is coming across.
It is a bit, yeah.
Because, you know, that I get that the way England are playing is to question some of the shibboleths of cricket, but when your opponent loses an absolutely key component of their bowling attack in line, and that ball has missed leg stump by an absolute whisker.
It's
and
not funny.
Laughing about
it's not funny. It's a dereliction.
Green in down the leg side. He has a swipe at it and misses. He's going to get himself out playing like this, and then he'll say, well, it was just the way we play. And Australia will go, well, thanks very much, because you know your tail starts at 8.
Yeah. Look,
I mean, it's just lunacy.
After Edgbaston, there was a lot of amusing comments that were made, right, about basically losing being the new winning, and higher purposes and all of that, and people were already starting to turn. I felt.
Green short again, obviously it's short, and it's been played down towards long leg, between fine leg and long leg. This time along the ground he gets a single.
That's fine because that is on merit. That ball is behind his shoulder. You can ride the bounce. That's fine. That's a legitimate shot. Got no issue with that.
It's when it gets up to around about shoulder height, and they're hooking at it. I mean, Duckett himself.
Yeah.
On 98.
I know.
mean, it's genuine. It doesn't really matter if you're on 98 or 9, frankly, with the match situation as it is.
I had a modicum of sympathy for Duckett because I felt like he was trying to ride it rather than hit it. And there was a couple of top edges. He's a little lad, got big on him, and so on and so on. Clearly not ideally equipped to deal with that kind of delivery. But Pope, to be set in the position,
ready,
gloves up by his ear roll before the ball's even been released.
Play a Babe Ruth shot as Stokes lets one go outside the off stump through to the keeper. There's no run. I mean, I'm sorry, we're talking a bit too much cricket, but it's because the cricket is what it is. We'll get back to the Melbourne Cup the next over, because apart from this, I want to know how you've got your hands on it, what the story of the win is. Because forgive me, when does it take place?
So the Cup takes place in November. Every year, first Tuesday in November.
That's why I was in Australia at the time.
Yeah.
It was a World T20.
Exactly. And it's a public holiday.
Isn't that great?
Isn't it?
Green in, bouncer, which is evaded by Stokes. So he's telling his team what he wants to do with this bounce barrage. The rest of them are doing something entirely different. It's the end of the over. 48 have been bowled, and England are 4 for 233.
Tradies and lawn enthusiasts, power up your arsenal with Greenworks' range of battery-powered lawn and garden equipment. The Greenworks Pro 60V product range packs a serious punch with petrol-like performance without the noise and fumes. With over 20 products in the range, including lawnmowers, blowers, chainsaws, string trimmers, ride-on and zero-turn mowers, they're powered by an interchangeable 60V ultra-power battery and backed by a 4-year tool warranty. For more information, including dealer locations, visit greenworksaustralia.com.
Maccas with SEN. Here's the 30 years of McCafe. The Melbourne Cup has now been removed from my sweaty grasp to be given to Amanda Jade Wellington.
Probably for the best.
But I was starting to feel quite proprietorial towards it. Do you know what I mean? Nick, are you leaving us?
Not if you don't want me to. I was trying to work out.
Short, played out towards long leg along the ground for a single for Brook. He goes to 21, England 4 for 235.
I was trying to work out what would the horse racing equivalent be of the way that England are currently playing cricket. And I guess it would just be that if you drilled your horse from the gate and went as fast as you possibly can for as long as you can, and then just hope for the best. Yeah. And I guess that would be the equivalent. It's about economizing your effort or not, and hoping that you will grind your opponents into submission with shock and awe, or whether you economize your effort properly in order to last out 5 days of a test match.
I guess what I'm seeing though also is that, you know, what if the favourite, the clear favourite, suddenly pulls up lame? The next delivery is pushed back up to the wicket.
For me, it feels more like you get 2 furlongs in and you're coasting, and then you just deliberately jump off your own horse into your own face.
That is what it feels like. That is what it feels like, because England cannot win like this. No. They were winning.
That is it
when
in a nutshell.
When the score was 188 for 1 and Lyon had hobbled off, then Australian fans, this whole room gasped with horror. I mean, it was like, you know, it was like something really shockingly awful, which I probably can't say on the radio had happened to them.
But is it that they believe that they're not the best horse and therefore they have to do something different?
I think there's something in that.
Yeah, that's a good shout.
This delivery is short, pushed into the offside square of the wicket by Stokes. I think you're dead right. But they were proving at 188 for 1 that they had 2 very good horses in the race.
I'm overplaying my hand now. I feel I need to leave.
No, you're bang on though. You're bang on.
You might have nailed it better than any of us in the box.
And look, you know,
don't come for our jobs,
again.
will you?
but you're right. The philosophy is a well-conceived, hard-nosed, winning approach. Right, it's a formula that has worked for them very well. But don't get dogmatic. Don't get stuck. Don't get subsumed by this cult idea.
Well, Cummins into Brook, who gets a Yorker length delivery. She digs out into space, which has been created on the onside because of the plan that Cummins has got here, and Brook takes a single. So that helps.
So Dan, here's the thing. The similarity between the Ashes and the Melbourne Cup is they're about the same age and they venerate the same principles. It's class over length of time. And in a test match, you just need to economize your effort and make sure that you win where you need to win. The Melbourne Cup's the same thing. It's 2 miles. It's a marathon, not a sprint. And you need to make sure that you make your challenge where you need to make your challenge and not go too soon. And so they're not that dissimilar.
Stokes faces up and he clips this away nicely through mid-wicket. So, as they say in the modern parlance, a proper cricket shot, and it rolls its way up towards the mound stand at mid-wicket for a boundary. Now, I feel like we haven't seen many boundaries since Pope was out. The bouncer barrage happened. There's been lots of aggressive shots, but how many boundaries since Pope was out?
Well, that's 3 since Nathan Lyon hobbled off.
And that was how long ago? That was a while. I was on commentary. Other people have been on since.
36.3 overs that was, so 12.5 overs ago.
12.5 overs, 3 boundaries. That's the 3rd of them. And yet I've seen shots where every shot is attempted to hit the ball out of the ground, which is not managing your effort. This Cummins is in, and that's a bouncer, which Stokes allows simply to hit him. It dribbles out into the offside. It's the end of the over. And England, after 49, are 4 for 240.
If you've got to build it, lift it, power it, floodlight it, do it right with Oz Equipment Rentals. They're helping Aussie industries go higher by supplying access equipment, lighting towers and materials handling equipment to the construction, mining and roadwork industries. If you are building a new runway, a new road, a new warehouse, a new highway, the name you want is Oz Equipment Rentals. They also support community sporting clubs like Lara Cats, Werribee Centrals and the Ultima Kangaroos. Visit ozequipment.com.
SEN Test Cricket with McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. We've had the Melbourne Cup here on SEN Test Cricket. And Nick, thank you so much for bringing it in and for more brilliantly describing what Bazball is about in one sentence than we have managed in the last 6.5 days of commentating on the Ashes, as Green is in short through to the keeper, no run. All the very best of luck with your trip around London.
Cheers.
Be careful with it.
Thanks so much. Lovely to see you guys. Thank you so much.
Cheers. Thank you, Nick. And Green is still in the attack. He's bowling his 7th over. England are 4 for 240. Australia are right back on top. England 176 behind with a very long tail. And although they are missing Lyon, they've worked out a way, it's not a very difficult way, to sucker England into giving away their own wickets. That short down the leg side. Our wickets are with Tobin Brothers Funeral, celebrating lives. And we've seen 3 of them since tea, and I've got to say that all 3 of them were enough to enrage me.
Sure. but also, Zach Crawley's earlier, it was the 4th ball he'd faced from Nathan Lyon in 5 overs. Just ran straight past it. As if he's just a chancer of an off-break bowler rather than someone a couple of scalps away from 500.
Gives himself room. Brooklyn slaps this through extra cover. There's a chase on. There could be 3 here. There could be 4, you know. It's gone right to the most inaccessible part of the ground with fielders all pretty much square of the wicket. Labuschagne has to run about 50 yards. He gets there and they come through for 3. Brook giving himself room. Look, it's a ploy. I don't quite mind Brook's ploy.
At least it's a smart shot.
Yeah.
He's played 3 smart shots in this innings so far, which has hit the ball into the areas which are vacant, and there are a lot, rather than just try to keep clearing the 7 fielders who are in position behind square.
He did it in New Zealand as well, that masterpiece of 186, I think it was, at Christchurch. A stunning knock. And there was a kind of presence of mind, right, and a clarity to the way that he went about it. England were 50 for 3. He was technically very sound, and then he was expansive, and he kept hitting the ball where the fielders weren't.
Green is in around the wicket to Stokes, who comes forward in very orthodox defence and plays up to mid-on.
So, for the first half an hour of Stokes in the 2nd innings at Birmingham, he was quite calm, notably so, after the flurry of Root, first stumping in his first-class career and all the rest of it. And Stokes, he tries to convey a lot by what he does in the middle, doesn't he? Yeah. And right when he began as captain, he was overtly uber aggressive as a statement to his own dressing room. And I think you're seeing the flip side of that here.
He lets this go by outside the off stump. There's no run. Inside, is he thinking, oh, bless those poor children. They tried to do it, but I'm going to have to show them what I really meant. Or is he going, oh, good grief. What is it that they don't get about this? I keep saying take the positive option. I'm not saying take the entirely insane kamikaze option.
Yeah, I'd love to know what McCullum says at the end of the day here as well.
Well, you know.
Well, at least we had a nice time.
Had a lovely time. Everyone enjoyed themselves. Green is in, short and evaded by Stokes. That is the end of the over. We're going to have a change in the commentary box. Adam Collins is going to come and replace me for the next half an hour or so with England after 50 overs, 4 for 243.
Stay on the ball while you're on the road. The SEN app is now available on Apple CarPlay, so you can keep up with all the big moments, expert commentary, and the latest news. When it happens in sport, SEN has you covered. Find the SEN app on Apple CarPlay.
This month at Lobster Cave Seafood and Steak Restaurant, we've got an excellent end of the fin-year deal. Buy a voucher and get double the value. Buy now, use later, but still double your value. Think catering, gifting, hospitality and more. BYO wine, no corkage, valid 3 years, lobstercave.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for the McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. Adam Collins in with Phil Walker, Bharat Sundaresan, our experts for Red Energy. I jumped off comms 70 minutes ago. The longest break I reckon I've ever had on an SEN broadcast. fair bit's gone on. We've been talking about it for a while. As Brook faces up to Cummins, new over, field spread, takes on the short ball, gets it. No, he doesn't get it over the top of square leg. Bobbles over the top of Labuschagne. Dear me, in and out. Cummins should be in the book. Brook taking on a ball, doesn't quite get up as well. Had that been a fourth wicket to the short ball, Hooley-dooly.
It went straight to Marnus. You'd be really disappointed.
Getting a second look here for tyre power. Oh, no.
No, look, he's hit it well, but Marnus is one of the best fielders in the house. It's a goober, let's be honest.
Yeah, it's almost like he reacted a little slowly. It came quicker at him than he expected it to.
I think we've seen this throughout the Test match. England's slip fielders have been reacting slowly to the ball coming at them. Perhaps he's not picked it up from the tavern. I don't know. But he's definitely late on it. It was head height. It was hit pretty well, stupidly.
I mean, I think Jeremy Coney's point before as Cummins approaches 2 catches behind the wicket, a short leg round the wicket it goes, and Stokes rides the bounce in defence. Coney's point is that just because someone is puffing their chest out, you don't have to go toe-to-toe with them. There was no need for England on top of the game. Nathan Lyon, in all probability, out of the Test match, although we are yet to learn any more officially about his right calf injury that started this chain of events. There was no need for them to go then. They could have driven Australia into the ground. They could have played it in such a way that they absorbed pressure just for 10 minutes. But instead, they've fallen into the trap on 3 occasions. Cummins bowls silly point for Stokes, and he steers it out towards backward point where there is a gap. 2 men out in that direction. Travis Head, the closer of the pair. Stokes adds a couple. Moves to 8-4 for 246, Phil.
Yeah, just fascinating to see Stokes in the early part of his innings here. It's just 17 balls in, but he's not played a shot in anger. He's been demonstrably orthodox in everything that he's done. He's ducked underneath the short ones. He's blocked it quietly underneath his nose. Yeah, look, it's a fool's errand to preempt what Ben Stokes is ever going to do. I've learnt that to my cost many times. I've got the WhatsApps to prove it. Don't worry about that.
Do you want to expand on that?
No.
It's a pretty bat and pad club. I had to try.
He's adorable, but don't get on the wrong side of him. That's what I say.
Understood. Stokes on 8. Short legs back, jumping over from silly point. Cummins delivers and he lets it fly and goes for 4 byes. It did move prodigiously after it passed the stumps. The short ball on the angle. 4 by signalled by umpire Raza, and the 250's up for England. The last 80 or so have been strange runs. They trail by 166 at 4 for 250.
Yeah, look, if you look at the ball state of the game, England 1-6 behind, 6 wickets in hand. Okay, a long tail, but a brilliant keeper bat in at the minute, and they are in the game, and they were close to not being this morning. It's just the nature of how we've got there that rankles, I think.
Cummins wider of the crease to Stokes on the front foot, pushing out to cover in defence. If you look at the card in isolation, you might think, oh, well, Smith took a catch. Must be at first slip. Not round the corner. Joe Root taking on the umpteenth short ball in an awkward position. It's going to be a session that we speak about, I suspect, and come back to throughout the series.
Yeah, I mean, there's...
Ooh, just lost you there, Baz. Let me try again.
There's playing with your ego. There's also having some game awareness. And none of it makes sense.
I like this field. He's got Smith in as a fine-ish leg slip now. Just off Stokes' hip, in effect. And he's got a short leg as well. And Stokes is going to try and avoid it, I think. But a little tickle. He's in the game here.
So it's a change of angle as well. Over the wicket for Cummins. He's held up by Stokes. There's a sight screen issue at the pavilion end. Timeless tweet. And someone just where they shouldn't be. Last ball of the 51st. Up is Cummins, delivers here. Stokes again defending after going back, and we'll get a single to backward point. Keep the strike, move to 9. 51 overs gone. England 4 for 251 on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard.
Sheet Power Service.
Looking for a career in the smash repair industry? Sheen Panel Service is looking for managers and panel technicians to join our 26 stores across Victoria. Work for a supportive family business with over 50 years industry experience, with career progression opportunities and a competitive salary. Plus, you'll receive a sign-up bonus of $5K. That's right, join Sheen's lineup for a $5K sign-up. Apply now at sheengroup.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Sheen Panel Service. Our coverage here at Lords for McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. Drop us a text. What do you reckon of all of this? 0433 98 11 16 in Australia. Deep into the night. Where are you listening? How cold is it? Did you feel the earthquake in Melbourne? Or 8833 in New Zealand. Travis Head getting a trundle with his off breaks. Bharat, we remember well the fourth where he took a goal on the Snake Pit last July.
And ball of the century.
Dinesh Chandimal.
Dinesh Chandimal. Best ball has been bowled in the last 23 years.
So he's going to bowl from our nursery end to Stokes. Will he try and take him down, I wonder?
It's a canny move, this. No one would have seen this coming.
Just one back on the leg side as well. That's a deep square in front of Father Time. Head pulls out.
Yeah, look, this is orchidology. Just trying to get under his skin a little bit here. Play on the ego.
Passes up by Gaffney now. Heads first ball. Stokes lunging forward, negating any turn.
Yeah, one thing Travis Head does do is put a lot of revs on the ball. Often he'll get more turn out of a pitch than even a Nathan Lyon would, even on dead pitches. So he's not the easiest to step out to.
Head wide of the crease, round the wicket. Hits him on the pad. Shout for leg before. Gaffney keeps the finger down. It was sliding on with the arm, maybe an inside edge as well. They're not going to consider a review, despite how vociferous the appeal was.
He's more skillful than what he gets credit for. Doesn't bowl much for South Australia so that he can promote the other younger spinners coming through when he's captain. But he's got skills. That was a good delivery.
Lovely seam position. Went straight on. Was an inside edge to Stokes again. Hit on the pad. Another shout for leg before. The result's the same. He says no. Maybe just sliding. So an interesting start.
Yeah, good this by Cummins to have brought him in here. Stokes had his game plan. He was going to stick to it against the quicks.
Head in the game already. Stokes defending inside edge towards mid-wicket. Yeah, really good start. The crowd appeal obnoxiously, as if to suggest they weren't entitled to appeal from the previous two balls.
And Head
had their seventh bottle of champagne.
Head expects Stokes to come down. His push Cummins back.
Head bowls, and he doesn't let the ball go again. This is not a running the non-striker out thing, by the way. It's just a...
Theatre. Pure theatre.
That's it. That's the word.
And he's just pushed mid-on Pat Cummins back a few yards.
Head bowls. Stokes defends, flighting it up. And that's 84 kilometres an hour. The previous ball was 92.
It's clever bowling.
So 5 dots to begin. Head delivers and Stokes drives and doesn't beat cover. Lumpishly not far away from the man position for that very miscue. Stokes smiles to himself. A maiden complete. 4 for 2, 5-1 Australia. Make that England with Stokes 9 and Brook 26.
Thirsty Camel here. Win $5, $10 or $20 off your next purchase with Hump Club bonus rewards. 1 in 10 wins. You'll beauty, but not for the other 9. Grab your favourites like Cooper's Pale Ale 24-pack for $54.99 or $49.99 for Hump Club members. Or Taylor's Estate Select Varietals 2 for $32. Sign up online or in store. Membership has its perks. Drink responsibly. Available at selected stores only. T's and C's apply. Ends 9 July.
Even camels get thirsty.
SEN Test cricket for the McCafe. We've got Damien Fleming jumping in for Phil Walker. What an hour or so we've seen here at Lords.
What about the next half an hour?
Half an hour till the close. Cummins in, over the wicket, bowls here. Brook defends and Cummins in his follow-through.
Wow.
Saves maybe a boundary. Athletics to his left. Middle from Brook, he's 26 from 30.
Well, we know Brook's going to keep playing his shots. I like the Trav Head option. You know, he's better than a part-time. He's got a bit of a golden arm. He might have to do some bowling in this test match. But, yeah, it's just so interesting the way that Ben Stokes is constructing his innings because, you know, generally you want the captain to epitomise your brand of cricket. And at the moment, it's back to a bit of snooze ball.
Field spread. Won't be for long if Brook gets going again. Cummins to him here. Short ball, doesn't take it on. Wants to, but pulls out through to the gloves of Carey. Baz?
But we saw it in Edgbaston as well in the second, and he almost seems to play, his Baz ball seems to be more 50 over cricket flag, like where he plays percentages, waits, gives himself some time. and then he doesn't go berserk. I haven't seen him go berserk, at least in this series, where, I mean, flashed at one wide one very early on in his innings, in the first innings, and got out.
It's like a leg cutter bouncer watching it back there, Fleming.
Yeah, a bit of T20 skills that we often ask for.
Cummins up, Pavilion end, bowls here close to the stumps, takes on the short ball, Brook, out towards deep backward square, gets himself a boundary. There are 2 fielders out there for the miscue, but he bisects them. Brook to 30 from 32 deliveries, 4 for 255.
He's got a phenomenal eye, hasn't he? Like, it just makes an incredible noise off his bat. He's getting plenty of opportunity to play the hook pull shot. It's a riskier shot. I mean, he is sublime through the covers and mid-off, either along the ground or in the air. So I think the Australians would prefer him to be playing that shot, top edge, in the game. Even if you hit it well and in the air, there's plenty of catches on the leg side.
Fly slip as well, which maybe is prompting Cummins to come around the wicket, change of angle, something going on again behind the bowler.
It's consistent. It's the people just sitting to the... Oh, it's getting moved now, but I know the previous over, Stokes, someone just stood up and they were in a yellow shirt.
I don't think the ground attendants realised he was going around the wicket. That's what happened there. But you're right, there have been issues there throughout the afternoon. 3 back now for the short ball and a fly slip. Cummins in, round the wicket, Brook full. Pace off, turns it around the corner, gets 1, walks it through, moves to 31, 4 for 256.
Took the pace of the ball again, rolled his fingers over it.
114 kilometres an hour. We were saying before when Phil was here what the Brendan McCullum message might be publicly tonight. Usually it's just, it's all good. We'll do what we want to do. It's fine. I wonder whether he'll be quite so positive if he's asked this evening, given the nature of the 3 dismissals.
I can't see Baz changing his persona, even if he's thinking it.
Yeah.
He'll want to be consistent.
So another tweak to the field. Stokes on strike. Deep square leg in front of the grandstand. Fine leg beneath us. They've jettisoned the fly slip. No fielder back on the offside. A leg slip on the angle. Cummins in, bowls. Stokes leaves alone outside the off stump. Dives into the gloves of Carey on the angle.
Pat thought that was pretty close. Now we're just seeing a bit of a change in field with Stokes. Like, there's catches in front of the wicket, so all of a sudden there's more options than just bowling bounces and maybe a surprise Yorker. You know, you can bowl some change-ups. If the drive is in the air, there's catches on the offside and leg side. They've changed it up pretty well here, the Aussies.
I think they'd want Brook facing head.
Yeah. Can I get another dot here? Cummins bowls and Stokes defence to cover. It will be head bowling to Brook in the next over. They trail by 160 England. They're 4 for 256. Stokes 9, Brook 31 on the Beaumont Tail scoreboard.
If you got to build it, lift it, power it, floodlight it, do it right with Oz Equipment Rentals. They're helping Aussie industries go higher by supplying access equipment, lighting towers and materials handling equipment to the construction, mining and roadwork industries. If you are building a new runway, a new road, a new warehouse, a new highway, the name you want is Oz Equipment Rentals. They also support community sporting clubs like Lara Cats, Werribee Centrals and the Ultima Kangaroos. Visit ozequipment.com.
An impromptu drinks break for the batting side between overs. On television, we saw the camera pan to the 3 batters out in this session. Pope, Duckett and Root all looking gutted, out for 42, 98 and 10 respectively. Australia's wickets for Tobin Brothers Funeral celebrating lives, falling at 188, 208 and 222 as soon as Nathan Lyon went down.
I know, it was bizarre. And it's almost like Nathan Lyon's injury prompted it. And then Pope, who looked so good early on, like number 3, crisp against quicks and spin. And he did lose the strike for a fair bit, and then that seemed to unsettle him. But all 4 wickets with bounces. And you saw at Edgbaston when it was tried against Cummins and Lyon at the end, you know, they just didn't take it on.
Very different approach when Brooks on strike to head. 5 men back straight away. 3 on the leg side, a deep point and a long off. He'll go round the wicket. His first ball to Brook, flighted up and driven down to long off for the easy single. 32 for him, 4 for 257 England. It was noteworthy for the timing. And look, I think if you're the casual cricket fan and you're watching, like, why are they bowling bounces? Why are they going the short stuff? But it's a part of modern cricket, isn't it, that when plan A isn't working, plan B tends to be the short ball. It's not plan D or plan E anymore.
bowls again here to Stokes. Hits him on the pad.
Gee, I like this.
Yeah.
I
On the
mean,
leg side.
Stokes is really struggling to pick Trav up. I feel like he can get him out.
Almost did.
So a man back at deep point, deep square leg, head round the wicket, bowls to Stokes, turns him into the onside. 8 dot balls from head to Stokes so far.
One thing with head is he doesn't bowl too many loose balls. He's always at the stumps. You have to go after him. You have to hit him.
Can he get one to turn and bite and find the edge? Delivers here. Stokes goes back and slaps it past cover. There's Labuschagne in there. He hit the deck. Smith, rather. And get through for a single to Mitchell Stark at long off. Stokes into double figures from 30 balls, 4 for 258.
And what does Brook do? Because he generally just plays his shots all the time. I mean, if he gets in the middle of the bat, it is going for 6.
Round the wicket, bowls to Brook. Drives again, convincingly down to long off. Work to do for Cummins, who cuts it off. Beneath the media centre, they get through for another single. Brooks 33, 4 for 259. They trail by 157. Harry Brook, extraordinary start to his Test career. 300s in a hurry.
And a bright start to this series. You know, 32, 46. Now he's 33 not out.
Head to the captain, Stokes, full and turned to mid-on. Set deep, so they get through for 1. Cummins does the fielding. Stokes 11, 4 for 260. That completes Head's second over. That's all on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard.
Want more of SEN's expert analysis? Then subscribe to SEN League on YouTube for all the best NRL analysis from experts like Matty Johns, Cameron Smith, Greg Alexander, Andrew Voss, Matt White, and more. Visit youtube.com, search for SEN League, and subscribe today.
Paslode's cordless positive placement nailer is the ultimate workmate. It's fast, accurate, and solid as. For quick wins on site, there's no going back. Paslode's new PPN Master.
About 25 minutes till our scheduled cut-off time here at Lords, and on account of that, I suppose, we've got Scott in Perth wanting another one of your late-day jokes you told yesterday, Flem, so you can take
I'll
that
get a
notice.
cricket one in. Yep.
And Hank, great call, guys. I'm listening from Simpson near the 12 Apostles on the Great Ocean Road. Oh, that's a late-night visit, 3 in the morning.
A lot of good stuff happens there at that time of night. Morning, early morning.
What's that old footy coach adage? Nothing good happens after midnight. Hazelwood back into the attack, replacing Pat Cummins. Picked up 1 of the 3 to go in the session. Duckett caught it fine leg for 98. Michael Nisa on the field as a sub beneath us at fine leg. Deep square and a deep backward point. Round the wicket, Hazelwood goes to Stokes. Bowls here. Stokes drives out to mid-off where there won't be a single.
And Collins, just looking at that catch Steve Smith took of Joe Root, I'm kind of glad I showed him my catch the other day. It was kind of similar, wasn't it? Yeah.
There are some similarities.
Yeah, clearly. I mean, I juggled it. He didn't. He was very impressed with it. There you go.
Yeah.
Inspiration, inspired, motivated.
Not a bad ball either, if I recall correctly. Bit of extra air after the data ball, the ball defence, all part of it. All mind games and Sunday cricket here in England. Stokes facing up. Hazelwood delivers here. The back foot hits him on the thigh pad. Some interest from the cordon, but well over the top. It's going. 85 mile an hour in old money, 137 kilometres an hour straight away.
He kind of feels stuck, doesn't he, Ben Stokes? He's batting patiently, but it doesn't have any flow to his innings.
Squaring up a lot. You want to keep side on. Keep that back foot stability as well. You know, square up, back foot goes off the ground. You follow the ball. Can't change your shot.
I wonder whether there might be something in the fact that Stokes last week before lunch in the 3rd innings at Edgbaston almost played for a break. Come back to that as Hazelwood bowls to the captain and Stokes leaves alone. On that occasion, it felt like Stokes took responsibility for just sucking some oxygen out of that session when they were losing quick wickets. So it might be here where 20 minutes from stumps, and we saw there that he went through the gears after the long break. It might be the same working plan today.
Yeah, someone had to suck that pressure out. Yeah. It had to be him. Madness that we saw just before that.
Yep. If Australia get another one tonight, even without line, the game will feel very, very different. Stokes 11 from 34. Hazelwood bowling in the sun, defended by Stokes. Turned into a gorgeous afternoon here in London.
Yeah, it's to think the way that we rocked up, wasn't it? Just a bit of light rain, and we thought, gee, what a good time to be bowling. And it has worked out pretty well. England thought they were unlucky yesterday with the ball, but they've had better batting conditions than the Australians. There wasn't a lot of seam movement yesterday, but there was good swing movement in the air. And we know when the sun's out here in England, it just erodes a lot of the swing.
Yep, shadows lengthening as Hazelwood bowls to Stokes. Let's hit him on the body, on the thigh pad, I think. We're behind him here. We'll see another look for tyre power, but just didn't get up at all.
I just wonder why he just didn't hit it.
Yeah.
Just block it.
It's the second time he's copped a blow to his body. It's a ball from Pat Cummins, which kind of rose at it. Ooh, hit him on the forearm.
Yeah, forearm. Tough stuff. Didn't even flinch. Another factor when it gets sunny here late, Flem, is that the light tower from the Warner stand, the shadow goes across the pitch at the very end of the day. So, from an Australian perspective, they want the sun to come back out between now and stumps. It's being held as Stokes composes himself after that knock. Hazelwood's got one ball left. Expensive today, 1 for 52. He's 9th over. Couple in the cordon. 2 back for the short ball. Hazelwood, wide of the crease, bowls to Stokes, who leaves it alone. So it stays at 4 for 260. England trail by 156, Stokes 11. Brook 33, and our coverage is for Macca's. Order via McDelivery on the My Macca's app.
Trying to choose new flooring, window furnishings or rugs for your home? Choices Flooring's Room View makes it easy to find the look you've been searching for. Whatever the space or your flooring needs, simply take a photo of the area in your home and select your flooring styles, window furnishings or rugs from the thousands of colours, styles and texture options. Using Choices Flooring's Room View, you can see your selections right in your own home. Then send your favourites to your local Choices Flooring store to book a free measure and quote.
With the game drifting just a little bit now, not a bad time for Travis Head to be in the attack. Better than a part-timer. Bowled 2 tidy overs so far. Another chance here at Harry Brook. 1 slip in position and a catching mid-wicket. Full to start. Dug out, Yorker length. Head does the fielding, racing across.
I wonder, you can just wonder about this England team. If the decision to go after the Aussie bowlers was because of the weather, maybe they expect the weather to change tomorrow. The clouds will be back, the seamers will be in the game a lot more.
They were doing it so well just after tea. Head bowls and driving is Brook out through the covers, and it's not hit well enough to beat Cummins. Around from long off. Brook to 34, doing it easy so far. 4 for 261.
Because the pressure was coming from Nathan Lyon at the other end. He was bowling tight-ish overs. And once he went off, maybe they felt, look, this is the best batting conditions we will get during this test, and maybe we have to go hell for leather. Only explanation I can come up with.
Round the wicket to Stokes, who defends down the pitch. It felt like they gathered momentum through the middle session. And they didn't really chance their luck after tea, did they? Like it was. Yeah. Phil, you got the
5.5 overs between them coming back out after tea.
Head bowls and Stokes defends again.
And the line injury. So it wasn't a plan they concocted at tea. It was possibly on the hoof, wasn't it, when they saw the line got injured?
And the irony, like we've said, is in that crazy period, they did not hit a single boundary.
Head bowls. Stokes, again, happy to defend. He feels like a guy who's playing for stumps at this stage, which isn't unreasonable at all. No rush here.
Yeah, for me, it just doesn't seem baseball. I just would like to question, why are you batting like this?
Letting head bowl to him at the moment. Still got the slip. Finishes here. Stokes yorks for the second time in the over and pushes it back to the South Australian. He's 11, Brook 34. England 4 for 261 on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard.
The supercars are on track, and SEN are right behind them. This is a Supercars Championship season like no other, and SEN is keeping you right on pace with our exclusive coverage. Join me, Aaron Noonan, for up-to-the-minute news, interviews and analysis from the best in the business. It's a huge season ahead with racing right through the year, so make sure you're up to speed by downloading the SEN app today. SEN Supercars, right here on SEN, your home of sport.
I'll make one more prediction about the close of play. All hell's going to break loose on social media about Smith's catch of Joe Root.
Why?
It got sent upstairs because, much as it was with Cameron Green the other week, the ball was probably touching the ground at some point. But as we learnt through that process with Bharat, you explained it very, very well. Yeah. Well, it's not even that. It's to do with, was he in control of the ball? Yeah. Did the ground aid him taking the catch? I think it's pretty clear it didn't. But those who are watching
But it's allowed to touch
absolutely,
grass.
it is, absolutely. There's no concerns about that. But my point is that the way these things gather pace on social media, it'll be slowed down. There'll be freeze frames of the ball touching the turf, and a lot of people will lose their minds. That's my prediction. Per the Cameron Green catch. Hazelwood bowls here, new over the wicket to Brook.
So I'm just tweeting now, hey guys, this is to non-cricket followers, Australian cricket followers. How'd you see the Stephen Smith catch? Just an innocent.
Yeah.
Hi guys.
And copy Colo in as well.
Oh, yeah. After what happened to me the other week, I think I'm.
Did you try and explain everything?
I got cancelled in India a couple of weeks ago.
Oh wow! Okay.
They wanted me shot because I'm a traitor.
They said Bharat should be jailed and shot for being a traitor.
Oh, jeez.
It was pretty intense.
Okay. So they took it well.
Yeah. Brook facing, Hazelwood delivering. Deflecting.
Nice.
Pretty well played by Brook. Saw a gap in the cordon, even though it was near enough to Cameron Green. It hit the turf before it got anywhere near his left mid. Down to the rope beneath us. Brook moves to 38 with the boundary, 4 for 265.
He's just playing with no fear. He's very clear in his mind, and no doubt Ben Stokes and Brendan McCullum have said to him, this is why you're in the team. Run a ball, you back yourself, you're a talented white ball cricketer, bring it into test match cricket. And that shot showed it to me. That's a lot of class and late hands.
Watched it all the way onto the bat, didn't he? Hazelwood again. How will he respond to Brook? Going nicely. Delivers here and he defends and gets a single, an easy one. Out to cover point. Receives the applause of the crowd. Up to 39 for him. 4 for 266.
Yeah, he's played cleverly ever since he's come out. Even against a short ball, he was hitting it into areas where there were no fielders. He was hitting in front of the wicket. He went inside out. All the others, including Joe Root, were trying to cover the line and hit it towards the fielders, bizarrely. But Harry Brook made room, hit it over the covers, slapped one through mid-on. And this has been a clever innings from him.
England trailing by 150. Round the wicket. Hazelwood up. Bowls here. Stokes outside part of the blade, but with control. To backward point. Waits it well enough that they get back for 2. Good batting. Using the space behind point, moving to 13. 4 for 268. Trail by 148. 12 minutes until the cut-off. Maybe 14, depending on that unusual start this morning with the sight screen.
It's been a very sedate partnership, hasn't it? After that kamikaze fall. Wickets lost pretty quickly.
Put on 46 from 68 balls. Hazelwood's last ball here. Into Stokes. A bit wider of the crease. Stokes gets underneath the short one. Saw it coming. End of the over. 4 for 268. Daniel Norcross. Oh, no, my apologies. Don't go to the break. There's a no-e.
No, just one more ball.
Oh, my apologies. The board definitely had 9 points. Daniel's nodding as well. I didn't imagine it. TV was 1 ball ahead, or there was a front foot no ball. Longy, tell us.
Didn't see it.
then I'm blaming TV. Don't tell them I told them that.
But as we've said before, very difficult with the no balls at this end. They're not signalled to us, they're signalled to the side, so it's never that clear.
Hazelwood to Stokes. One last time, and this is well wide of the off stump. That's over for real. 57 gone, 4 for 268. Stokes 13, Brook 39. Daniel Norcross after the break to take you through to the close.
All right, I'm going to the bar. We'll be back in a tick.
Seriously? They just bounced the ball, mate. Wait till quarter time.
I won't be long this time.
Can I get mid-strength and...
Oh, come on. Hurry up. So many people. Oh, what? What did I miss? Who scored?
Spending more time queuing for drinks than watching the game? You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
SEN cricket cricket with Maccas, and Travis Head's first delivery of a new over is driven up to long on, where Mitchell Stark does the fielding. Brook moves to 40, England 4 for 269. This partnership is now 47, and I have had a little bit of an opportunity, a little bit of a lie down, a chance to contextualise what's happened. I had a little word with Ricky Ponting in the lift on the way up here. He was very acerbic. His next delivery is defended into the onside. The short mid wicket, there's no run. I said to him, was that the most clueless piece of cricket you've ever witnessed that passage from the moment Lyon hobbled off to the moment England lost their fourth.
What Rick say?
He said, as head is in, this is pushed into the offside, short extra cover, there's no run. He said, well, they had to do it. They said they were going to do it. And if you talk like that, then you end up having to do it. I mean, he also said, you could just play proper cricket.
Yeah, but they're not doing it now.
I know. As this is thrashed away, shortish delivery out towards point for one run. It's almost as if it required the captain to come in and explain what it is that he meant by it all. I just don't get it. I just don't get what I saw Pope doing. I don't get what I saw Duckett doing. And most importantly, I don't get what Root was doing. Because Root was the guy. He is the guy.
And he got a reprieve too, didn't he?
And he had a reprieve. Flem. Forward comes Brook in defence, pushes out into the offside. This is Root's 132nd Test match. I mean, he had the opportunity to set the tone there.
Particularly after the reprieve.
Particularly after
and there was only one plan the Australians had, wasn't it?
Head in, yeah. Head in and forward in defence comes Brook, plays into the offside. Square of the wicket, there's no run. Just the one off the over. England 4 for 270.
It's City Mazda's Big 5 sale. Grab 5 big offers and unbeatable drive-away deals on BT50 and CX-9. Take your pick from over 55 BT50s or run-out CX-9s. In stock now, ready for immediate delivery. So I get 5 big offers with every new BT50 or CX-9? Yes, plus an unbeatable drive-away deal. Hurry, stock won't last. Head to City Mazda to view all 5 big offers today. Love my city, love my City Mazda. Conditions apply, LMCT 11621.
SEN Test cricket with Maccas. Phil Long's just said it's like happy hour at the pub.
Got to get in early.
As Hazelwood charges in from the pavilion end, forward comes Stokes and he guides them all into space on the offside off the front foot. Very gently gets a single for it. Moves to 15. England 4 for 271. Australia's lead is 146. If, in the SEN parlance, they can go bang, bang, then they are into England's tail, and it's a very fragile tail.
It's longer for this Test match.
It is. With Tongue in the side, Broad carded at 8. It's a very vertiginous position for Broad.
I like watching Broady bat, though.
Oh, we all love it.
He's not boring.
No, and it's usually brief as well, so from an Australian point of view, you never get frustrated by it. As Hazelwood is in. And that's played off the front foot by Brook with the inside half of the bat. I'd love to see that again on our replay screen with tyre power, but I wonder if that was inside edgy or if it was almost guided. But the 50 partnership is brought up with that signal from 78 balls. That's a perfectly reasonable rate of scoring. Just under
in
4
normal Test cricket.
Yeah, it's just under 4 and over. And England were doing that more than comfortably when Lyon went off the field.
Just wonder the ball is starting to go a little bit reverse.
Ooh.
The last shot.
That might be helpful. 272. 4 for 272. And here's a word into Stokes, who lets this go by outside the off stump. We've only got another 7 minutes to go until the close of play. And we have 11 overs left to be bowled after this. A scandalously poor over rate. It has in part been affected by, well, I suppose Lyon's injury, but not had that many DRS calls today, have we? It's not like a slew of them. I'm trying to think what would have caused that. They haven't had to retrieve them. There have been sixes. How many sixes have been hit in the match? I don't feel like there have been many.
Yeah, none today.
None today as Hazelwood is in. That's played off the hip of Stokes, by Stokes, you'll be pleased to know. Down to fine leg for a single. And England advanced to 4 for 273. Sun is shining now on Lords. It's beautiful conditions for batting. It has been for much of the time. England have been batting. The pitch has sort of gone to sleep ever so slightly. The floodlight pylon away to my right is now casting a shadow at the non-striker's end.
Just looking at Hazelwood, just using the slope here. Brook looking uncomfortable in defence.
Slip on a gully in place, and he drives nicely up to mid-off and sets off for a run immediately, puts pressure on the fielder, and as a result is able to get through for an easy run. Pat Cummins is up there at mid-off. The big news really today, the news that could impact the whole series if England continue with this approach, the approach we've seen for this 5th wicket partnership, is all about Nathan Lyon. If you're still awake, listening, and you've only just got in maybe from a night shift or whatever you're doing, Nathan Lyon hobbled off with what looked like a calf injury as Hazelwood is into Stokes. Stokes defends into the onside, goes to short mid-wicket. That's the end of the over. More of that later. England have had 59 overs. They're 4 for 274.
When it comes to joist hangers, strap bracing and metal connectors, Pazlode's cordless positive placement nailer owns the job. It's fast and accurate. For quick wins on site, get onto Pazlode's new PPN Master.
Want more of SEN's expert analysis? Then subscribe to SEN League on YouTube for all the best NRL analysis from experts like Matty Johns, Cameron Smith, Greg Alexander, Andrew Voss, Matt White, and more. Visit youtube.com, search for SEN League and subscribe today.
SEN Test Cricket with Maccas. Here's to 30 years of McCaffrey. Travis Head starts a new over from the nursery end. Forward is Brook driving to short extra cover. There's no run. Head should get to bowl this pretty quickly, and of course he takes a wicket, and then we would get another over in after that. Brook on strike. The field is spread. Brook drives forcefully up to wide long off where Pat Cummins, he's about 20 yards in from the boundary, trots in to collect. One more to Brook. He goes to 43 from 47 balls, and apart from the early freneticism from Brook, it's been pretty orthodox since Stokes arrived.
Yep.
Head into Stokes, who just guides a ball, strokes it off the front foot up to Stark at mid-off, and there's another single. Heads into his 5th over, and he's into his 5th over because Nathan Lyon went off the field some time ago.
You imagine he's going to bowl a lot more in the second innings, so some good overs under his belt here.
Forward comes Brook, pushes into the offsides, fielded a short extra cover. There's no run.
Marnus will want to bowl.
Oh, he will surely.
And I just see Stephen Smith warming up.
Oh, well.
First slip.
Well, didn't he get Ian Bell with an absolute pie in England once, as I recall? Down the wicket comes Brook and nearly gets himself into trouble, hacking the ball out towards long on, where Stark is waiting, and they get a single. One more ball left in the over. 4 for 277. Brook has 44. Deficit 139. It's the sort of bowler you can see Brook getting out to in an act of machismo. Last ball that Heddle bowled today is punched off the back foot, well stopped at short extra cover. That is the end of the penultimate over of the second day of the Lord's Test here on SEN Test Cricket with Maccas. England are 4 for 277.
I tell you, kids these days, they don't know the meaning of bargain hunting. Back in my day, I would sleep outside the store all night, no tent. And then once you got in, I still have a scar from a stock take sale back in 91. But these days, with Kogan Mobile, you can sign up for the best value gigs per buck while sitting on the toilet. Talk about a bargain. Get one at koganmobile.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket with Maccas. Here's the 30 years in McCaffrey. The last over of the day in Australia are bowling, putting on their 7th bowler. Only Warner, Carey, who's left? Khawaja. And who else hasn't bowled? Who am I missing? Must be somebody obvious.
To say Marnus?
Marnus, yeah, that's right. Smith is bowling before Marnus.
Here we go, Smithy.
Last over of the day. Now, he gets
the Gadding ball, the Brook ball.
Just bowl a full toss and he'll swipe it to mid-on. He's in. First delivery is straight. Damien Fleming was very excited by that ball because he landed it. All right. You've never seen anything like it.
What a good first delivery from Steve.
Smith in again. That's worked up to long on by Brook, who holds his nerve and just strokes the full delivery. And he gets to 45 as Andrew Strauss makes his way again round the perimeter, around the outfield, and gets cheers from the crowd. It has been this day, the Ruth Strauss Foundation Day, Red for Ruth Day here. That's why I'm wearing this particularly unusual jacket. It's nice I get a chance to take it out once in a while. 4 for 278. 4 balls remain in the day. Or do they? If a wicket were to fall, that would be it. Stokes.
Was that an off spinner? Was that an off spinner?
Plays that to the offside. There's no run. Well, I've
got a little feeling Stephen Smith has gone the off spinner.
Replay screen. It is. It's an off spinner.
Oh, jeez, it spun too.
Well, sort of rolled on with the arm, but yeah.
Oh!
Turned away to short fine leg or short backward square leg. There's no run.
Right. What an all-round cricketer he is, Dan. Leg spinners to the right-handed, off spinners to Ben Stokes. He's getting him caught on the crease. He's working him over here. Something big's going to happen. 2 balls to go. Can Stokes last it?
Smith in. Stokes drives up to mid-off. There's no run. 1 ball left in the day. What a day it has been.
That was a real round armour from Stephen Smith.
355 runs have been scored today. 9 wickets have gone down. Will it be 10? No, it won't. As Stokes drives that to short extra cover. And that is the end of the day. We've only lost 9 overs of unbowled cricket. And England ended on 4 for 278. Brooke has 45. Stokes has 17. We'll be back with reaction and analysis in our post-play.
Tradies and lawn enthusiasts, power up your arsenal with Greenworks' range of battery-powered lawn and garden equipment. The Greenworks Pro 60V product range packs a serious punch with petrol-like performance without the noise and fumes. With over 20 products in the range, including lawnmowers, blowers, chainsaws, string trimmers, ride-on and zero-turn mowers, they're powered by an interchangeable 60V ultra-power battery and backed by a 4-year tool warranty. For more information, including dealer locations, visit greenworksaustralia.com.
It's SEN Test Cricket with Maccas, and this is our post-match wrap for Australian made. Look for the green and gold kangaroo logo and buy authentic Australian products. 355 runs at 4.51 today. 9 wickets gone down. No one can accuse this series of not being full of thrilling entertainment and talking points, and today there have been plenty of them. Australia began the day in a strong position at 339 for 5. Steve Smith was there, Alex Carey was there, and Australian hopes whether they could pile on agonising runs and take the game beyond England. But Alex Carey was swiftly removed by Stuart Broad. A really good bit of bowling, Flem. And that, I think, was always going to restrict Australia. Despite the fact they had Steve Smith in, he was then batting with the tail. The approach had to change ever so slightly. England bowled a bit better today. Wickets apiece for the old war horses, Broad and Anderson. Robinson picking up some cheap ones at the back end, and Tongue getting the big one of Smith.
Yeah, very impressive. They were good bowling conditions with a new ball, but once Smith and Carey were gone, you know, it wasn't going to last for too long. Pat Cummins is in good form, 22 not out there. But I thought Broadie's delivery to knock over Carey was a beauty. And I thought he was unlucky yesterday, just getting a little bit of nip. Carey very, you know, solid in defence, and it just defeated him there. Stephen Smith, I talked about in the pre-match, he would have been absolutely filthy on himself missing out in that first test match. He got the 100 against India in the test championship final, but you know, he prides himself on getting big runs in the Ashes. I'm not surprised he's backed up with the 100 here, but England just did their job. I didn't think it was brilliant bowling, but it certainly was an improvement on day one, but they were bowling to an Australian tail. And then it just lit up a little bit too. It certainly wasn't a wicket that was moving a lot off the seam. And the Australian Stark got a little bit of swing here. But once again...
In that first spell of his, he did get appreciable swing.
A little bit, but it wasn't backed up by any seam movement. And it's almost like the extra pace on a flattish or pitch that had flattened out went against the Australians. I thought Crawley hit the ball really succinctly, and that was a great little partnership. And Duckett, question marks for me after that first test match, outside off stump, you know, played a really good knock. I don't think the Australians helped him a lot. He's got a lot of Travis Head in him that you can't give him, you know, a 5th or 6th stump line to a correct left-hander, you know, will get driven in front of the wicket or maybe left alone, but to Head and Duckett, it's 4 runs square of the wicket. So, but then what happened was they just threw their wickets away.
Well,
the Australians.
Let's come on to that. Let's come on to that in a moment, because, you know, just to fill in the gaps here, 416 felt like a big total. It felt like a total that England would have been upset with, having put Australia into bat. But what was becoming clearer and clearer, both towards the back end of yesterday and the first part of today, is that the pitch itself has not got a huge amount of assistance for the bowlers, and so much was therefore going to depend on overhead. So when you were batting was going to be as important as anything else. And so when Crawley and Duckett began England's innings, especially after lunch as the skies began to clear, it just looked easier and easier to bat. And there were big problems for Australia in that Hazelwood and Stark were leaking runs. Lyon was the man giving them control. He could bowl over and over and over again, and Cummins was his usual magnificent self. Crawley dances past an idiotic shot past Nathan Lyon and is stumped. Another England player stumped. But at 188 for 1, when Nathan Lyon goes down with what looks like a possibly match-ending calf injury, suddenly the whole Ashes has changed. It's become a Glenn McGrath moment, because there's a strong argument to say that it's Nathan Lyon that balances this whole Australian side. It's what makes those four seamers.
He sings the song.
Of course he does. He's playing his 100th consecutive game. He's that important. He's taken 496 test wickets. When he goes out, that is as big a moment as in those 2005 Ashes. That was the moment when England could really have put their foot on the throat of Australia. That's what Test cricket, traditional Test cricket, would have been about. But that was the moment that suddenly, having played with such calm insouciance, with such skill and
hitting
grace,
the bad ball away,
defending the good ball, in the case of Pope leaving the odd one outside the off stump, suddenly there's quite simply most berserk half hour of Test cricket I've ever witnessed in my life unfolded. Talk me through it.
Well, I'm a bit the same. Once Lyon's down, I'm just thinking Test match, we're going to struggle to get 20 wickets. It's set up for him dry Lord's pitch, where spinners have struggled a bit to a degree, haven't they, the last few years? But I think he was going to be the match winner there. But then the English top order failed to pay their brain bill. They were invoiced and they didn't pay it. And Australia had one plan. We don't have a spinner. We're going to bowl bouncers.
And you said to me, I was on with you, and you said, this is so obvious, how can this work?
And it worked. No brain bill paid. You bowl short, 6 out, I'll take you on. And Duckett 98.
And Root out twice.
He was reprieved. And Pope, who I couldn't have been more impressed in his first 30 runs. He looked a class, aggressive, number 3, and I said on air, great teams put their batting all around a great number 3. And he was losing the strike, so I don't know if that got into his brain a little bit, but that was just an explosion. And Australia only had the one plan, and they would think, God, we are back in this Test match, because that actually worked. And then we finished them, and Brook comes out and plays his shots, which I think he's encouraged to do, and he's exhilarating to watch. And then once Ben Stokes comes out, the captain, it just goes back to normal Test cricket.
Which is bizarre, isn't it? Because we think that the team is taking its lead from Stokes, but Stokes came out and he played. Ideally, if he'd come out at number 4, England might have found themselves on 200 or whatever it is for 2, because he took an entirely different approach. He took the sensible approach.
The way he probably normally bats is, that classic 100 at Headingley. He needed to. He built a partnership. It was quite laborious. Then he moved into sort of gears into 50-over cricket, and he started to find the boundary, and then he finished obviously with T20, ramping the quicks and getting him home. So we know he's got that ability to do it. But that's pre-Bazball.
Yeah.
And I think, when you change something, you feel like the captain's the one that's going to lead by example. So I'll be very interested in what's said at the press conference. But all of that involved together, though, Dan, I'm intrigued about tomorrow's first session again.
It's going
Isn't it? I mean, if England bat well, they can have a lead and have Australia under the pump with Nathan Lyon out of the attack. If Australia can get 2 early wickets, they've got Robinson and 8.
Yeah.
They have a lead.
They can have the lead. And if they have the lead, it's very hard to see.
So it doesn't matter how we got here. We are still got a fascinating day 3 ahead of us.
We've got a genuinely fascinating day. Australia have used 7 bowlers. They'll have to use potentially another 7 tomorrow, because Labuschagne might come in as an 8th. We'll see.
Yeah.
Or they might.
Do I finish with that joke?
You don't finish yet, because we still haven't done our Macca's deliveries of the day. And Phil, do you have any statistical quirks for us as we finish up here?
I think the real statistical quirk, I mentioned it before, was that We came out after lunch. We came out after tea. A run rate at that point of around 5. Things were just, pottering along, and then Nathan Lyon went off. England went berserk, I think was the word you used there. And the run rate didn't go up. The runway went down. And that's how crazy
because it was frenetic.
Frenetic half an hour of cricket.
Hardly struck a boundary.
Yeah.
Our Maccas, I'm loving it moment of the day. Well, as an Aussie, I can imagine there's a fair few moments you'd have loved of the day, including the absolute clueless brainlessness of England's batting in that fantastic half hour. But if you take parochialism aside, what was your moment of the day?
I'm going to take away my Australian cricket hat, and I'm going to go with a bit of sort of traditional Test cricket stuff. Just watching Stephen Smith raise his bat for his 32nd Test 100.
8th in England, 7th against England in England. Incredible stuff.
And just even yesterday, that pause as he walked on, soaking it in. This might be my last innings at Lord's. Means a lot to him. Love that. And he backed it up after missing out in the first Test match.
Your moment of the day, Phil?
I'm going to go for one later on in the day. Ben Duckett, in all that chaos, he's got 97. He goes for a quick single. Marnus Labuschagne picks up. There is nobody backing up. If that ball doesn't hit the stumps, Ben Duckett, who we can see on the screen at the minute, gets that first Ashes Test century. Instead, the ball hits the stumps. He's on 98, and we know the rest.
Could that be his James Vince moment at Brisbane?
Yeah.
Could it be when he was run out brilliantly by
Nathan Lyon?
Nathan
Gazza
Lyon. That was our Maccas. I'm loving it moment of the day. It's a new season for the McSpicy range at Maccas. Finally, our Maccas delivery of the day. Earlier, we thought it was Broad. Has anything beaten Broad's ball to Carey?
Oh, no, because it was also significant. That partnership, if it had got through the first hour, it's 450 plus. Smith's going big, Carey's getting up near 100. And it was like tongues from yesterday. They were just too good. So you've got to give credit to that it was just too good for Carey. Well bowled from Broad.
Well, the bowlologist has the final say. You're entirely right in my view. Maccas delivery of the day. Broad to get rid of Carey. Maccas order via delivery on the My Maccas app. That was our post-match wrap for Australian made. Look for the green and gold kangaroo on products left, right and centre. I've been Daniel Norcross, and I hopefully still will be tomorrow.
I doubt that.
You are Damien Fleming.
I've got questions about this.
Is Phil Long. Jeremy Coney's in the background. I'm going home with him very shortly. We've had Adam Collins. We've had the Melbourne Cup in here. We've had Bharat, Sundaresan and Pete Lalor. It's been a great day on the tools, as Adam would say. Oh, your joke.
Yep.
Your joke.
Oh, yeah.
Final word.
Yeah. Who won a match between Penn Cricket Club and the Pencil Cricket Club?
Oh.
Neither, as it was a draw.
Wow.
Penn, Pencil.
Good grief. I mean, that's not...
The Penn Cricket Club, the Pencil Cricket Club.
Yeah. No, I get it.
It's good.
I get it. I mean, look, honestly, Phil,
a draw.
This is a country that was like listening to Paul Hogan when we had Monty Python. So, I mean, like, we've got to give them some allowances.
Clarify, you do get it. It's a draw.
I get it. But there are no draws in baseball.
It's a draw.
I know.
Pencil.
That's been SEN Test Cricket. I'll have to go and think about that joke and see if I understand it later. I hope you've enjoyed listening to us. We will be back tomorrow at 7:30 Melbourne time, and then you can work it out the rest from wherever you are living around the world listening into SEN. It's been great having your company. Please do join us again tomorrow. This Ashes series is hot. I tell you, it's hot. Until tomorrow, from us all here, goodbye.